It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the fucking cup. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh! Oh my god, he got two! Oh my god, he got two flash! That was hilarious! Everything to be gained. The blast is swing. Come on. The blast is in. Come on, horse! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been planning this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me. Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's gonna be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're gonna have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool, the players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house. And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games. And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something would be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these. So I'd love to see you here. come to Vegas, come support North American Counter-Strike. Love to see you here. I said it 3 times.
And you said come twice.
What? Oh, God. Yeah, please come to the event. We desperately need you to be here. Otherwise, NACS will die.
Welcome back to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 11. I am JRT, joined by Exner, and we're getting ready for the semi-finals and the grand finals today to determine who's going to be the winner in this latest Revival Series. Before we get there, Cole, how you doing?
Good. Looking forward to some of the action here. We got some exciting semifinals and grands, as you said, and looking forward to the teams that we have here remaining in the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, let's bring up the bracket quickly just to look at the teams that we have here. We have Boss up against Skinrave. That's our first match. And then Voca up against Marsborn as our second. I think 2 very nice ones amongst teams that are very well known here in North America.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Again, the expected teams here rolling out here so far in the bracket going to be the teams that made it through into day 2. And it does make for some exciting competition as we head into a big day today.
Let's jump into the PrizePicks analyst segment then and talk about Boss first. And then let's discuss this team that has been having their struggles lately. They did have a cleaner win against Regain, which was a good sign. It's promising, right? Because they did lose against them just a little while ago, and we're like, oh, what's going to happen in this rematch? And it actually went pretty well for them. But still, we saw some holes in the defense. Players to watch out for, I would say Slight for sure. Fruit Cup as well. Fruit Cup has to step up his game. I think he did yesterday in a lot of ways, but still, B-Wills is the one that's been carrying the load for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, as we highlighted yesterday, B-Wills right now seems to be the one that's getting the most multi-kills, being the most active in the early rounds on the T side, and that to me maybe is a little bit of a surprise, but that's something that, again, is a little bit less surprising given the fact that Ben Lead is a part of the leadership system. He knows how to set up B-Wills. They play in tandem a lot of times together, setting B-Wills up for success, and we know how good Ben Lead's utility can be. So it makes a little bit of sense when you see these sort of numbers continue to thrive for B-Wills over the grand scheme of this team.
Absolutely. All right, let's switch gears. Let's talk about Skinrave. This squad has been phenomenal lately in terms of the firepower. Junior is always one that you can take to the bank, honestly, because he is so consistent with his contributions. Yes, he'll have an off map, but his off maps are just like, oh, he's average instead of being stellar. So that's one for me. And on the other side, probably Laxi. Laxi gets these frags in bunches, right? And he's just all of a sudden out of nowhere, he can explode for 3 or 4, right? So I think he's absolutely one to watch out for as well, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, his availability to make explosive plays, I think, has given this team an extra edge. It's given Cryptic an extra piece to call around here for Laxi, and having that luxury right now on the team is a big difference maker for the way that they operate around Junior's AWP. You know, another piece here that I'm kind of surprised to see is that Walco, again, not calling on this team. Right. Numbers seem a little bit low for what we've tended to expect here and there out of him. Again, a guy that can also get very explosive, is capable of delivering, I would say, a very structured player in that sense. So we'll see how Walco can do in this matchup as well.
No, I agree with you. And I mean, honestly, Awalko only really expected to be, I would say, a stable rifler, right? Because he's got that star power around him. So if he's just getting a rating of 1 or above, I feel like he's doing his job. So I don't know. It depends on the expectations that the team has of him, but I feel like they're not necessarily anything crazy and they want him to be more in a supporting role. Anyway, we are going to go into the veto. Dust 2 banned by Boss, which is maybe a little bit surprising because they usually perform well on there, but at the same time, they're trying to mix up their map pool. I think the same for Skinrave, right? Which is what we're going to see here. Train banned by Skinrave. That's still their perma. Mirage picked by Boss. 10-6 over the last 3 months. This has been the map they're picking almost all the time, aside from Ancient, which they're number 1. And then this Overpass pick, Cole. It shocked me yesterday in the grand finals for ECL. I didn't know what was coming, but I probably should have been prepared because Cryptic is the one behind everything here. He is the brain behind Skinrave, and it was a phenomenal performance from the yesterday. So it doesn't surprise me to see them go into it again here.
Yeah. I mean, if it worked out so well for you yesterday, maybe feeling like you took a little bit of a risk here, trying to translate some of the success that you have in scrims into like official play. The mission was accomplished yesterday, and I think that's a big statement for them over there in ECL. So trying to replicate some of that success today, they think, okay, what we did is super replicable. We can continue to find that success on this map, and that's what they're gunning for here in this veto is trying to get back into the swing of things and continue to show their form here on Overpass.
Yeah, I think we're just about ready to jump into the server here. And the last time these two teams faced off, I believe, actually, have they faced off lately? Might have been a while. I'm just going to double check this here,
It's
Cole.
been like 3 months.
It's
3 months,
been-
it seems.
It's been a while, yeah. So I don't know if these results are going to mean anything. It was a BO1, it Dust 2. Oh my God, that was a long time ago. 11-13 was the loss, and maybe there was a forfeit in the mix there? Yes, that's why. I was like, yeah, that's weird. I thought they were going back to the BO1 days of ECL, but ended up being a forfeit by... just checking. Boss, yes. Because I was like, why would Blue Jays forfeit when they're up 1-0? So essentially, Skinrave, then known as Blue Jays, have not lost a single map, though, up against Boss. And I'm not sure that's going to change today, Cole.
I'm with you. I do have high expectations for Skinrave heading into this one. Team that's been working hard all the way through and trying to replicate some of that success here. Elevate in the rankings right now, but a double setup ready to go for Skinrave. So much resistance on this A side of Marky, able to punish a couple of quick headshots, but eventually topple over. Number's going to be punched in here. Safe access for a plant, and now Laxi trying to speed it up on the retake. Close range duel up against B-Wills, and B-Wills able to win it. So this retake gets that much more difficult without this jungle or connector control.
Fruit Cup in a prime spot to punish as well. Watching down towards the side, Cryptic back turned. Oh, how is Cryptic alive? How is Cryptic still alive? Fruit Cup, you gotta connect these shots! Oh my goodness, B-Will saves the day for Fruit Cup, so he doesn't have to look back on this round with regret. But man, oh man, he needs to buy B-Wills a drink after that, because that was rough.
Yeah, I mean, just terrifying right there. As you said, freebies, what seemed to be the case there for Fruit Cup, but a really good setup out of Boss in the post plant. A little crossfire. And it all comes down to B-Wills closing out a 1v2, and we've seen the sharp form that he can bring to the table yesterday. Already starting this thing off with a clutch and a multi-kill. Being able to deliver is a good sign for Boss. A forced buyout. Skinrave trying to keep up the intensity. A player jumping up in towards the ladder room early. What seems to be a pretty quick crawl towards catwalk right now for 3 players, leaving a lurk around for the side of Slight. Cryptic playing at a really awkward off angle. It gets dealt with early, forces Walco out of the apartment side. Great deagle shot there, another one from Walco.
God.
Makes 2 kills out of thin air. And 2v3 here, still a chance, needing more headshots out of Junior Deagle. I don't know if he realizes that player crossing towards bench. The lurk of Slight continuing to deal damage here and draw out some valuable time. He will be bested. But that opens up the site, forcing players to rotate here. And with low HP on Junior and Marky, do you want to give it much of a go here? It seems like it.
Yeah, I'd say probably worth it. I mean, you're not going to have a buy up in the next round, but there's a chance here to win it. Just takes one shot with the Deagle and you're in. Fruit Cup. Holding his nerve. Marky wins that duel. That's really sloppy. Marky had such low HP. Now only 4. This is going to be such a tough duel. Mac 10 against the Galil. Yeah. Fruit Cup takes care of it. Boss, get a second. And Fruit Cup, okay. A little bit of a BM coming through there. Can't say I really mind it, but after the whiffs from Fruit Cup in the pistol round, I don't know if it's appropriate, but all right.
Take it down. Some big pieces here. As you said, Fruit Cup making sure to let it sink in. And it's another force buy here out of the CT side. They continue to stay aggressive here at the purchase. Skinrave don't want to let it go off the gas, and at least it could be unexpected. I guess you take down 4 players in that last round. You still have a rifle in for Marky as well.
That's usually justifiable if you're T side and that happens and the CTs are left with 1. Here, I mean, I guess you can try for it, But the CT economy, the reason why it's better to do it on T side is because CT economy takes a while to build up. You know, it's not instant. Obviously, it was helped out by the $50 kill bonus that came through recently, but still, you got to be careful.
So careful there on collapsing in towards middle. Freebie offered over. At least it threads in for a chance to allow Marky to succeed here. Benlead also put on notice, and the collapse towards middle deals with one quantum of the approach, but caught with a reload for the other. And Junior splits the goalpost on that scout shot. Reveals his position and is stuck right now. Trying to get Walco to come through for a little bit of support here. Makes his way through the connector utility, but so much protection for this plant, and Walker taking down low. That's not a tag right there somehow. No damage done, and now he realizes he's all on his own. And Fruit Cup continuing to deliver here in the multis. Another example of it. Boss going up 3-0.
This is the X factor. If Fruit Cup can keep playing like this, then I mean, Boss have a real chance of coming through and at least getting their map pick. But it's a big if, and we saw the whiffs at the beginning. It's pistol round, so it doesn't really matter. But after that point, he's been really, really solid. And already up to 7 frags. 3-0 lead, probably going to be 4-0, given the fact that Skinrave forced up a couple times in a row. Now they can't do that. We'll upgrade to Deagles for everyone, so you never know what can happen with a buy-up like this, especially if you're stacked up on the right site, but won't even be a stack here. Instead, they're going to put 3 players on A. The other 2 at B are kind of hovering around, looking for information. But as it stands, just holding the line now.
Here for Cryptic, looking to clothesline him with a Deagle, but still making their strides on in. 5 Deagles spotted into here, looking for a little damage, and that's a lovely shot from Marky. To provide it, Walco backs him up as well. So chipping off a couple of players here. Laxi with another one. That sets a little bit of fear into Slight now that he realizes he's one of 2. B-Will's on a really nice off angle. He's going to be able to cap things off and lost up to 4-0. Everything going to be kept nice and maintained.
I mean, we can't forget that Skinrave came back from a 10-2 deficit yesterday up against Marsborn in the ECL finals of Cup number 4. Ended up winning it 2-0 as well. So, I don't know. Boss can't feel safe with any lead, and not to mention, historically for Boss, a lot of the times they kind of lose their edge and then struggle to recover. So we'll see how this one continues. Cryptic gonna toss that nade forward. Shot fired from Slight, but he misses the mark.
If Junior can get activated here with the op, would love to see him start to get involved here in the conversation. For Skinrave, they want to get the CT side going, but a great flash. It forces his aim off there, trying to dodge it up, but gets blasted by B-Wills. And again, it's that Binley and B-Wills setup that I highlighted.
Yeah.
That continues to work well. That's a trust they place in this guy to get things rolling, and Boss continue to thrive in that environment.
Skinner look a little out of sorts here on Mirage. Oh, Walco. Yeah, that's a little too much of a peek around that corner. Slight had all the information he could possibly want. Shutting Walco down. Cryptic next to fall. 5v2 for Boss. Marky does stop the bomb plant. A little bold of Ben to just try and go for that plant, not having the whole site cleared. And now Marky getting Slight. He's trying to pull this one back. A third? No, not going to happen. And simultaneously, Laxi is found by Darty. So Boss will hold on for a 5th.
Tense right there, but their setup already so successful. 5v2, still too much to ask to pull things back. With all the other players on a couple different extremities there, being able to punish any sort of supporting staff that Marky was hoping to call upon in that round. 5-0, Boss. Off to a roaring start here on Mirage.
Oh yeah. Heard some typing there. Thought maybe we'd have a technical, but no. Maybe just both teams jabbering away. Trying to throw the other off their game. And I guess that... maybe that was a timeout. We didn't see it on our screens, but either way, Seeing the man of the hour right now, Fruit Cup, 8 frags here, tied with B-Wills. And we haven't really seen on Boss, at least against top 5 competition, both B-Wills and Fruit Cup activating, right? That's kind of the recipe for success for Boss because they've got great strategies thanks to Ben Leet. So if you can get 2 fraggers activated in a very significant way, then you actually have a solid chance of competing.
Multiple on the Boss side showing up. They big oversight in connector. No one's watching and trying to set up for util towards A main. I think, Benley probably sees that, says, okay, we know what we have to be careful of. And everyone watching, ready to deal with Marky's antics, or just leave him be. This Boss gonna coast through this next one. 5v4, just have to shut off the CT approach. CT spawn and Fruit Cup dealing damage here. Massive work from him. 3k spray down. Just building more and more confidence as he moves forward. Boss having no troubles breaking this one down.
Yeah, that's pretty straightforward anti-eco coming through from Boss. Here come the guns again, and if Boss can shut this one down as well, Skinrave are going to be in a little bit of trouble. And while, yesterday they were able to recover on Inferno, I don't know if you want to have that happen 2 days in a row on maps that you're not necessarily that statistically powerful on. Only played Mirage 4 times over the last 3 months since joining up under the Skinrave banner. 2 losses against Wildcard and Take Flight, and then the wins against Voca, 13-5 against Voca, and Wanted Goons, 16-13. So the Voca win was very good, and Voca picked that into them as well. But right here, Boss are truly having their way with Skinrave, at least up to this point.
This time around, I think
this is interesting.
A bit of a difference right now. Cryptic is
Ben's
controlling this map, but no, you wouldn't do that. No way. Cryptic gonna take his freebie. Binley definitely gonna be clearing that corner next time around, but for now, Cryptic just takes a free kill. Slight misses the trade opportunity, still unsure of where his opposition lies. Thought that maybe that would lend itself to a little bit more information, but Cryptic just drawing out more attention out of the Opper. And now Junior has to try and force his way through the smoke. We'll see if he can try and thread in any more damage. He does. In and out. And a 5v3 here. HG to blow open that smoke, trying to give him another shot. But he gets blasted here by Darty. Still a chance to recover. That helps out as well. Marky unable to capitalize. Now, a 3v3 and equalizer. This fast flank going to be deadly here and could be the difference maker.
Junior slow to activate here in this map. There's that difference maker. Cryptic going to strike on to Fruit Cup. Darty gets the trade, but Cryptic still going to take care of business. He is the one from the beginning of the round to the end to help Skinrave get their first on the board.
What a big difference right there. The Cryptic able to pull through on the flank. Find the kill on Ben Lead early on, and maybe I thought this was going to be a little bit more information because I thought he heard so many footsteps rolling towards A, but nonetheless, still have a lot of defense ready to go and some great positions out of Cryptic to seal things up. On the board here for Skinrave, needed to activate. Cryptic able to lead by example.
Still plenty of money here for Boss, right? They're right back to the buy-up. Skinrave wasn't exactly a clean victory either because Boss almost made the recovery. Smoke gonna get tossed in to give the impression to Skinrave that the approach might be to mid, but it's not. Junior hits the shot on Ben Leet. Talked about him needing to activate, and that's at least one more to get him warmed up. Marky waiting underneath balcony, gets one, almost transfers for the second, but Fruit Cup trades him. E-Will's burning low and then finished off by Laxi. Even with that flashbang coming in, he had the lineup before it blinded him. Slight, one back, Boss still fighting forward, and Slight gets a second. 2v2 now. Can he get a third?
Oh
He
my
does.
God.
Walco eliminated. 2v1. Cryptic, the last one available. The spam was on point, but he moves away from it. Nate pushes him back just a touch. He's got a lot of work to do. Oh.
Just forced him into the open right there with that spam. Slowly works his way into the advantage now. Slight not quite covering off the cross here. He's inside of a main, now spotted. Gets a visual
smoke.
on Cryptic. There's a smoke. That's going to be big time. Trying to bait him out into the peak early.
Wow.
And Cryptic able to bring it on home again. Big time impact coming through in back-to-back rounds, and Skinrave able to get back into the swing of things through their IGL.
This guy does it all. He's just yawning like this is just another day at the office. All good. Unbelievable from Cryptic. 1v2 clutch that was difficult given Slight's attempt at pulling this one back. 3 beautiful shots. Cryptic gets the lineup through the box and then finishes Slight off with some brilliant play. There's 2 in a row for Skinrave. Money gonna start to get low on the boss side. No op this time. As the incendiary flies towards the mid boxes.
As they go back to here. There are a couple of missed opportunities. If you're a boss, you're probably trusting in the game plan right now still. Not the biggest concern, having a couple of tough losses in clutches. You are still creating advantages onto the site, giving yourself big opportunities. Gonna boost in towards window, that's what it seems to be. Darting out, caught, dropping in the mix there. Laxi punishes. Oh man, edge here for the CT side. They deal with the window boost, and all 4 players have to make it through connector into a triangulated setup. Perfect flash, but Pinley is adjusting on the dime. And now Fruit Cup able to back him up. There's still Cryptic involved. We'll see if they're prepared for a back's turn. Need a fast trade. And he's still kicking. Trying to find a multi, but can't quite deliver this time around.
Whew. It's wild. No, it's just in there. It's pretty crazy. The B-Wills going to get one back onto Walco. So Boss have to fight with Junior this time. Only 2 frags so far. We need to double up on that score line to win here. Looking for the body. Sees the head. A freebie for Junior. Slight not realizing he's exposed from that angle. Junior has the smoke too. Oh my goodness. Sees the util come in. Throws a nade there and just tries to fake the defusal. A little bit of spam coming through. B-Wills realizes that it's been faked. Incendiary toss. B-Wills pushes through it. Junior still not sticking it. Misses the shot but connects with the USP. Oh my goodness. He did not want to go for that. Ah! Didn't realize no kit. He can't defuse. He overlooked it. He thought he had the kit. For sure he thought he had the kit. Because if he didn't, I don't know what he was doing taking those fights.
Yeah, I mean, I assume I'm with you there, right? And obviously with a couple of kills, he definitely didn't have the money at the start of the round to buy it. He was I think $100 shy right there of being able to back up the kit. And you can see a couple on the ground right there, but in the heat of the moment, it's too difficult to go and try and grab that quick enough. So frustrating situation here for Skinrave. Finally a clutch going the wrong way just due to the timer. They find the kills. They get the frags, but they can't finish the defuse here. Now Junior trying to thread in some opening damage with the AWP. Deep smoke in and holding his ground. Meanwhile, actually able to find the first kill, pushing up. This great flashbang gonna deal Junior an early pickup. Now Walco is left completely isolated with just a Deagle, and B-Wills absolutely blows up the round. Molly's in to protect the plant here in a 4v3 advantage. Now 3v3.
I mean, Walco, you can see the frustration there. Really wanted to have more impact than that. But Laxi's trying to pick up the slack. Told you, gets frags and bunches. Cryptic has been so solid for the squad. Laxi falls, but Cryptic is still firing away over from the apartments. Marky helps him out. Fruit Cup, the last one standing, finishes off Cryptic, another 1v2 clutch, and it goes the way of Boss. Fruit Cup up to 16 kills. Unbelievable contribution here on the side of Boss. This is the Fruit Cup of old that has returned today.
Yeah, we understand his role in this team, and we understand what he has to do, you know, for this roster to be able to win consistently. And it's rounds like this that he is able to deliver the pure poise that he brings to the table in the clutch. A prime example of it. Holds his ground, commits to the fight, doesn't panic whatsoever. And we've seen so many aggressive force buys here at the Skinrave with wavering success. He's gonna need to make it happen again, and absolutely no chance for Junior. Lands a scout tag there, but sets up Cryptic for the kill. Damage looking to be done here now. Cryptic a little bit condensed inside of the underpass. They'll just ignore him. And now Marky shows his face here on the A site. It's open for business here. They're able to take full control.
What is happening? Fruit Cup looks like a man possessed right now. Missed shot by Slight, so that makes the retake a little bit easier for Skinrave, but it's still a 3v3. And they're gonna fade. They're gone. Saving the guns. I can't blame them, because the money's so low that if they go for this fight and lose it, they'll have nothing to really buy up in the next. I mean, sure, certainly you have the loss bonus, but you know, you won't be able to get an AWP, for example. This is ridiculous. Who would have thought Fruit Cup would come out here, and after having some very mediocre performances over quite a few BO3s, I would even say over the last 2 months, at least against tougher competition. Unbelievable stuff.
That's a nasty exit. Oh my god, that's the op. Oh,
Yes,
Beagles
it
just
is.
destroyed the opper. That's a brutal takeaway there towards the tail end, because Saw Jr. would be able to connect on some damage there with the scout last round. Look at this little pre-fire on the angle there. Walker didn't stand a chance, didn't even get to shoot his gun. And now, looking for double digits in the first half. Boss in red hot form here. As you said, you know, Skinrave trusting in their ability on overpass. Don't get me wrong, but Mirage right now with performance, it's going to be a tricky one, and he continues to provide impact here. Opening pick, sure, traded out. That's probably a valuable trade enough for Skinrave to be happy. If you could take a 1-for-1 on Fruit Cup right now, that's something you'll take every day of the week. And I assume he was part of the piece that needed to rotate back and pick up that bomb at some point, because right now no one is doing it. It's still in T-spawn, and Boss continue to make moves that get punished.
Boss. Darty. Slipping through. Walco. Who the right way? Yes, he is. Walco takes care of it. Darty gone. B-Wills and Slight, the last two standing. A third round would be a very welcome thing for Skinrave after this tough first half of play. We've seen a lot of close rounds, but Boss on the winning end of multiple clutches. And not forgetting Junior's unfortunate occurrence when he doesn't have the defuse kit. It really does change the complexion of the rounds on the board.
The third looking to be established here can make things a little prettier. This side of Skinrave. Gonna need a masterful T side out of them. B-Wills still in the clutch, but only gonna be able to deal with Walco before getting taken down here. 30 kills in between Fruit Cup and B-Wills so far in this first half. Definitely Fruit Cup, the big story here. B-Wills in the early game was having that impact set up by Benley, and a 9-3 half is your reward. A fantastic T side being brought to the table here. And between Skinrave and Boss hopping into their defense now, trying to close things out.
I mean, the last time Boss played here on Mirage, it was a 13-2 win, but it's against Overnight. It's not really a notable win. They lost to Mythic here, for example. Okay, maybe I can't say that anymore because Mythic are, you know, they won't advance technically. So there's that going on. But still, maybe that was a little bit of a wake-up call for Boss. And man, oh man, it has been good here. However, all that being said, Skinrave tend to be fairly strong on their T sides because of Cryptic. His calling is really solid.
That target right there. They knew exactly where Bewells was playing on this pistol. Now Slight looking to cut off some heads. Able to isolate a target. He's controlling jungle right now for as long as possible, but you can't expect that to last forever. Eventually they break through. Now they have to retake through CT and connector. Great trades offered up there. Not allowing for things to get out of the picture, and Skinrave's going to bring home a pistol. As you said, these T-sides still can be so lethal. Cryptic's calling. Going to look to try and get them back into the mix.
I think
this round's how you do it.
Yeah, what's crazy is like after yesterday, you came back from a 10-2, you're just like, guys, we have one more round than we did yesterday. Let's just pull it back again on the T side once more. So I doubt there's any type of concern or panic in the minds of Skinrave. They know what they're capable of. They also understand that a lot of those rounds came down to, you know, slightly missed opportunities or clutches edging the other way. Bewells smoking to get tossed towards ramp. And now, well, I mean, Util's out, but this force buy might not have much teeth to it. And yeah, there you go. Marky and Walco going to get the opening frags. A-site overwhelmed, and I think Boss may just opt to save what they've got left.
Sorry, I'm laughing at Junior tossing the bomb over to his teammate. And then going and picking it up, realizing, fine, I'll plant. I'll hold the ecos off for a little while longer. Punching the digits first, since no one else wants to do it. Junior gonna start on a little bit of a hunt here. Not all that atypical for him to be rocking like a Mac 10 in these sort of rounds and trying to get op money as soon as possible. But no casualties taken so far out of this T side, and pretty much going to be trailing 3 rounds if Fruit Cup, Stiegel, and whatever. I mean, I imagine he's going to toss that scout back over to Slight if that doesn't provide much impact here for Boss. They'll be able to get back into the swing of things here fairly quickly.
Alrighty. Yeah, it doesn't take much sometimes, MR12, to get you back into a match, even when it looks very one-sided. Nade gonna get tossed there towards Darty. He's taking down 27. That's not the nade Walker wanted to throw. It happens. A little bit of an off game for Walco. But at the same time, he's had some key moments. See if he can pick it up here and help Skinrave in their recovery. Marky's just slipped through the A site. Completely unnoticed. Hey, speaking of Walco, he gets 2! Helping on the anti-eco. Certainly Marky will fall, but 1 frag before he is dropped down to dirt. And while it's only a Mac 10, right, that Marty gets, so he goes with the scout that's dropped by Slight instead. Oh, what a shot from Fruit Cup! Oh my goodness, God. Fruit Cup! Stop it, what is happening? Okay, there we go. Things settle down. Walco with a quad kill. But Fruit Cup, this is, I mean, in his prime days, right, when we were watching him play with this Boss squad, that was the type of stuff we were seeing on a regular basis. And he's still young. I don't know why I'm saying it like he's old now, but he just had his down times, right? He's been in a slump for a while, but that is some insane work that he's pulled off.
So good with the Deagle. We know that's a weapon that he is, you know, specialized in. Right there, you see it again flare up. It's just always a threat, I feel like, in any given round when he buys that weapon. And it's exactly that reason. But as you said, stepping up in tip-top shape here for this matchup. Trying to hold it for Boss. And so much damage done alone is already a little bit of value. This mid-lurking, making things interesting here, because Bewells is out in the wide open. Walco threatens a little bit of damage dealing with Slight here, but so much more resistance still on that A bomb site ready to go. And they're starting to dwindle the numbers. Fruit Cup on a quick rotation, able to help out as well. And Brutal stuff.
I mean, you know, in a round that they lost Fruit Cup, I saw it yesterday happen as well. You know, he got a couple of frags in the tail end of the half. They didn't win the round, but he had a smile on his face and he was feeling good about it. And afterwards, he got a 3K or something in the pistol round and helped them win it. So I feel like he's powering himself up. 23-8 now. Cryptic and Junior looking for a path in. The A-site's the right choice. The question is, do they realize where Darty is under the balcony? Do they have the util to deal with this? Not really. I mean, a couple of flashes. I guess you can throw a pop flash for this position, but they're probably just going to go off contact, and that works out. Darty gone. 2v3 now. Fruit Cup, the most threatening player on the server right now, lines it up but can't knock it down. Cryptic wins that duel, and now we're down to even numbers. Good flashbang thrown, but Bewills was ready for it. Just pre-fired the angle, had the timing right, and Junior is now the last one standing. Shot connects, but it's not going to be a kill, and Ben Leet will put him down. Boss are up to double digits.
Great finish right there. If you're on the side of Skinrave, rather, you're going to be happy that you're able to threaten a little bit in that round, but you could see how frustrated Cryptic was trying to press that advantage in towards CT, hoping that flash could connect for another kill. Instead, gets pushed back. I mean, Junior in a 1v2 clutch, though, I do feel like is very winnable. In this case, Boss pushing past as soon as they get those gun rounds out. Such a promising sign.
Sails out, Walco. He's tickled a little bit, not too fussed. Down to 93. And a rare moment of silence in the server. These two teams have been going at it toe to toe pretty aggressively. Skinrave got the guns out again. Junior, I mean, not having the expected impact, and I mentioned it, usually he's good for a decent performance, even when he's having an off map, or his team is, but right here, that unfortunately isn't the case for Skinrave. Walco slipping into window. This is promising. B-Wills has two angles to watch and can't choose the one. Can't pick from one, and will get a frag. Almost turns on Laxi. Excuse me, on Walco, but Laxi's the one to get the frag, and then Marky punches through the site. Finding Darty. This is all going Skinrave's way. Oh my goodness. Complete shutdown, and Boss will fall.
Turn up the heat right there. Couple of kills and just a great position there. Shutting down B-Wills. Nothing he can do in such a condensed position. Going for even more there. As he controls the jungle side. Close things off. Skinrave. Went up to 7. They bounce right back here. Only gonna be shot and far from out of the picture right now. For the CT side, flash is perfect there. They're gonna chase down. Now Junior misses a shot and splitting the difference right now. Benlead able to provide a couple of kills as well. At least Cryptic keeping things contained. They'll maintain their man advantage. They should have open access towards a B site right now as Cryptic goes clearing, but still got to be diligent that there's not any players pushing through apartments or anything of that nature.
Yeah, and I mean, while, you know, Boss are taking up the space in T spawn and mid, Skinrave are already at B. And eventually this bomb's going to get planted, probably before Darty can activate up Cat. And yeah, that is the case. Once they get into that post plant, it really won't matter what direction Boss are coming from because they'll be ready for it. And there it is. Round probably over with that.
Already activated with this Deagle. Nothing afforded to him now with that smoke that blooms right in his face. Maybe some exit damage attempted.
Yeah.
Op is held on to by B-Wills. That's a pretty nifty reward for him. Has a molly as well. I mean, this is actually going to be kind of hard to save. That bomb doing quite a bit of damage here. Yeah, he forces Cryptic through the molly. They're all going to have to run through. And they should be good. Just about being able to escape right there. Smart move from B-Wills. Trying to apply some exit damage, but I understand the idea of running far, far away with that AWP. Want to make sure to hold on to that. And most importantly, rip it away from your opponent's hands.
Eight to 10. Skinrave trying to do it again in back-to-back nights. Well, not a night right now, it's actually afternoon, but back-to-back days where they come back from a very large deficit on their opponent's map pick to tear it away from them. They're 2 rounds away from tying it up, and Boss are fully invested here. Slight still has a little bit of cash, 3.3k to be precise. But that's not what they're thinking about. They need an 11th to shut Skinrave down.
Even they keep on rolling up here. Their executions, the way that they work this map control, they avoid taking any opening deaths and find these sort of slow crawls towards middle. Right there, prime example of it. Look at the angle that Junior takes, leading the pack, trying to find the opener there. Provide some damage. In the meantime, we've seen a lot of boosting in towards window. Cryptic walks into the AWP. Slight. Ended over an easy pickup. And now finally a man advantage for Boss on the CT side. Contained though. Now Markey threatens through Palace right now. Spots out another player towards CT. Has to be careful of A main right now, and it is going to be exposed. But Darty forced to reveal his hand right now. And they know where these A defenders are, so they're able to deal with them. B-Will's still fighting for this round on 20 HP. He's going to have to maybe call in for a little bit of help from his teammates now.
I'm a little surprised Junior's the one planting the bomb there, because you kind of want the op watching the long-range angles, and now, couldn't get the shot off there. Does connect on the first one. Needs a second, finds it. Junior! Going for the 1v3 off clutch, and Junior absolutely destroys it. 9th round secured for Skinrave. All the BM added as salt to the wound, and Boss are reeling.
Oh, that's so pretty right there. I mean, again, that's why I say when you're Junior and you're in a 1v2 clutch, it's a good situation to be in if you're Skinrave right there. And in a 1v3, look at the way he isolates his targets. Perfection coming through from Junior. So little positioning to play off of right there to avoid getting double swung and just kind of getting nullified there in that clutch with the op. But he finds the perfect way to dance around the default box and find the 1v3 clutch here, keeping Skinrave not only in this comeback here, but now just 1 round off of it.
Well, he had an off game up to that point, but that certainly makes up for it. Contributing with 3 huge frags. Cryptic, an opener here. Slight gone. They're just running through the B site. They are taking no prisoners. Skinrave have found their mojo, and we're going to be tied up at 10.
You have to imagine they're really feeling the success of yesterday in that 2-1 or 2-10 comeback, as you highlighted, and completely rolling back into this matchup in stride. A fantastic showcase of the resiliency of this team. Darty not certain to save his gun. Getting chased down here, dealt with by Markey. Easy trade, easy pickup here. And we are all tied up the 3-9 scoring line just to go right back into the swing of things with a 1-7 run. Only a single hiccup, and again, that was the Junior 1v2 missed opportunity here in the second half. Only round that they've lost so far.
Yeah. We can't forget the Junior. I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about, the Junior attempt in that first half, right?
No, the second when Cryptic and Junior were in the 4v2.
Okay. So then we look back on that first one as well, right? And imagine what a different story it would be with those 2 rounds. Anyway, Skinrave don't care about the past, only the future. And Laxi and Cryptic are again taking care of business. It's just an anti-eco, but they're tearing through everyone on Boss. Fruit Cup isolated. You can see it on his face. Kind of feels like something not very good is about to come through here in this map of play. Laxi planting the bomb, and it is going to be round over. It's just a matter of how much damage Fruit Cup and Ben can do here. I mean, they're going to hang around. They should, because additional $50 for every kill you get.
That's a couple of extra kills right there. Plus 1 hundo for Ben Lee. He goes down swinging. Now we'll see if Fruit Cup can make anything happen with his deagle here once again. Provide some damage with the lead going to be conceded here. Moving targets on his screen. And eventually connects onto Walco. Want to give him all the duels in the world. He's going to go down with a ship. Keeps him drawn in for a little while longer, but knows that his days are numbered with that bomb blast here. Skinrave now claim an 11th here. They push past the comeback. Set a little bit of frustration in to this CT side. And now only have 1 or 2 rounds rather to try and take a map advantage here heading into their map pick.
First lead in round 22. That's insane for Skinrave. And to think that, you know, Boss had 10 such a long time ago, and Skinrave may be the team to take the lead. Excuse me, take map point first. Laxi! Told you these frags come in bunches for him. There are 2. Bentley trades him out, but he's taking a lot of damage in his escape. So he's down to 33. That being said, all of Skinrave are hovering around the half health mark. Bomb going to get dropped by Walco for someone behind him because he's going to take an opening duel. Goes into Palace. Will he have support? Yes. The bomb is going with him. Bodies are up and running for Boss. Ooh, this is an aggressive posture from Darty. I kind of like it. Yeah, he catches Marky. A little bit of sleep there, not expecting the player to be in that angle, and Slight drops Walco. It's all into Junior. Another 1v3. Can he do it twice?
Conditions. Have to imagine there's no way. Completely boxed in towards Palace. He's waiting for a mistake out of the CT side that just won't come through here now. Complete patience. And eventually going to have to activate here. So a little bit of concern set in right now for Slight. As you can see, he has to get off the line and watch the potential of Junior jumping in towards window, maybe making a flank towards the B side. And a smoke to allow for a bomb plant, something of that nature could help out, but now Slight just posts up. He's back on the angle towards Palace. And now he's not. I don't know if Junior's actually going to try this one.
I feel like he should just try to send it and plant the bomb.
Going, but no time to plant any longer. Darty will just punish him from the A ramp side of things. Double op picked up for Darty.
That was my one argument for him not going, is maybe handing over the double op, but it felt like at the last thing, he's like, oh, I'll try for something. Maybe they're not here anymore. Maybe I bamboozled them. But with 3 players alive, usually there's going to be one watching the B site, and it's very unlikely. But yeah, Boss, finally get another round. We're tied up at 11 apiece. We are going the full 24. Skinrave having another excellent T side. And Boss, well, they need another answer here.
Finally string 2 rounds in a row here on the CT side and allow them to reclaim the lead, and not only that, but take map point as well. But A execute is going to be the answer here from Cryptid to try and close out and take 12 first. Utility tossed in, try and flush them out of position here. Multiple flashes, but it catches onto Cryptic right there. And a great opener out of Darty, but he's left outside looking in. The rest of the team is watching gray screens on the smokes right now. Comfortable access for a plant.
Oh, Laxi.
They're trying to boost, but I think that smoke was too good.
Laxi just waiting in the smoke, and Marky strikes for 2 immediately. Then the third. The icing on the cake. Skinrave are indeed the first team to get to map point. They have one crack at it, but that's a wicked 4K from Marky to jump up to 26 frags.
Did it with 24 health. Look at that lineup right there. You couldn't ask for anything better. B-Wills and Fruit Cup turning that corner, and the continued aggression there from Skinrave. They had a vision for that round right there, and that was to fight for CT control. Everyone commits, and Marky pushes them past Boss once again for 12. A chance to have map point first, somehow down 3-9. And now they have a chance to take this map here. One shot.
If they do take it, it'll be a 10-2 run that they win the map on. And these T sides continue to impress, not forgetting they will start T side of Overpass once we switch over. And you usually would be like, oh, that's not good news. No, well, not for Skinrave, apparently. They're embracing these T sides. Oh boy, almost the advantage for Junior, but he hits the shot. Not a kill, and they take the damage as a result.
There's down to half HP for the cost of a lot of damage. Look at Laxi find that opener, though.
Look at
He
Cryptic's
punishes the
angle, too.
boost. And Cryptic playing right on the edge of that smoke and way too exposed as B-Wills trying to thread in a little bit of aggression here. Benley rushing up the catwalk trying to save this round. Can he do anything more? He can't escape. The molly is cutting off his cross backwards. It's like taken down just the same. Junior trying to push him past the finish line. And it's Marky that does so. The comeback complete here. 13-11 from down 9-3.
I told you. The Skinrave team does not panic when they're down after a CT side. They go to T side, and they know what they're capable of. Unbelievable stuff. I mean, we're going to get the numbers in soon, but I want to talk about it a little earlier because Junior, you're probably going to see him be like, I think 12 and 15 or something like that. But the frags, those 12 that he got were so important. One of them in a clutch that doesn't come through because he doesn't have the kit. And then another one that fell apart a little bit in his attempt to win a round. But that one he did get, the 1v3, absolutely the key to winning, right? Because if they don't get that, then it's probably going to go the way of Boss. I don't know if they'd be able to complete the comeback at that stage. But yeah, unbelievable stuff. And then at the last round as well, those two rapid fire op shots to seal the deal, Cole.
I think right now you look at that 1v3 is not necessarily the turning point, but definitely a catalyst to make sure that everyone believes, right? When Junior's making those moves and dancing around that default box like he did, it's just then you have the full faith that the comeback is going to be complete. They're going to be able to seal the deal, right? And that's the difference maker right there. Boss missed out on a big opportunity because Fruit Cup just dropped 24 kills and hauled it in both halves, trying to push them across the finish line, maybe slowed down a little bit towards the tail end, but was still showing that impact, and they couldn't get it done.
That's got to sting for Fruit Cup as well, because I feel like he did everything he had to in this series, right? And I mean, they did get 11 rounds. It's as close as it gets. So, but at the end of it, Skinrave just a little bit better on their T side. B-Wills as well was good, as you'd expect. And we're going to check out the numbers on the other side. Marky somehow surpassing Fruit Cup with crazy impact on the server. I was impressed with what he was doing as well. We can't take anything away from him. And Cryptic. In the early goings, when things were looking a little rough on that CT side, Cryptic was able to at least squeeze a couple of rounds across the line.
Yeah, I mean, a huge influence in that T side there. Also, again, kind of leading by example as a IGL that's just had to do it last night and a big comeback effort on that T side. Being able to make sure that his team had a couple of defensive rounds in some of those clutches is really important. He was able to deliver that, as you said.
All right, well, we got another map coming up. It's going to be Overpass. We saw what Boss could do yesterday on that map. It's not Boss, excuse me. We saw what Skinrave could do yesterday on that map up against Marsborn. We'll see if they can do it again today and end this in a 2, or if Boss have it in them for a bit of a comeback.
It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the fucking cup. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh my god, he got so much money! That was hilarious! Everything to be gained. The blaster swing! Come on! The first is in! Come on, horse! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been planning this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me. Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool. The players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house. And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games. And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something to be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these. So I'd love to see you here. Come to Vegas, come support North American Counter-Strike. Love to see you here. I said it 3 times.
Please come twice.
What? Oh God, yeah, please come to the event. We desperately need you to be here. Otherwise, NACS will die. You know what? There we go. There you go. You just do that whole thing at the end. That'll be perfect.
It's time for Steal Mike's Skins.
Give it here, Tier 3 caster. Give it. This is mine. They threw. I lost my $2. I deserve this. Give it. Mine. This is mine. I want it. Give me.
Welcome back to another Steal Mike's Skins, powered by none other than Flom. Show the people Flom. Give the people what they want, and it is Flom. That's my streamer right there. All right, hopping on into this. We got a very special guest with us. We got Freshy coming on in. Freshy, you ready to try and steal my skins?
I'll do my best.
I believe in you. So the way this game works, for anyone who's not familiar, is you're going to get 4 trivia questions. Each question that you answer correctly will give you a ball to drop into our Magic Plinko board. That will then give you the chance to win skins. So without further ado, let's get into the trivia. How do you feel about your trivia skills here, Freshy?
50-50, we'll find out.
So either success or not. Everything's 50-50 in that sense.
That's
let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. First trivia question coming on in here. We're starting with the math. You said you didn't want math. Too bad. You buy it all. P250, a Molotov, and a decoy. How much did you spend? Is it A, 5,000, B, 500, C, 5,250, or D, 6,500?
That's gonna be 5,500.
Lock it in. B is the answer, and you are, of course, correct. Coming on in here.
No way.
Oh, he did math live successfully. First question correct. Moving on to question number 2 here. Red for the glorious victory.
Nice.
That's what we're going with here. Moving on in. Question number 2 coming on in here. Who shouted, "What are you doing?" after a famous team kill at DreamHack Winter 2014? Is it A, Semler, B, Sadakist, C, Anders, or D, Moses?
Moses.
We're going with D, Moses. Is it D, Moses?
Nope.
It's C, Anders. Oh, but good guess. Good guess. You went with the NA guy here, and I personally appreciate that one. So we'll move on. 1 for 2 here. Halfway point. How confident are you feeling now?
Still 50-50. So far it's been 50-50, so we'll find out.
True enough. Maintaining your own statistics. Moving on to question 3 here. Question 3 coming on in. What 2010 sci-fi thriller directed by Christopher Nolan featured dreams within dreams? Is it A, Memento, B, The Prestige, C, The Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, or D, Inception?
This is hard. I don't really watch these. But, you know, my gut's telling me the longest answer is always the one correct. So C.
Nope.
In this instance, you are wrong, my friend. It was Inception D. Both of those very good movies. Actually, all of these very good movies. Would recommend. Would recommend these movies. It's a good list. Good list coming on in. All right, so if your 50-50 rule holds true, then you need to get this next one correct. So here's our last question coming on in here, Freshie. What is the name of this Super Mario character? Is it A, Bullet Bill, B, Bang Bang, C, Betty Boom, or D, Kabloo E?
Well, seems like my 50-50 is correct because it's Bullet Bill!
Hey, let's go. This man knows his Mario. 50-50 coming through. 2 of 4 questions correct. And that means, Freshie, you get 2 chances to drop balls into this beautiful Plinko board. Choose a letter A through G. If you get the 2, it's 2 skins. 1 skin. Middle, 3 skins. X is pretty self-explanatory there.
Okay. I'm feeling an E.
Feeling an E? We're starting on E. Taking a bump. Stand far over towards the left. Hop. Skip.
Oh my God.
At the end, 2 skins locked in. 2 of my skins going to you, Freshie.
Okay. You know, I want to end it with an F for Freshie, for sure.
F for Freshie. F for Freshie. Dropping on in here. What do we got? Oh, it's straight over towards the middle. Sticking towards the middle. Bouncing left. Going back towards its original spot. But no, this one's into the X. 2 skins coming on in for you, Freshie.
We'll take it.
2 of my skins stolen. How do you feel after that victory?
I feel great. I really thought I was going to get 0, but I'll take 2. 2 right answers, 2 skins. We'll take it.
Let's go. 2 is the magic number of the day. Thank you so much for joining us. And that's another Steel Mike Skins.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another PrizePicks Any Revival series here. Map number 2 is Boss versus Skinrave on Overpass, and it should be an exciting one. Last time Boss were here was a month ago here, Cole. I mean, it was up against X Chicken Coop, and it didn't go well. A 7-13 loss, and they've actually been challenged by the lower tiers of ECL on this map, and it hasn't looked good. On the other side, Skinrave have a 3-game win streak, and they started bringing this map in as a pick yesterday. So, I mean, you might think, oh, that's recent. No, Cryptic was ready to play it, and my oh my, it was good.
Yeah, I think that's the big detail here is the level, again, of preparation that I know this team is willing to do here. Cryptic getting ready for these matchups here. It's kind of a bit of a stronghold of his calling, and I think that sort of consistency is at least going to hopefully be maintained. They had to deal with so much firepower in that first half of Mirage, but the comeback already setting the tone for the sort of form we know Skinrave is in right now. And able to deliver in the final moments, having, you know, different pieces step up. You look at what Junior was able to do in some of those clutches. You look at Marky all the way through that T side, powering them up on his lurks. You're going to have all of those same luxuries here for this map of Overpass.
And here we go. Right into it. Not wasting any time. Skinrave. Cryptic at the helm. Called up a storm yesterday and abused the weaknesses of Marsborn repeatedly. It was the B site that they kept hitting there. And look where they're starting. Over on B, but Darty's here this time, and he's going to get 3 before he's shut down by Cryptic. And now Cryptic takes a bullet right to the head. Ben Leet delivering his death. Junior, last one available, 1v4. Doesn't look like Skinrave are going to get off to the start they had yesterday, at least not on the pistol round.
For those flashes to be able to blind it up. An interesting bounce on that utility. I thought it was going to catch Darty, but instead able to avoid the util. Junior. Nothing much more he can say there on the pistol. And a great start for Boss to try and reset here. Had a little bit of time during that break to talk things over, and probably not happy with how Mirage went at the end of the day, but have to set their focus on this map, and they know they get a CT side start, so I think importantly, I want to see a little bit more out of both the operas here. As we enter into this map of Overpass, we know this can be a great map on both sides of the to get the op rolling, and so we'll kind of see if they're able to do that for the side of Slight on this CT side especially. Getting opportunities. I think he's going to try and farm up some cash flow on this anti-eco.
Or will they get farmed up by Cryptic's Deagle? Gonna sail through Cryptic.
Oh.
Rattles off a couple of shots. Ben Lee to the rescue of Slight, because he was getting battered a little bit by the nades and the bullets, and Ben's just casually tapping away. Cool as a cucumber. B-Will's gonna get flanked out. Walco's looking for information. He wants to see how much he can find here. Oh, I'm surprised he doesn't flick around a little bit sooner to catch the other one, but it doesn't matter anyway. Slight is gonna fall. Walco doing work with the Glock, and eventually he is cut down. There's only so much Junior can do here. They know exactly where he is. Probably just going to surround him. There's the nade and the final blow. Great effort from Walco to at least collect a couple of frags, but Fruit Cup's going to add the BM right on back. They've been going back and forth with that throughout the entirety of the series so far.
It's quite nice that they're able to take down Slight, force some reinvestment, don't allow him to get too much of that eco farm rolling off there. So 2 kills off the Walco Glock. It's going to be the damage that they're able to do in this round. As you said, the back and forth here going to continue, but first gun round in order. It's going to be a bonus here coming through out of Boston. P9's held on to. Famas just the same for Darty. And look at the nade stack that's tossed in. Darty eating utility. Down to 18 HP, and that allows him to just coast in through the short control right now. So much flak taken here out of the util. And Darty going to try and... No, he's going to be the one that boosts here. I guess it's a headshot angle off the back of the flash. He's going to spot out one, but it's a quick reaction from Marky. He reads that flash play perfectly. It almost baits him to turn around right there, and an opening pick finished off there by Marky.
Marky's just waiting for it, right? He's like, okay, come on. I dare you. Double dare you. And they try it, and he absolutely punishes. 55 seconds. Oh, and they boost back against Skinrave. Excuse me, against, yeah, Skinrave. I gotta wake up. It's been a lot of BO3s for me in a row these past few days. But, yeah, I'm feeling it a little bit. But 35 seconds on the clock. Skinrave. They want to start finding their groove here and getting around on the board, and this is a step closer to it. Marky finding the space. Ben Leet, though, cuts down Laxi, so their lurk is gone. They have to activate quickly. Hit players are still here. A lot of damage done to B-Wills, but he's still alive. They find Fruit Cup, but there's another player lurking around. It is Slight, and he will make it a 2v1. Eventually cut down by Walco. Ben Leet, last one alive. 1v1. 10 seconds, you're right. Oh, the bomb can't be planted.
Oh,
it's going to be close. It's going to be close.
Yeah,
just barely.
Plant it here, and he repositions. He gets into safety, and he gets cut off there. Walco able to deliver in the clutch there. Big step up for him now. Benley shut out of the opportunity, and Walco pulls it all the way back from the brink.
Unbelievable stuff from Walco. I mean, that slow start on Mirage feels like a distant memory now. This is the rifler they were hoping he'd be when they brought him on board in the Skinrave squad. And, you know, looking at the money situation for Boss, it's not that great. 2 A1Ss, 2 MP9s, and a Scout bought up. I mean, that should they lose here, that T side can start ratcheting up the pressure. Marky.
Been doing all the way through this.
Yeah.
And he is so active on some of these lurks. We saw it in Palace over and over again, being able to threaten unsuccessful aggression. And right now, it's not even Marky that has to do the heavy lifting. 2 players left and right on the short side. But Darty, clean headshot there and finds the follow-up as well. Great work. Eats an HE as his only bit of punishment. And now it's up to Junior sliding his way out of Monster. This is a big spot from him. And he's going to be able to find the kills to back it up. He takes down the high HP bar, and he's able to deliver the multi-kill because of that positioning. So surprising. Slight with the scout only, taking some more damage here. And The B side opened up because of it here. Laxi also on the A side, so she's going to have a flank opportunity, but they're also probably going to be aware of flanks here now that Laxi's going to go and cover off this CT positioning.
I don't think there they go. Slight's dead. Ben Leet, the last one standing. And that's just such a good play from Junior. I have to highlight it. Waiting patiently, seeing if he can spot out another player before he fires away. And then he does, but he goes for the player that's a little bit more difficult first and then finishes off the easy one second. So well done. And a second round for Skinrave, leaving Ben Leet probably a little frustrated. Saving the Galil. It's something. Unfortunately for Boss, it's the only thing they'll be able to run in this next round. Otherwise, they'll just absolutely cripple their money. That's a nice play from Darty, too. But look at this. I mean, that's just fantastic work from Junior.
Yeah, I think it's one of the challenges that presents itself for Boss in that round, just because they don't have a lot of utility to cover off some of the choke points, that the lurking becomes that much more effective. And they get themselves some very clean opening opportunities. And now Darty does punish, of course, but the constant press through short and out monster without any smokes to worry about or anything of that nature, such a luxury. And they're doing the same thing here. Cryptic realizing what he can get away with in these rounds right now, it feels like. And as you said, you know, the calling's been great all day on these T sides. Yesterday, just the same, but part of the foundation of this team, I feel like, is the prep work and spotting out weaknesses in the defense and targeting them is a trend for Cryptic. And right now, I think he smells blood in the water towards short.
And it's just that the executes are so well thought out and timed that you can go for a site repeatedly, and it's still going to be difficult even when you're expecting it. Fruit Cup activating again with the Deagle, though, brings it back to a 3v3. Does he find a third to really help this retake activate? No, and even if he did, they don't have kits, so, I mean, it wouldn't have really been possible. But still, nice damage again for Fruit Cup. Maybe he can build himself up once more and be able to contribute in the next one. But for now, it'll be a third for Skinrave.
I don't know if he was making it.
No, he's dead.
Tried to find some sort of path through this one. Extra kill on the Ben lead as well. So crucially, the single AK is going to be held on to at least, but a couple of kills on the exit there for Skinrave as well. Fruit Cup and his deadly Deagle continue to do damage. And another gun round going to fly by, and another round that Slight unfortunately not going to be wielding the AWP here again. Money just not in the picture for that opportunity. Rather unfortunate here, given how easy it can make some of those CT rounds having an op to back up your positioning and aggressive play.
Oh, Walco? Yeah, he's dead. Ben Leet had to jump on him. Walco not, I mean, ready for the fight around the corner, but not expecting Ben Leet to be up that close, I believe. 5v4 earned by Boss, and Junior almost tears it back, but the shot goes wide by a hair, and he survives by a hair as well. Only 1 HP.
Oh my god.
Marky, what an entry onto B. How does that materialize? An opener for Boss. Junior misses a shot, down to 1 point of health, and then Skinrave just blow into the B site. They don't have the bomb. That's a problem. Darty will shut that down, and now B Wells tries to activate. So it looked good for a moment, but without that bomb, Skinrave end up in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's huge pressure point right now put on, but Cryptic's still kicking. Goes down to 18 HP here. And Laxi asked to do even more here. Was able to thread in some damage on the lurk, but now he's getting pressed by Darty. Active move from him. Playing consistently forward there. The double up through the short pipe puts Cryptic into a 1v2. And this one on just 18 HP. It's like going to join up with his teammate. They know exactly where Cryptic was. There's no secret about this one. Running a little bit low on time as well, and it's just such a deadly setup. Already seen there by Darty. I think there's an op somewhere around the corner there for Slight to try and retrieve. Darty going to grab it instead, and a big opportunity for Boss to try and bounce back here now on the defense.
I mean, it looked like Skinrave were going to win that round, right? As soon as they take that space into the B site. But Darty makes a brilliant play through short pipe to cut off the bomb carrier. And then afterwards, B-Wills manages to maneuver his way back on B to have enough impact as well so Darty can feel comfortable. Even though, you know, he does die, but Darty's the one who takes care of business. That being said, Marky going to hit his prize picks check mark for more than 28.5 kills. He didn't need that much to get there due to his performance on map number 1. Only 2 required, so there you go. I think Fruit Cup's close too.
So, a boost here goes wrong for Laxi. And it sets up aggression now for Bentley. He's going to control so much of the map right now. Calling playground completely clear. Knife out for Walco, stunned by the follow-up aggression. Now, Bentley does have to try and fight his way out of this position, but every second he chews off the clock, going to be adding more and more value. Junior going to look to try and thread the needle on this. Did he spot him here? I don't know. Junior trying to get the jump on him, and eventually pulls the trigger. So a little bit of relief here now. There's still so much to claw through, and multiple players ready to join up on A, but B-Wills is caught stunned just the same. Didn't expect for that front bathrooms control out of Cryptic. Double up inside connector and Slight alone on the site at the moment.
I love the way Skinrave were just holding their nerve too, you know, not rushing into
my
anything.
God.
Cryptic gets another one from the same position. Now the flank activates. It's not over yet for Boss, but eventually you think Skinrave gonna have a peek here. They do. They know. They know. They can plant on the other side of dice. Absolutely will. Now it gets infinitely harder for Boss to crack back into this site. Nade gets Fruit Cup down to 72. He's jiggling around, hoping a peek comes through, but it will not. Cryptic almost collects his third. Darty lucky to be alive, honestly. Fruit Cup closing the distance. Darty now falls. What a flick from Cryptic to get the fourth too! You gotta be joking me! 4-3 for Skinrave. Cryptic's doing it all, calling up a storm and hitting the shots.
This is how it starts. Remember, it's a 5v3. Now, I think Bentley was always going to die there. But Cryptic being able to pull this deficit back, and we talk about a guy that had to lift them up in that first half to just give them 3 rounds. Look what he's doing early on in this half to make sure they don't have to claw back a big deficit again. Cryptic on the back of that round, going to get his prize picks check mark for more than 28.5 kills and showing that fantastic form.
I can't believe it. Just such patience there for Skinrave. And it just showed, oh, Marky's dead. That's a great flash. And they're going to have an AK as well. But now they know, so they can just kind of, ratchet up the pace towards A. But that's what's fantastic about Cryptic, right? You know, he faces adversity and didn't really have that yesterday. He was just going to the B site repeatedly, and Marsborn weren't able to adapt in the mid round. Now you have Ben Lead, who's a more experienced IGL, who is able to adapt. But on the other side, Cryptic's like, all right, I'll dip into my playbook even further. Come up with that. Slight, gonna get another here, and this is a little problematic for the side of Skinrave, but they do get it under control, at least in a 3v3. B-Wills has the A1S. What a shot from Fruit Cup. Can he get another one? Yes, he can! 2v1 now, thanks to Fruit Cup's Deagle. Junior in another 1vx clutch. This time it's 2 bodies that needs to find. He won't get the first. Fruit Cup saves the day, and Boss are tying it up.
Great work there from Fruit Cup. And again, his weapon of choice right there. It feels like on these ecos every time. Gets a shot and finds the follow-up to instant Deagle headshots that he brings to the table. Such a difference maker. And Skinrave falling up against the eco off the back of a great flash play and a rifle recovered. Enough delay out of Slight as well. Just being able to find that 1-for-1 even. Put the numbers even more favorably into the pocket. Now it's eco territory for Skinrave. 4 rounds, they want a little bit extra on this T side. They know they can bring it, especially after getting good in that last. So, see what they can do on this one. Gonna just ignore Ben Lead at this point, but that's tough to ignore. Continues to provide impact, covering off long. Fruit Cup will rotate in alongside Slight. Things should be comfortable to coast here as the headshots continue to be doled out. Oh, nice headshot to Bentley. He's not going to give him another duel. Junior just trying to provide a threat. Oh my god, he finished just off the hop-up slight.
Okay.
Always nice to get the better end of your opposition there, especially if it's Glock versus Op, but just some exit damage done for Skinrave. Go back to the gun rounds.
Still, I mean, 4 rounds, T-side overpass, already, you know, serviceable. Skinrave trying to make it a little bit more, and I feel like given the back and forth nature of this, it is very likely. Fruit Cup, more than 30.5 kills. He has been very strong for Boss today. You know, win or lose, it's good to see Fruit Cup competing like this up against a team like Skinrave. Those 2 deagle shots a couple of rounds ago. Helping Boss get back into this. Falco takes an opening duel, supported by Junior, and then swings around for a second. While this is all happening, Cryptic sets up Marky with a perfect flashbang to go for a fight into B, and it's all leaning Skinrave in this round.
They've been dealing with these aggressive connector setups so much, and sending 2 players is the problem now. Marky going to continue to cut them off. This is going to be a win through elimination here soon if Fruit Cup doesn't have anything to say about it. And he just might. 2 kills in the 1v5. But his position on the opposite side of the map, and the Op ready to cut them off before the bomb even goes down here. 5-5 now, right back to the tied scoreline. So the back and forth continues. As you said, well set up. Look at that flashbang. Nothing you could do right
So
there.
good.
Perfectly done. Executed by Marky.
It's not even just that, right? The flashbang was great and all, but the double swing into connector, the support, the spacing, the timing, everything was perfect for Skinrave on that round, and strategically, they continue to impress. 1:47 on the clock, 11th round of play. Boss really need to go into this second half with a lead on their CT side, or at least a 6th. Going down 7-5 against Skinrave, who are also very good on the CT side of this map, is not going to be very favorable for a chance at a 3rd coming through.
The resistance that they put towards this B side early to try and establish a foothold. Marky's threaded the needle quite nicely again. This time, Fruit Cup ready to deal with it here. Not going to get caught surprised. And Binley falling off of long. Or falling off a front bath right now. And that 4-man A stack that was brought into the picture. Sorry, B stack. It's now going to be adjusted. A lot of rotates lining up towards this A side. Now Cryptic trying to distract as much as possible.
Pulls a rotation.
B was more committed now towards B. Does have a quick rotate spot, but position on this A defense is still looking promising. It's going to need some of that impact out of sight. He's going to have to dance around this box, and Bentley continuing to provide impact there, but traded out 1 for 1.
25 seconds left on the clock. They don't have time to pull back to B, so Cryptic's going to have to join the advance towards the A site. They're moving in. Boss have the bodies. They've got the numbers, and Slight will hit that shot onto Walco. Bomb planted. So a post-plant situation here. 4v2, and shots continue to be rattled off. Skinrave desperately trying to stay alive.
They're all rushing in. Oh, but Junior can't reposition with his AWP here. Cryptic trying to dance on the site. He has an AK in hand here, able to play around the smoke. And another kill offered up by Cryptic, trying to deliver another round. Just needs to deal with the Opper spotted now. Reload available. Slight not going to chase him just yet. Uncrouching and stepping up here for a massive clutch. Cryptic does it again, and Skinrave push past the lead.
How does he do that again? A 2v4 post-plant. It felt like the plant was honestly good enough given the circumstances, but Cryptic, a quad kill for a 2nd time in the half, and Skinrave are the ones applying all the pressure here. 6-5 in their favor.
Maximum pressure there applied. And now chasing things down here. Darty trying to fight for control of short. He's been one out consistently out of the P side here. And Walco even able to trade out 1 for 1, spotting out more resistance. She puts a little bit of Marky on notice, and Fruka continuing to thread in some success here, but they want to fight tooth and nail for the short control. Sight is still present in towards this short side, but breaking through is Junior with the op. Not even planting the bomb right now.
Jeez.
Again, it's a win through elimination. Uninterested in getting those numbers punched in. They are bloodthirsty.
I mean, you know, yesterday Cryptic was more focused on the strat calling, and today he's doing both the calling and the fragging. Although we did have some fantastic contributions from Walco early on in the half, it is Cryptic that really took over at the key moments on the T side. 14 on the board, leads the server in that category, above Fruit Cup, who's also been trying to stand head and toes above the rest of his team to deliver rounds, but it feels like oftentimes it's just him and everyone else not really able to contribute, which in past matches, it was Slight that was doing that. And now for Slight to fall silent at such a critical time, especially on CT side, opping of overpass is a little troubling for Boss. And now, you know, Skinrave going at the CT side were flawless yesterday, 5 in a row up against Marsborn. It doesn't paint a pretty picture for Boss.
Looks to give an inkling as to where they're going, and Cryptic continues to frag. Showing their face towards this A side. Cryptic looking to deal with the front bathroom side of things, but does get overrun, and Slight able to break through. Rotations on the scene, and a fast flank formulating. Marky has to concede the site, and the safe plant going to come through off the back of control being gathered right now. Here's the flank. Laxi already in motion. He's going to catch Back's turned here on the edge of the smoke. One freebie given over, but Slight falling down provides even more. It's all on the shoulders just of Fruit Cup. Looking to shut down Marky and his impact. He will be able to do so. Another big pistol offered up by Fruit Cup. And Boss going to claim themselves another one.
Yeah, I mean, Slight doing a lot in that round, honestly. The 3K to help set up that potential clutch. But at the end of it, it's Fruit Cup to end and finish things off. 6-7. Boss winning both pistol rounds. That is the good news. Bad news is even with that, they still are down by a round. Benleet already in towards connector. Skinrave not putting up much of a fight in that direction. They're giving up that space. Now they move forward. Smoke thrown for short bathrooms. Ben walking up stealthily here. 1:17 on the clock.
Just to wait for some of that front bathrooms utility to fade away so his teammates can also scale with them. Some good patience on display. Slight moving in towards the long side. Should have some favorable duels ahead of him. It's Cryptic just chipping away. So much resistance here in front bath. See if they can capitalize off the positioning. Trying to catch that shadow advantage. More damage done by Cryptic fighting for this ground. Another kill on offer, but getting condensed here. Molly putting the pressure on him, but Slight's still playing a little bit further back. Another Molly. Finally has to use that smoke that he still had. Think about the distraction he's causing. Brings in some extra rotates though, and B-Will's saying, hey guys, the water's nice over here towards B. Safe passage here for Benleet to join up with the bomb as well. Good audible called out by Benleet, avoiding the scare of that heavy presence on the A side of the map, and Slight eventually going to finish some of the damage. This might be just a save call. Cryptic has an AK in hand. You're going to want to keep that here if you're him.
All tied up at 7. Just looking back on that first half of action, it was Boss taking the first 2 rounds, and then that's when Skinrave activated for their 7-3 run. Credit to Boss, you know, going toe-to-toe with Skinrave right now, which they showed is not an easy task yesterday against Mars, one of those ECL Grand Finals of Cup number 4. We'll see how they fare once the guns are out on both sides. For now, Cryptic saved the AK from the previous round and Walco the MP9, but everyone else just onto upgraded pistols with nothing else behind it. 125 on the clock. Cryptic hunting for some information down long. On the other side, Boss are heading short. Cryptic's alone on A, so if he gets spotted out here and the rotation isn't fast, it'll probably just be an overload.
So right now, this time it could be a little bit rough. He sees a smoke fly over his head. See if he catches him off guard in this position. Needed a multi. The rest of the cavalry starting to arrive, but only a single kill out of the hero AK. And they are left outside looking in. But the utility so effective on this Boss execute. Number's going to be punched in comfortably so. Recycled smokes tossed in as well to buy even more time. And if you're Skinrave at this point, you're starting to consider an exit game. Trying to just do damage to the economy.
Yeah. Darty, headshot on the Junior. They continue to hang around for these exits and eventually poke their heads out, and Darty will pluck them off. Along with Fruit Cup. Well, Fruit Cup just a shot to the chest. It doesn't matter anyway, as Walco will get a couple. 2 HP left, so he's probably going to die anyway to the bomb, and well, he dies with the headshot from V-Wills. 8-7. Boss have restored their lead.
Build back into this matchup, as you said, not out of this one by any means, and taking the lead now. They need to show that consistency here. On the T side, they're going to have to call upon players like Darty. So he gets his PrizePicks check mark. For more than 27.5 kills. A stable force in this fight back in for Boss. See what they have in store here. Nice setup. I love the idea from Slight. He absolutely nails it. Read the boost perfectly. Walking around the corner for Walco as well. And 2 opening advantages now for Boss to stampede their way onto the site. Open access. Laxity feeling the pressure of multiple players. Chasing him down. Another one eventually trades. Putting this one into the picture though. Heaven Smoke just now tossed in here. And Junior in position to try and strike with his op. But call is going to be made. Not going to turn the corner there. Don't want to risk losing that AWP. Trying to keep it safe and sound. Skinrave. Let one slip again in. It's a good roll here, a little bit of momentum for Boss to work off of.
Definitely. Seeing what we didn't get back on Mirage from them. Stringing together a few rounds, and at least on the second half. Forcing Skinrave back, so a 2-round lead built up, still far from out of reach for Skinrave. But they will have to reset into this next round. Op and an M4 save means they can buy, though. So you will see the guns out. This is such a beautiful opening frag from Slight. You talked about it, looking for that boost. Marky was trying it repeatedly over on the T side, or at least enough times that he might have expected Marky to be looking for an easy one. But Laxi does almost convert a 3K. That would have changed the round entirely. Even getting those 2 puts it back into contention, but at the end of it, Skinrave decided that it's too far gone and will fall back. And as I mentioned, a full buy comes through, at least in terms of the rifles, almost for the utility as well. Marky tosses that nade out. We're going for the boost again. This time it's Junior on top with the op, and I think eventually they're just going to fall off of this, realizing that there's nothing to be found.
Up the approach here. Marky also getting boosted up here in a different direction. Doing some circus acts here on the B bomb site, trying to elevate as much as possible. See if they're prepared for this. Marky in a bit of an off angle. Allows for an opener. Darty backs into the angle. Still a lot of resistance on this B site, ready to go as well. But no block utility in towards Monster, so they'll be able to move in off the back of some counter flashes, so perfectly placed. Walco has to swing for the commit, and he gets dealt with, but Laxi keeping contained towards the short side. Last two players having to make their move out of the utility here. Fruit Cup trying to create some leverage off the HE. That smoke still making things so difficult. Now Laxi can start to tuck in towards barrels. The bomb plant gonna feel so challenging right now. See if Slight can find it here. Misses the first shot, but finds the follow-up connection. Gets 2 chances out on how good that flash was. But still, the numbers yet to get punched in, and Junior holding the line is going to shut out the Opper. Fruit Cup tapping away, running a little bit low on time and health. Is Cryptic going to deliver the finishing blow?
And there you have it. Skinrave right back into it with a round victory. The boost again from Marky. He just keeps going for them. And that time, like you mentioned, a bit of an off angle, not the usual boost. And they get the spot and the frag pretty easily. Slight tries to fight back, but I mean, look, Skinrave had all of the angles covered and were not to be denied in that one. So they get that round on the board. Looking at the money situation for Boss, it's good enough to get a respectable buy up through. A couple of Galils, 2 AKs. In fact, no, they're going to sell the AK and go for a Galil instead on the side of B-Wills. Or maybe he traded guns. Either way, with someone else, excuse me. Either way, Slight will be on that big green, and that's the player to watch for sure here on a map like this. 1:33 on the clock. Fruit Cup spamming that smoke as they try to take up the space towards Party. Cryptic has been lurking around this long A position throughout the entirety of this half, and that will not change here. Oh, almost gets spotted. In fact, does get spotted, and he'll fade back into cover. Marky going for a boost. Do they expect it? Not yet. Slight behind the tree, and Cryptic will take care of Bentley. Nade thrown as well, because I think he saw Slight there, but only a little bit of damage onto Slight.
So frustrating right now as well. Boss are showing their hand and not getting anything for it there. Cryptic being able to avoid the scope of the op multiple times, and they spot out so much resistance towards long. So now what do you do? Down a player. You've revealed a lot of your cards right now and looking to call the reroute. Cryptic still aggressing forward. Gotta be careful here. Risky position, and he does get caught surprised. Marky was backing him up, and there's still a lot more around the corner here. Play up against on this T side, but they're finding the entries here. Fruit Cup delivering. It's Junior's op that needs to stall them out for as long as possible. HE applies a little bit of damage, and the extra rotate here, but B-Wills and Darty break through. 2 big kills now.
Man.
As Walco rushing on the flank gets cut off by Slight. Great coverage out of the Opera, and the Riflers succeeding on breaking down that man deficit that they faced.
Wow, Boss. Not rolling over here at all. Fantastic recovery there. I thought Junior and Laxi would at least be able to get one more in that instance, but both of them engaged with Boss not splitting the target. Excuse me, they do split the targets effectively and don't only focus on one player. That means that Skinrave can't have the impact they're hoping for, and now they're forcing up into this round. I mean, I call it a force. You still got an op for Junior. 2 M4s, but Walco, along with Marky, having to settle for SMGs. Tosses the nade out into Monster Tunnel. And now you see Boss taking up the space that's afforded to them. Almost all of the players grouping up in construction at this point. But you have 3. Laxi, Walco, and Cryptic in Monster. And they're going to move out through the short pipe. Ben Leet watching and waiting, and he is gone. So much information and space gained, you're going to want to leave someone behind, you'd think. And yeah, that smoke gets thrown. Fruit Cup trying to move through it, and Fruit Cup will only get 1, traded out immediately.
Still an opportunity for, Darty to make a move through the smoke, and he finds a kill. As Cryptic tries to keep things contained. He's just going to smoke off Monster. Not going to try and fight for control of that bomb. So they're going to still find themselves in a good spot here. Defense-wise. Gonna try and group up on this B bomb set with multiple players. Trust that Junior, if they head in towards that A side, can do the damage. Miss, or no, short molly actually. Interesting. It doesn't really create much leverage. Or no, that was a missed molly. Okay, thank you very much for that one. I think that was maybe designed for barrels, and another smoke for block utility. It's going to be near impossible for Slight to have impact up short, so B-Wells needs to be called upon. And Slight going to try and join up with him, but there's just so much on this B side. Everyone here, the whole party, ready to go, and it's shut out as Skinrave's pushed past.
Nice setup to rebuff, and Cryptic's contributions continue here, up to 21 frags. This is what changes it, though. Laxi and Walco push that while they both do die in the end, the information, the impact was felt throughout the remainder of the round. 20th round of play. Skinrave trying to tie it up. Feels like we're going the distance again. It's been quite a brawl, and I think, even if Boss were to lose this series, I'm happy to see them competing toe-to-toe with a team like Skinrave, because that means maybe they're on the way to figuring things out, assuming Fruit Cup keeps up this level of play.
Absolutely. It's impressive here, the resiliency. It's a very frustrating map 1 here. Take a look at what they have in store right now. It's Boss off the back of a timeout that they call here, and then into a full force buy. Utility in tow. They've got Tech 9s.
Really?
You have to imagine the game plan here off the back of the timeout, right? This is what you feel like is so often a B-side call, some sort of execution that you have in store to try and apply some damage, and we'll see what the decision-making process is for them. And now it seems like they're interested in a bit of a default. Great damage off the back of that HE. No visual from Junior. Yeah, they're starting to group up in towards short. If you can get a good exec off from this position, you can close the distance quickly with the techs. HE is going to try and slow them down, though.
Sailing on forward, and now Skinrave ready to receive. Good flashbang. Laxi's blinded, but it doesn't even matter. He'll get 2, almost the 3rd as well, but his teammates will bail him out. Fruit Cup with that deagle. How much can you do? Only 1. Too many targets to focus on as Skinrave rebuff the force buy, get a 10th, and because Boss take that risk, it looks like they'll be on an eco here because Skinrave, which means that Skinrave will get an 11th more than likely.
Talk about holding your nerve right there. Laxi, high pressure environment, and he's able to thrive in it there. Gonna get his PrizePicks check mark for more than 29.5 kills as this one goes the distance, and the force buy completely rebuffed. Shut down. Only a single death taken right there. Phenomenal work offered up on the defense, and now you get a little bit of an ease of access working your way through this round. Cryptic going to gain even more confidence, taking that opening duel. Dealing with Slight, and Skinrave looking to push past. See what Fruit Cup Steagle can bring. Now Cryptic continuing to offer up resistance here towards Lawn Bathrooms. Feasting on these headshots there. Finished off by Junior's op. 3 players ready to catch them on that A side. Strength in numbers for the defense, and 11 claimed again.
Yeah, that one very straightforward for Skinrave. And you're right, somehow we end up at the same scoreline as we had in Mirage. A little different on the way here. Welco going to get the PrizePicks check mark for more than 26.5 kills. And given the fact that we've seen, and probably will see, all 24 rounds on both maps, a lot of these players will be hitting the mark. That being said, Ben Leet, along with 2 other players, take a lot of early damage from both the util and I think a stray bullet connecting onto Darty. So now, Boss, already short-handed here in terms of firepower, are going to be the same in health terms. Now, Cryptic will get 1. Fruit Cup trades it out. 4v4, 116 remains, and again, the HP bars are a glaring concern for Boss.
Pull up on the monster aggression, and Walco able to deal with it here. Now they also pressed on towards the A side, and sometimes this continued aggression can punish, but this time it's going to catch Binley trying to walk away there. And they are getting suffocated in this round. Look at where Laxi positions himself as well. Now, there's a chance that they could take him down and quickly take control of this B site, but you got to be ultra diligent on the clear. They have the time to do so, but overlooked, and he's going to hold his trigger for as long as possible. Takes a high bar first and deals with Darty before the trade is available. Laxi letting out the slightest of smirks as Skinrave take themselves series point.
Yeah, he's going to smile now, happy with his contribution there. I mean, look, you're up in a 4v2. You don't necessarily have to have the patience, but he still does. And will get the nice transfer off that first frag and the double. Everyone doing well here for Skinrave. Cryptic at the top. One of the better fragging IGLs in North America. Now trying to seal things up in another 2-0 for Skinrave. Would make it 3 in a row for them. Marky spams through the panel. And you see here, Boss trying to scrape together whatever they can. The util is way too light for my liking, honestly. I think they probably should have settled for another Mac 10 so they could get at least a full belt of util amongst the third player. I don't know how they're going to manage this, Cole.
They need some opening shots here. Junior misses. So a chance now opened up on Cryptic as well. Benley breaking through, and that's the answer. Dealing with the aggression and punishing it. Now quick reactions need to come through here. Junior, rather rotate rolling out there. Already Marky, it's jumping through the smoke. He finds the first two almost transfers onto Benley, but a 3K for Benley as he's finally finished off through the wall. Wildco making things possible in a 2v3. Slights picked up the op from his counterpart here. The smoke fades. He's crosshair already on the money. Brilliant pick up there to take two. And take us into the 24th round once again. Job not finished just yet for Skinrave here as Boss bite back.
I still think it's tough for Boss, right? Because they lose so many bodies that the buy-up might still be hindered a little bit. But on the side of Skinrave, they got plenty of cash. We'll see what it ends up being after all is said and done. And actually, I mean, aside from the Galil, aside from the couple of Galils, this is pretty good. Ben Leet, even he's got his PrizePicks check mark for more than 26.5 kills. Here go the flashbangs and the smokes. Boss trying to get in a little bit quicker this time. Darty gets tagged down to 18. I believe that was from Junior's op. Walco staring at the smoke, sees those tracers flying through it and doesn't want to overcommit there. A little bit of spam through the panel could be the undoing of Darty. But Skinrave holding their nerve for now. Marky just waiting for the peak to come from walkway.
These positions out of the upper. Ready in aggression, and Cryptic, who's been ever present on the aggro towards A, might get routed around by Fruit Cup. This is an interesting predicament for them to be in. This Fruit Cup calling a lot of this side clear. Laxi gets HE'd out towards Woodwall. Great target there, perfect strike. Now, a man advantage nullified by the utility. They're all evened up.
Yeah. Cryptic spots a player, gets the other one that tried to swing him afterwards. That's Fruit Cup gone. Slight does manage the trade, but Junior's right there to ensure that his frag does not go unpunished. Junior the second. It's only Slight left. 1v3 clutch required to keep Boss in this PrizePicks NA Revival series. Junior's got the lineup. He sees the shadow, misses the shot, pulls out the pistol, and the job will be finished off. 13-11 in favor of Skinrave. They advance to the grand finals with a 2-0 against Boss.
Great sequence coming through there in between Cryptic and Junior, being able to shut out again another round to push them across the finish line. Cryptic throughout that series, great calls on the T side of Mirage, great firepower throughout the entirety of Overpass there. Get the job done in a sweep here and knock Boss out here. But I mean, again, Skinrave having the full team effort there. I feel like everyone available to come to play here for this series, and it's a great showcase of how this team has entered into, peak form right now, especially heading into this event, continuing to show their stuff, continuing to show their strides, and another statement being made here out of the Skinrave team.
I think you can see why this is a team that was threatening to make the major, right? Like why they were so close, and also it was very frustrating for them not to get there. So now, they're looking ahead. They're saying, look, we didn't make it this time. Let's keep pushing forward, expand our map pool, bring Overpass into the mix, which wasn't there before. Now it is. So they're trying to at least have more weapons in their arsenal, and it's looking good. I mean, you can't fault them. Cryptic is not a player that's going to be held down for very long, and there's a reason why we've been touting him as one of the best IGLs in North America. Both in terms of his brain and his firepower. Anyway, we're going to check out the stats here. Boss, Fruit Cup played his heart out, and I feel like they had one of their better BO3s against top competition for quite some time. So even though they lose here, Cole, I think it's still promising.
Yeah, no doubt about it there. As you said, Fruit Cup really working in some big opportunities for his squad, and you're looking at a Boss team that was up 9-3 at one point in that first map. That's the big frustration, is that they couldn't quite capitalize on that. The fight that they put on Overpass to come back into that T side off of some great Ben Elite calling as well on the other end of the server is super promising. But when they needed that extra push here on the other end of the server, it was Skinrave that were able to elevate their game and take it to the next notch there. And that's a difference maker. That's the fight that they're up against right now. We know the question marks around what this squad's gonna be able to bring to the table consistently. But for Skinrave right now, look at the impact that Cryptic brings in the series overall. 47-33,
Crazy.
Leading by example, leading his team entirely. It's just a phenomenal series for him.
Yeah, and it's just crazy to see that he's able to step up when he's needed, and that really supports his teammates and shows that, to them, they're like, okay, I'm not doing that well right now, but Cryptic is there to pick up the slack, and then once they activate, then he can take a step into the back line sometimes. This time he didn't do that at all. He was implicated in pretty much every single play, kind of calling around himself, which you really can't appreciate because he's confident in his abilities. Very nice series from Skinrave. Again, back-to-back series when I've been super impressed with their strategic depth and their ability to come back from deficits. 9-3 on Mirage, and they win it in regulation. Doesn't even take overtime. Anyway, that wraps up our first BO3. So we have Skinrave in the grand finals. Now, will Marsborn or Voca be the next to join them? We're going to take a quick break, but before we do, we want to thank those who make this possible. And of course, it is PrizePicks that sponsors the NA Revival Series. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity to host the NA Revival Series. Also, make sure to check out the Flom store at flomstore.com. That's FL0mstore.com to get geared up from Flom Mythic Land Las Vegas. Any and all purchases help support this and future lands. Guys, we're going to hit that break. When we come back, we'll have our final semifinal.
It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the fucking cup. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh! Oh my god, he got so much! That was hilarious! Everything to be gained. The blaster swing! Come on! The blast is in! Come on, horse! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been playing in this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me. Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool. The players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house. And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games. And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like someone would be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these. So I'd love to see you here. Come to Vegas, come support North American Counter-Strike. Love to see you here. I said it 3 times.
Lisa, come twice.
What? Oh God, yeah, please come to the event. We desperately need you to be here. Otherwise, NACS will die. You know what? There we go. There you go. You just do that whole thing at the end. That'll be perfect.
It's time for Steal Mike's Skins.
Give it here, tier 3 caster. Give it, this is mine. They threw. I lost my $2. I deserve this. Give it, mine. This is mine. I want it. Gimme.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to another Steal Mike Skins, powered by the one, the only, the bearded Flom. Show the people Flom. Show them what they want. Yes. 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 We have a special guest with us today for another episode of Steal Mike Skins. It's Mr. Darty Montana himself. Why'd you drop the Montana, man?
I don't know. It didn't sound good, you know? It didn't flow off the tongue, so I had to drop it.
Just had to get down and darty with it. Understood. How are you feeling about your trivia skills?
Honestly, not that good. I'm going to be honest. I'm not a good trivia guy, but we're going to try our best.
Well, you never know. You might surprise yourself. So the way this works, you're going to get 4 questions. Each correct question that you answer gives you a ball to drop on our Magic Plinko board. There you'll have the chance to win my skins, steal them, as it were. We're going to start this off. We're going to bring in the first question here, Darty. First question, we're starting with math. You buy a PP Bison, Kevlar vest, and 2 flashes. How much did you spend? Is it A, $2,450, B, $2,350, C, $2,550, or D, $2,500?
Oh, man. I'm going to have to go with C.
C, $2,550? Locking that in?
Yeah, C.
Nope. Add an extra hundo in there. It is A, $2,450, Bison, $1,400, Kevlar vest, $650, 2 flashes coming out to $400 there. $2,450 indeed. We'll move on to the next question. Math, not always easy to do live. We have a rule about that in broadcast. We don't do it. So moving on to the next one. Chance of redemption here. Ukrainian player known as Simple and widely considered one of the greatest Counter-Strike players of all time. What is his first name? I'm not sure that first one is a sentence, but what is Simple's first name? Is it A, Alexander, B, Dimitri, C, Nikolai, or D, Denise?
I would have to say A.
A, Alexander, locking it in. You're right. Absolutely.
Oh my God. I thought I was wrong
correct.
for a second. It was red. I was like, what?
You're right. You're right.
Okay,
Red is
thank
what
God.
we want here. Alexander is correct. Sasha, too many as well. So we've got one of 2 so far. Moving on to question 3 here at the halfway point. You feeling more confident or less confident?
That was an easier one, so I'm feeling pretty confident.
All right, now we'll see how much attention you were paying in 2011. What song by Rebecca Black became an infamous viral hit in 2011 for being so bad it's good? Is it A, Chocolate Rain, B, The Bat Mitzvah Bop, C, Oh My God, Shoes, or D, Friday?
Oh, man. I'm going to have to go with D.
D for Friday. Absolutely correct.
Oh,
Friday.
let's go.
Friday. You got to get down on Friday. How
That's the
old
one I
were
was
you
thinking of.
in 2011, Darty?
Oh man, I don't even know, dude. Like probably like 10 or 9 or something. I don't even know.
14 years ago.
I don't even know. Yeah, like probably less.
Well, we'll keep moving on here. We'll keep moving on. A young Darty, his mind molded by Friday. So 2 correct out of 3 so far. Here's your last question. What is the name of this Super Mario character? Is it A, Boobro, B, Masky Koopa, C, Shy Guy, or D, Masco?
Oh man, I was never a big Super Mario guy for sure.
Okay.
So honestly, I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to guess. I have to go with B, Masky Koopa.
Going B for Masky Koopa. I regret to inform you,
Yeah,
he is in
that was
fact a very shy guy. This shy guy. But well attempted. You've got 2 balls to drop on in here. And the way it works on this board, you can see the numbers. 2 gets you 2 skins. 1 gets you 1 skin. The middle gets you 3 skins. The X's get you nothing. So choose wisely with your 2 balls. A, B, C, D, E, F, or G.
Let's go with B and E.
B for the first, E second. We're locking them in. Both of them shooting from the hip. B's taking a jump, going over towards the middle. Might be on track for the big prize. Oh, it's sticking around middle. Oh, that's an unfortunate hop at the end. E, you want to keep with E or you want to change it up?
I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna go with E. Go with E. Go with E.
Go with E. Go with the first instinct. I like it. Trust your
Instincts
instincts.
are the best. Yep.
This is the way it goes.
Man.
It's all the way over.
Oh, man.
Okay. It's
Come on.
sticking. It's sticking on path. Oh, out of the board. You get another jump. Back down 3 it goes. Redo. Repeat. Fully different track this time. All the way over to the right.
on.
Where's it going? Oh, you got a skin.
I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take that any day.
At the end of the day, it's 1 more skin than you had. One of my skins that I'm going to miss. Congratulations, Darty, on winning a skin on Steel Mike Skins. How are you feeling, our champion?
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm happy with the result.
Happy with the result, indeed. Thank you for coming on. This has been another episode of Steel Mike Skin. We'll see you on the next one.
It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the f***ing cup. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh my god, he got so much! He got two flash! That was hilarious! Everything to be gained. The blaster swing! Come on! The first is in! Come on, horse! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been planning this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me. Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool. The players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house. And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games. And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something would be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these.
And welcome back to the PrizePicks Any Revival series. We've got the second semifinal on the docket here. It's going to be Marsborn up against Voca. We've already seen this matchup happen quite a few times, in fact, over the last few months, and we're going to get it again. It was interesting to see, though, Cole, because Voca really handed a clean loss, over towards Marsborn, and then it was the reverse result, right, for Marsborn afterwards.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be definitely a competitive affair. I think the familiarity between these two teams, as you highlighted, makes this matchup feel like it can be so back and forth. Who's hot on the day? Who's going to be able to get off to, a better start here? And I think that those are the big questions we got to look for in this matchup
Yeah.
here. I think, both these teams have so much firepower. At this point, both teams have great leadership on the squad. We saw these teams, get a good warm up opportunity in the opening matchup. So now looking to continue that conversation.
Look, I do want to jump right into the PrizePicks analyst segment here, and I want to talk about Voca because we've got a change coming through on this squad, and I don't know if we're going to get it here. We don't, but Infinite's in, and Slump is out apparently. So after Slump's performance yesterday, I thought that he would be back today, but I guess not. They want to move forward with Infinite, if I'm not mistaken.
All right. That would definitely be kind of a, surprise. We have.
Oh, maybe not, actually.
Okay. I thought I heard something about that,
I
but
did read it, but I'm seeing.
yeah.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, Either way, it's going to make for some question marks here around what they're going to be bringing inside the server. What's not questionable right now is who has been delivering the impact alongside Slump yesterday. We saw what Snav was able to do there. When we look at some of the fragging IGLs, we look at players that like to get stuck in on these duels here. Snav was definitely one of them yesterday. He was in red hot form there, finding a lot of impact. You look at that T set of train where he was able to break through so many different times, set up by great utility. Alongside that here for this team, seeing what Shane can do for the squad. Always not always the expectation that he can do a lot in terms of the multi kills. I feel like a lot of times his impact comes down to how many times his site is getting executed, because if you're targeting Shane, he's going to be able to deliver multi kills here or there. He's going to be a big piece of the puzzle for this team, and always an interesting piece here that his sort of consistency is one of the rocks that this team kind of builds its foundation on.
No, I do agree. And I think you already talked about, but Dia has been incredible for this squad since he joined up with them. So I expect that he'll be pretty potent on the op. It is confirmed, in fact, that Slump is out, Infinite is in. And I'm not necessarily sure that's an upgrade, though. I've seen Infinite in the past. He is a good player on certain occasions, but without much time with this squad, I don't know if things will trend well. I would almost look at this as now leaning towards Marsborn potentially. I would love to know the background behind this decision. Is Slump moving to another team, or did they decide they wanted to cut him? What is the case? But I guess we won't know just yet. We'll have to wait a few days to find that out. But now let's switch over to Marsborn. And on the Marsborn side, we have the IGL 6E, who is capable of so much individually. And I think that as an IGL, he has adapted to the role a lot quicker than we thought he would. But we did see vulnerabilities yesterday in ECL in those grand finals up against Cryptic. And I mean, there's a possibility he'll face him again today. But now I think maybe less so against Snav. I feel like they're more on equal footing in this case. I'd still keep an eye on 60 to be able to pull out the frags. It's just that there's that concern about the mid-rounding that comes to mind.
Yeah, no question about it.
Oh
There,
my God, 60. Dude, what?
he's rocking the red hat there. We'll see if that gives him any buffs. I mean, yeah, I think for him it is a question mark as to what his leadership can bring long term. Right, we saw a bit of an explosive start for him as an IGL, and over the grand scheme of things, it's just not been consistent. It's not been necessarily up to form as of recent, but I'm not as concerned as I am when he stepped into this role. I feel like he's got his wheel just underneath him, and long term he needs to be able to bring that success. But I think you get this buff as an IGL initially when you switch into that role. You start to get your flow state. You keep the calls loose, and your team can thrive in that environment. Continuing to develop as a leader is going to be his next step for sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we'll see what the rest can do. Wolfie was a little slow yesterday with the AWP, but he's still a player to watch. I mean, he absolutely has stepped up his game since 60 took over the IGL duties, and he's going to be a big piece of victory if they're going to find it today against Voca. Let's jump into the vetoes and see what maps we're going to get here. I assume they are good to go. And yeah, there they are. Inferno banned by Voca, which is no surprise. That is their perma. And on the other side, Mirage will be gone. Same thing, you know. So we got the standard bans coming through. Dust 2 picked by Voca, which is actually a little bit surprising because they don't pick into this map usually. Flawless on it since they switched over to the Voca name, but it's the first time they're picking it. Then Nuke comes through for Marsborn. This one makes sense. I've seen the weaknesses for Voca, and I think that Nuke is the one where they're most vulnerable. Train is a decider. That's a toss-up. So honestly, I'm not sure which way this one will lean. Given the history of these two teams, we've had that back and forth, but typically Marsborn have had the edge over them.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's what we're looking to see today here is whether or not Voca can try and get the best of them. I do think they're coming into this one, especially with the question around, bringing in Infinite into the mix. That's going to be adjustments on the fly. I think it is, a player that they're pretty familiar with as well. So it's not the biggest concern there, but having to adjust here with the changes, you've got a tough map and Train as a decider. And I've seen when they have to deal with these like last minute substitutions, some of the positions change on the day. And that also is a big question mark, right? I mean, you have to deal with these sort of adjustments on the fly. And I don't think that's the easiest thing to manage here. If you're Voca, I think it's going to set up Marsborn quite nicely.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel like Slump's ceiling is higher than Infinite's, being honest. Like, Infinite's had his time. He's, in the twilight of his career where he's jumping between teams and can't really find a permanent home. He's been mostly that sub that comes in to fill the gap sometimes. And eventually, he moves on to other things and not necessarily in Counter-Strike. So I don't know how this is going to go. Again, I'm kind of with you in feeling like the advantage goes to Marsborn because they've been a team that's been grinding it out as a unit, trying to get as many reps under their belt to build up that experience for Sixy as the IGL and prepare them for greener pastures, perhaps, as they move into 2026. But yeah, as it stands right now, I mean, we'll just put our predictions out there. I think this is going to be a 2-0 for Marsborn. I feel like Voca are nerfed, honestly, with the loss of Slump. They wouldn't have won yesterday without Slump.
It's a valid point. He was able to haul it for his squad, especially on that what is going to be a map prevalent in this Vito here. We're going to see it. Nuke. He was a big influence on that map. So, yeah, I'm with you. I kind of am going to be looking at Marsborn to try and close out this series and move on into the grand finals and try and replicate some of their success here from previous PrizePicks Revival series. Continue to develop.
All right. Well, we're waiting for the players to join the server, so that should come through. Okay, we're specifically waiting for Voca. Rob wanted me to point that out to you all. So Voca is the reason we are not in the server yet. Oh my goodness. I'm sure that's going to get resolved soon. I believe it's just the camera that needs to be loaded up. And once we're ready, we'll get right into that action. But, overall, I think this is a matchup that has resulted in some rivalries being developed between these players, right?
Yeah, I think it's going to be, looking at what this, Marsborn team can do. I think they're eager for a bounce back opportunity. They're going to try and bring in a little bit more of a success story here than what they brought last night. And obviously, taking a tough loss to Skinrave, we've seen what they are bringing at the moment. And it's some really tip-top shape Counter-Strike. And so trying to replicate some of that success here, trying to get back into the swing of things in full form. He's really showing that thing up. Well, he's got the MAGA hat. I think he took down the JD Vance flag. Does he have that anymore?
I don't know.
I've never really seen a JD Vance fan, to be honest with you. I think Sixy might be the only one who is like cheering him on, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
I have questions, but I don't want to get into it, to be honest with you. As Infinite, he's got his cam on, he's ready to play. Pretty bare on the walls. Need some decorations there, Infinite. Get some Counter-Strike art or something. Got nothing. I guess good cable management for, I'm assuming, some kind of VR.
It's like an Ethernet.
Is that just Ethernet? Okay.
That's what I had to do at my old
Really?
place. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if I could tolerate that. Like, that. No. I'd need to find another way.
You have to have a better solution there. I just had to like tape it up on the ceiling and then run it through. At my old place, I was able to have it. When I was like living with my parents, I used to run it through, I think, the vents. My dad kind of set it up, which was nice of him. But now my router's right next to my computer, so it's a good setup here. No wild cable management. I had 100-foot Ethernet cord though to run through my whole house.
Jesus. I remember when I was a kid, my dad drilled a hole through the floor to
That's
get me
that's what
cable.
my dad did.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, it was just becoming a thing back then, right? And we didn't
Yeah.
have
Oh,
any
yeah,
kind of
that's true.
infrastructure, so you gotta. I'm old, sorry. You had to do what you had to do to get the internet up there, and I wanted cable. I didn't want to sit on a 56K modem any longer, and man, what an upgrade it was back then. Anyway, enough nostalgia for me. Let's get into it. Voca and Marsborn are starting their pistol round in Infinite. The questions were raised for him. Is going to get that opening frag.
Start for him to warm up into things. We'll see how they continue to bring it in. Opening pick onto Viz, shutting down that lower aggression, and it's going to queue up for some catwalk takes here. Wolfie blinded up by the initial flash, and not a lot of support here. He's going to need to sharpen up on the shots, and 60 delivering as well. He's going to keep the numbers even. The A site taking over, and the number's going to get punched in here.
60, looking for some fights. And Grizz will support him onto Shane, but 60's gone. It's all up to Grizz. 11 HP in a dream. Pushing up to that site. Bomb ticking away. No kit available for him, and Snav will put him down. 3K for Snav as Voca take the pistol.
What a great kickoff here. Infinite being able to instant the aggression and execute up towards Catwalk, enough to trade things out and keep things contained. Not enough health for Grizz, and Snav already lifting off on that T side. I said he likes to get activated. He likes to, be a big impact here in the mix, and there's a prime example of it. We are going to get the Force Bites back in order. 3 MP9s and a Scout get brought into the mix. Shane poking his head around the corner there towards long. Nothing really gained off the back of that. Just some threat trying to be provided. Already having to toss in some of that defensive utility towards long, towards middle, towards the B side of the map.
60 with the spam through the smoke. And Voca creep their way up cat. You still have one player outside of long. Molotov gets tossed, and yeah, Voca are just setting up to hit the A site at this stage. There's no secret about this. This is not going to be a fake. They're just going straight in, especially with the long player posted out there. So it's a matter of if Marsborn can realize what's happening in time, and of course, a lot of pressure on Wolfie's shoulders.
This guy's trying to be dwindling the HP bars here. Still standing fairly healthy for the most of them. The connection's not coming through consistently enough out of Wolfie here. Grizz will deal with some of the presence towards the long side. Jumping up there, Chop trying to make something happen. So far, left out, back on out of things here is Carson able to connect with the Galil eventually, and that's the very big breaking moment here. It's just 60 left standing, and he'll fall shortly after. As Voca going to close out the anti-force buy and comfortably move on into a nice 2-0.
Yeah, nicely done from Voca. As we go into the third round of play, Marsborn did force up there, so, I mean, it feels like a 3-0 is an inevitability right now for Voca. Yep, full save for Marsborn. Aside from 3 nades and the Deagle bought up, they're just going to charge mid and throw the nades in towards dark, and that's not going to do much of anything. Dia nonplussed. Shane taking care of business, and while he will fall, it's round over. That rush did not yield much of anything.
I mean, not the biggest of expectations with just the pistol, trying to apply some damage there as the full team rolls things out. All things considered, Voca are able to push back that effort and deal with the rushing players, minimizing the damage here and setting up this first gun round here. That's why Marsborn wanted to end it quickly. They got the rifles out. Snav fast in towards the long side. Knife is out. He didn't think there would be anyone resisting it. Look at the smoke spam there. Wolfie sends it back packing. A ridiculous opener right there. And Wolfie, happy that he's the one that walks away on the better end of things.
Viz, he's going to be engaging now. Shots go a little bit wide, so it's labored on Carson, and it results in a trade, but Grizz supporting well to at least ensure the back and forth continues, and the man advantage is retained. Dia and Shane both upcat. Excuse me, only one upcat. That's Dia. Shane on the other side at long. Wolfie's calming to his teammates as to what he's going to do, and it's likely going to be a push in just a moment. Problem is, he won't see much when he moves up because the smoke is good.
Have themselves an attempt at taking control of this site here. Still, it's actually locking those digits. Flash delays even longer, but getting into the site's not so comfortable for Dia with no utility. Fortunately, no utility as a reaction either. So bomb plant going to come through there. The catwalk aggression does fade away, and now they're going to have to retake this bomb site. Shane and Dia both healthy. A real chance. Chopping out. Trying to jump on top here of the new boxes. 60 able to deal with the first point of contact. Shane in a clutch. Now 1v2. Smoke goes on top of that bomb here, trying to buy time. HE picked up here, underhanded. Another one? No way! This works here. 60 sticks the defuse in time. Shane finds the kill, but it's job finished. Or what a move. What an attempt from Shane, thinking on the fly. But quick enough on the defuse here for the CT side to come out on top.
That's crazy. They're just nades sitting on the ground, right? Like in that exact spot where he's trying to go for that. And then the crazier thing is that 60 threads the defuse through before the nade finishes him off. The second one, that is. Unbelievable effort from Shane, but Marsborn will take it at the cost of many lives. Now Voca, accelerate the pace in towards the upper tunnels. A couple of players in that direction, and the other three are just defaulting towards T-spawn. Marsborn got control of long. Keeping two players here for now, but you don't have to, especially with how forward Grizz is. Wolfie maybe just wants to be a bait and switch situation here. As it stands, Marsborn are not going to challenge mid at all. They're just giving the space up to Voca.
Oh my god. Oh, Infinite showing his form right now. He's been so prepared. His crosshair placement's been really impressive here.
Yeah.
Able to instant the B defender. I think just trying to jiggle their chop for some information. And Spam finishes off the long player through the wood wall and the smoke. Viz trying to make a desperate move to recover this one. No avail.
Uh-oh.
60 spots out the mid aggression, but Dia is sharp on the draw. And Voca are just storming their way through this round.
I think,
catching every kill.
I think we may have underestimated Infinite's potential here a little bit. He looks really sharp.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the position that we're coming from. I think Infinite always has been a good player here.
Yes.
And I think it's not really difficult to feed into this system here where it's a little bit of a looser structure. You can make your own plays. But expectations after what Slump brought to the table, what we've been seeing a little bit consistently out of Slump is here and there he's been able to really succeed, and Infinite, a firepower that they call upon at the moment, and he's thriving in this environment.
Alrighty. Let's see if Voca can continue this pace. This was their pick, recall. It's been picked against them 3 times in a row, and they've won each of them. Twice against Sportsbet Expert, and then once against Skinrave. 60. Going to get one. Infinite finds the trades on back. And I hear typing. Uh-oh. Well, it's too late now for there to be a technical issue. I mean, damage has already been done. Grizz and Viz, the last two standing. And, I mean, suffice to say, the result in this round was almost always going to be a Voca round victory, given it's an eco for Marsborn.
Not the worst round to have those sort of awkward tech passes if it is on the side of Marsborn, and if you're on the side of Voca, should be able to just coast to the finish line at this point. Although, we do know Voca nonetheless are they can be pretty chatty as well. Chris and Viz going to try and find some extra impact there. Viz picks up a little bit of utility. AKT Molly, nice. We'll try and save that into the next.
Yeah, pretty good pickups, honestly, like you said, for them to have for that next round of play. Bomb going to tick away. This one is done. 5-1 for Voca, who just explode out of the gates. Infinite looking sharp. He was key on the pistol round. Right here, he gets 2. Obviously, just an anti-eco, but even before that, we saw that entry in round number 4 where he goes to B and just takes the head off of that defender on Marsborn. Clean tap. Voca take it.
Offense being built up for the Voca T side. Storing their way through Dust 2 so far. In comfortable fashion. Another gun round in order here. Wolfie on the op right now. Hasn't gotten much of a shot to pop off just yet. And, oh, a big opportunity for Dia. That was a lot of trust in the flashbang that didn't connect, and Grizz gets away with a big one. The fact that he didn't go down right there. And then still gets to keep control of long as a luxury.
A little bit of a pause here from Voca. Infinite, flashed out, doesn't see anything. Molotov's going to get tossed for the cubby. Actually, that's for the close corner. Sixy doesn't use the smoke, instead just fades out of that position. That'll give Infinite a lot of information. Now Carson going into mid doesn't see anything, so he's like, okay, I'll slip by. Don't even have to throw the smoke. Sixy won't expect it at all, and Sixy's head is gone. Dia connecting onto Viz as well. Chop, he's under so much pressure now. There's just very little chance of survival. And yeah, not even a frag for him. This round is going to go Voca's way.
And Grizz kind of have to save here. Still struggling to really thrive with that AWP. We'll be able to connect onto a shot, but the gap in the defense just way too built up right there. And you can see that Carson just takes full advantage of it. That B-side defense did not expect for that sort of motion. And again, that's just one of Carson's specialties here is his aggressive lurking, and his positioning is such an unknown quantity for so many teams. It feels like for as many times as you play up against Carson, for the constant games that these teams play, you always expect for teams to be ready for his antics, and it almost seems like no one ever is.
It's hard to read it.
That's how sneaky he can be. That's how elusive of a player he is.
Yeah, he's like a wild beast, right? If you try to tame him, then it nerfs him completely, but if you let him loose and off the leash, then he will do very well for you. Always a double-edged sword, because it can go completely wrong, but you saw him just sailing into B, gets one there. I mean, he's obviously waiting for the utility to execute, but once he's unleashed, you know, he's a menace. 6-1 for Voca. Round number 8 about to get underway, and Marsborn are looking at the possibility of a very significant deficit.
Make it very fun to watch him make moves here. And a great flash play here. Lovely stuff out of Voca. Double entry off the back of it. They let the smoke scale in. They wait for the counter flashes for the CT side to finally commit, and that's when they strike. A perfectly timed execute here. Infinite still on the lurk. Oh, he just saw the shoulder of 6. He's going to go hunting. And for now, you can wait a little bit here. The cross smokes are in. They're not going to wait for anything, though. Voca just want to close out the round with confidence. Into the site they go. Carson spotting out the resistance. Chop putting up the resistance there. Yeah, big time find.
I Takes a lot of damage, but at least prevents them from completely taking the bomb site. Now they can rein in some utility, but look where Infinite has lurked to. Yep, Chop gonna get spotted. His toes tapped, and that's all it took because he was already down to below 30 HP. Wolfie and Sixy are known quantities. Does that even matter though? Sixy connecting onto Shane. Now he'll be the last one standing. A 1v3. Voca doesn't have any pressure applied from Cat, but Sixy doesn't know that, so he's gonna have to constantly check on it. And may even want to just clear it out at this point. But yeah, now he gets spotted out. Tap down to 21. And has to make a decision. He's picked up the op. It would be good to save it because their money is so low. And he does make that call. A tough one to make, but the odds did not favor him.
I like the discipline right there for Voca. They wait a little bit for Infinite Slurk to find its form. And then they wait for him again to make a move here. Now, 60 is going to hold on to that op. But it's just good discipline and such a massive advantage to let Infinite strike. And then throw the utility that he has left to really secure the site here. 60 going to drop with that AWP as the round settles. Infinite going to go hunting for the kill he was looking for so long ago. And I mean, all starts off with what it was a great play call coming through out of Voca towards the long side. Feels like they know the protocol so well of this Marsborn team, and that long control protocol right there shut out by the late take, the smoke running straight through, the underhand flash that was tossed in alongside the long util. Perfectly placed. And Voca going to get even more going on this T side with no op saved as well.
Oh. I think Infinite's camera disconnected. Got a nice little freeze frame there. And there we go. Oh, he's got it. He's got it under control, hopefully. I think it just fell over and somehow. Oh my god. He's trying. Give him credit. I'm just surprised. Well, I guess I shouldn't be necessarily surprised that Infinite doesn't necessarily have a camera, because this was something that was introduced while he was technically not signed to a team. So, or at least the more consistent cameras, right, that have been required for online play. But everyone else has their setups good to go.
I think a lot of players, I'm not sure if this is everyone, but a lot of players just use their phone and set it up, right?
Yeah. I mean, webcam's not that expensive, so I just don't understand
I agree.
That. Like, this is
I
your
think
career.
the bigger detail is like my mom's favorite T-shirt, by the way, for Grizz. That's the real drip we were looking to see.
Oh yeah.
That's the fire fit, and now it's Wolfie able to pluck one out of the server there. That's the op taken care of. Dia a little bit frustrated with the double scout tag there. Wolfie able to win that duel twice. But I think sometimes people are concerned about frame rates. You know, I know that's a thing. People don't like to take any dip in FPS.
Oh, dude, it's like, it's the most negligible thing. These guys are running strong enough PCs that they should be fine.
Right.
I don't know. I guess. I suppose. But at least if you want to use the phone, then have a setup that supports it immediately. You can just pop the phone on a magnet or something. Either way, I'll end my complaining about that. 5v4 for Marsborn off of those double scout tags, and since then Voca have really slowed up their approach.
This angle here from 60. Trying to take a early duel, and it's well finished off by Viz. So 5v3 advantage here. Big opportunity to try and capitalize now here for the CT side to get things rolling once again. Wolfie. Oh, the molly actually doesn't spread deep enough. So he's able to tuck in just perfectly in front of that box and now play whack-a-mole. But one sharp shot from Carson can uproot him. Trying to play comfortably in this one. This time the molly going to be on the money. They're just going to let him burn. They're going to let him dwindle to the fire and the flames here. It's still Shane that has to make the cross into the site and creates a safety himself. What a shot from Shane. And now it's just Grizz. We'll have to prove if he's mom's really favorite here now as he makes a move in towards this B bomb site, trying to pull off the retake here, stepping up, needs the headshot, finds the first and the second, knocks it down. Grizz delivers the clutch when all things were going wrong for Marsborn. He's able to bring it home.
Goodness me, Grizz. That is a nice little clutch that he's pieced together and prevents Voca from recovering in the round. A second for Marsborn. Problem is, look at that money. I mean, yes, he can probably drop someone, but it's looking pretty rough due to the fact they lost 4 bodies in that round. Not the other side for Voca. They're sitting pretty. They're fine. I just can't believe Shane hits this shot. That's 3 HP he has, and he's still going for a swing like that. Wild stuff. Most players would have just tried to get through to the window, but not Shane. He's taking that fight with confidence. Unfortunately for Voca, they don't take the round. 10th underway. Dia doesn't want to get double scout tagged again, and he won't have to worry about that because Wolfie's got the op now. He's boosting up for a peek in towards the lower tunnels. They're watching for it. They were watching the whole way, and they could never turn that corner.
The really late assembly on that boost as well. So, I mean, as you can see, crosshairs were already turned in, and the panic was setting in to even try and play forward there for Wolfie, but Infinite collects straight through the smoke on a 60. He's sidelined. We've seen how 3v5 advantages have come down to the wire for Marsborn. What about a man up here for the side of Voca, continuing to commit through as they break past long. They punish the re-aggression there in towards mid doors, and things could go from bad to worse as there is no rush for Voca. So much time left to play off of. And great spot from Infinite, finding another one, looking for the last Infinite in red hot form. A reason they bring him in, and he's showing out right now, 12-5.
Wow. Infinite answering all the doubts that we had with his gun and the shots that he's hitting. Very nicely done. Obviously, he was gearing up to join a squad, and Voca came a-calling. And he answered. 8-2 for Voca. Somehow looking better than yesterday, which I didn't expect with the swap, but here we are. Marsborn may still be reeling from that loss to Skinrave. To be honest, since 60 joined, they haven't really faced that much adversity. I think they only lost 2 series in a row once. Anyway, Infinite gonna get another couple, eventually gets run down, but they've already made their way towards the ace on Voca. What a shot from Grizz! He's trying to have impact once more, but eventually this utility will push him back. Yeah, there's just too much on this side. Are there other guns to pick up towards B? I don't think so. I should say towards the B tunnels. So Grizz likely gonna charge back in here. 60's going for it. Doesn't even care about saving the AK. Just like he can win it, and he can snab Wooly at the last 2. Voca find a 9th.
So impressed with the domination that they're asserting right here. Infinite continuing to deliver the multi-kills, only traded out by the follow-up aggression of 3 players chasing him down, but that sure does set up the rest of Voca to thrive towards the long side, and wins continue to roll in Voca's favor. Another boost here for Dia and his scope. More opportunity to try and punish. Has a small sight line. Ooh. Yeah, he's calling. I feel like his crosshair reacted to the lower aggression right there, which is such an impressive spot. But Carson's got a crunch heading his way, and he just avoids the contact here. Wisely falls off of tons because there was 3 players hunting him down.
I think without Dia's call, he would have stayed there. Without Dia like saying, oh, I think something's going on lower, Carson would have been dead. He gets cautious and falls back. That is a very big miss from Wolfie, whose op has been very silent.
Oh my god!
What a peek from Carson from Dark Viz, the recipient of his fury. And now Infinite through the smoke. It was blown open briefly, so he had the spot, and he finishes it off. They're looking over to the site. Infinite is on an absolute tear. We should have never doubted this man. 5v2 in favor of Voca, Wolfie, and Chop. What can they possibly do here?
See Wolfie, he's so low on HP, finished off with just a point of damage done, and Infinite wants to go for the killing blow. Instead, it will be taken by Snev and Shane as Voca take double digits in the first half here, leave their opposition limited to just 2 rounds. That's all they'll be able to manufacture. An infinite. Look what he's able to make happen here. Threading the needle on that kill into Grizz, finding the one through the smoke. Zero hesitation here on the success of this move.
Alrighty. It's going in the opposite direction that we thought it would. Marsborn need the recovery that Skinrave had against them yesterday. That was an ECL, of course. Infinite watching. Looking to have more pistol impact, and it's already struck. There's one. Staff falls behind him, so now he's kind of isolated. Very low as well. Block is firing away. Wolfie finds 2, looking for a third, and Infinite does manage to thread through another one, even with the low HP, to give Dia and Shane a much better chance at recovery here.
Yeah, they're going to need to be instant. They're already up catwalk. Doubling up right now, and that is the kill they needed. Dia taps out one on the chop here quickly and finds the follow-up. Still a Kit and Shane as well to make this retake even more doable here. So Wolfie looks to cut him off on the cross. 2 very low HP bars. Wolfie and a chance to try and deal the damage. A 1v2 required. Jumping up on the box. Trying to distract right now. Might be enough. Block burst coming through and it doesn't connect. Stealing away the round just at the tail end with the Kit. Wolfie going to find the kills, but Voca going to take an 11th.
Oh my god. That was the right choice for Wolfie. It just does not connect. The burst fire, you have 3 chances and all 3 go wide on the jump. Oh, it's a heartbreaker. Thought they had that pistol and now they have to stare down a very large deficit. Force buy is in. It will yield a couple of rifles thanks to that bomb plant. But this is far from the situation that they were hoping for at the beginning of this second half. I mean, the beginning of the map, let's be honest.
No question about it. Arriving right now is a side of Voca, but a lovely headshot for Grizz. Trying to step up for his team again. Got a 1v2 to get their second round on the board. Otherwise, matters could have been made worse here, but Infinite threading more aggression in from the window side. Does get dealt with this time, and Carson gets pushed past in the smoke chop. Deletes him. And Marsborn on the force buy. They're going to fight back here and get themselves a 3rd round. It should be a save called out from the side of Voca as they go around the world. But yeah, no question about which way this one's going.
Well, at least this time they stopped Voca from converting off the pistol round, because if they did, this would have been done. Dia waiting. They're chasing. They really don't have to and probably shouldn't commit too many bodies here because they've already been a force buy. You want to keep the rifles up. Okay, well, Shane dies to the bomb. They know Dia's around the corner. Can they get him? The spray is sloppy, but he will survive.
Close that one out there without too many casualties. Just taking down that MP9 of Shane with a bomb blast. Trying to pick up that weaponry. Not available here. As the Force by Wars will wage on here. It's going to be Voca looking to bounce back with one of their own. Double HG onto Wolfie. Doesn't get to play the round. Absolutely tanks the util. Now they do make it out towards long, and Voca say, hey, I'm happy with this. We got the 4v5 off of $600. Let's just take what we got right now and give over long after a little while.
You mean you have to imagine that that's coming through on a lighter buy from Voca, or I should say a force buy. You gotta wait for those nades. You can't go that early. Nice shot from 6, and Dia got one before that, and Shane swings around for 2! Almost the last goes his way too. Chop is in a 1v2 clutch now. The pistol singing for Voca. Marsborn cannot find any type of rhythm here on Dust 2. Diaz managed to recover an AK. Certainly Carson is wondering, If he should go around and grab one himself, he absolutely will. So it'll be 2 rifles on the side of Voca and Chop. The only advantage he had was that utility, and now that's gone as he tosses both pieces out.
For Cat here, interestingly enough. Gun picked up, still able to get those numbers punched in and stay alive here. Long pressure comes through, and a great spray down. Deals with the first piece of the puzzle, now needs a quick headshot onto Carson. Molly trying to force him into an awkward position. Doesn't spot anything on Catwalk, so where on earth did he go? He dropped CT, and Chop reads it like a book and brings home a 1v2 again for Mars to get their 4th round, surviving the force by scare.
Wow, I mean, great clutch from Chop. Just had the perfect read as to what happened. Not sure if he heard the drop down. I don't think that was the case. It's just an inkling in his mind that it would be going towards CT because of the direction of the Molotov, and there you have it. The lineup is there. It really should have, honestly, never been in doubt for Marsborn in that type of round, but gets down to a 1v1. And you see, because of that, Voca are going to force up. They feel like they can potentially upset the apple cart immediately here at the beginning of this half. Carson, ooh, doesn't want to double dip on that P. Goes back towards Car. Can't hit the shots. B-side overwhelmed. And with infinite dying, I think they just fall back now. Oh, wow. 16. Okay.
Thought he's going to go for a knife kill right there. Instead, just likes to rub it in with the body spam instead. That'll do. Marsborn punch through the force buys that continue to come out from the CT side. Twice in a row. And Chop's clutch is going to be made good on. Shane not starting to hold on to his weaponry. Gets blasted by Wolfie there. Great clear from him. And yeah, there are no prizes on this B-bomb site for you to take. Just back away, hold on to his weaponry. Always nice to have your opera on an MP9 if you can find any kills in the next round. Can set up your rifles for a little bit more success, but simple and effective for Marsborn into the B-bomb site, catching a bit of a weak side on the defense.
All right. Could it be back-to-back map ones where we get the recovery from large deficits? Last time it was 3-9. This time 11-2. Viz gets an opener too. Oh man. I mean, it is just the E-cut, but still. You want it to be clean, and it is for Marsborn. 5v2 in the first 25 seconds of the round.
20th kill there for Infinite.
Wild.
Huge punch out of his deagle. And Angle spotted out there for Chop to trade things out. Carson on the conversation for this round win isn't the conversation for any sort of exit damage as the smoke gets blown open. Just looking to play around it, sneaky stuff, but dealt with by the chase out of 60. We've seen a big comeback today already. It's down 3-9 up to a 11-13 victory. Now Marsborn still trailing in a difficult fashion, but if they can find this consistent form now back up against the gun rounds again, can start to be convinced.
Infinite peppering the smoke there. Guns are back out now for Voca. If they're going to put a quick end to this map, it's got to be here. Chop's expecting the aggression. I mean, we were talking about it. Carson's always going for a push. And wow, Chop spots him, but he's going behind the pillar as it happens. And Carson decides that he is not going to go any further. He's got information. Just has that incendiary ready to throw forward. Waiting to spot a player before he does, but since he doesn't, he tucks that back into his pocket.
Positioning here to the T side. Looks been weary of the drop though. Look at this awareness. But still Chop double entry to break through. Still another player ready to go. Dia only chamber in a shot at a time and misses the first. And this is going to put him in high pressure. smoke for the molly. No safety, though, in this round for him. And you'd expect him, to get blasted as soon as he surfaces through that smoke. Leveled out here. Chop with a triple kill in the round right now, stepping up here for Marsborn.
What an efficient entry. Sorry, go ahead, Cole.
The save is going to be called. Does seem like it, yeah.
Crazy. Voca completely neutered in this round. Just trying to save the AK and the A1S. Loss bonus has racked up to full. But they want to get the round victories on the board. I almost feel like he should unleash Carson in that instance. Maybe he loses the fight with Chop, but if he doesn't, then that 3K never comes through. Anyway, look at that. I mean, the fact is they send 3 bodies towards Infinite and don't allow him to strike for more than 1. And after that, Voca just lose the B site. It's too difficult to hang on to when you have that much pressure being applied. And only one player already on the defense. It was Dia, and he was surrounded, right? The Molotovs landed at his feet. And that was it for him. Even though he has the smoke, it's just he's trapped, right? No help in sight.
Chance to break out of that one, but Wolfie doesn't get to pop a shot off with his op. Deleted by the Deagle of Carson. Looking for a statement start here. Grizz eats an HE down to 31. Trying to throw that op away. Another HE targets of his as well, and if you ever had a chance to win with some scrappy purchases and a save, that is your ticket in. Scout becomes that much more lethal, and Snav finds another one. Was able to, I believe, boost up there for that kill. And playing with fire. Is Viz on very low health there. At least one scout territory. Survives the attack from Dia. And 3v5 now. For Voca to try and take 12. Some missing firepower, sure, but the positioning right now is very solid. Throw that mid to B smoke in, but reposition it more committal from Snav to try and handle this cat take here while the scout leads it off. Chop already taken down even lower. Snav, next point of contact, and they're getting stalled out, slowed down here. Dropping in towards CT. 60 does make the breakthrough. But the site can be conceded here because you got a 4v2 and now a 4v1. They might not even get a plan off here. Chase down comes through out of Shane, and a 12th round found like that.
Wow. I mean, just the opening shot from Carson makes you feel confident if you're Voca. And they continue to rattle on forward. Frag after frag. The scout connecting Carson with another Deagle on the tail end. And by that point, there are guns to be recovered, and Voca will not miss their opportunity to strike. The eco round is the one that delivers. Voca now have 5 opportunities to close out their map pick of dust to and send us to nuke. Utility raining on forward. Marsborn backs against the wall. Need 5 in a row to push overtime. Taking up the space that they're being given into mid. One player watching for the long push, as they should, because Shane is right there. Next to those double doors.
Rest of the
He's
smoke
gonna
here.
have shadow advantage here.
But yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, there's no chance for Grizz to win that duel here. Gives it up. Shows his positioning too much there, and 60 connects with the op as well for even more damage. Or connects onto the op. Just a target for Dia. Collapse coming through middle, but they got to be careful. Infinite's with utility out right now. Doesn't want to create any leverage back into this round. As they're ready to scale in mid to B. But they're met by another smoke in tunnels right now, so this is going to be stalled out even longer.
Oh, that's not the smoke break that Mars were hoping for. Carson
Just
hearing
confirms.
that noise.
Yeah. There's still players in tunnels, so it's no secret about the positioning, but this defense can still quickly be broken down.
I mean, the lack of utility is the biggest problem for Voca right now. They're just going to have to do it with the bullets. And they do. Snap, Carson, and then Carson again. It's only Wolfie left in a 1v4 clutch attempt. 20 seconds on the clock. There just isn't time. He has to get everything, and he will get only one. It is over. Voca have taken map number 1, 13-7, and look strong from start to finish.
Yeah, some excellence coming through. out of the Voca camp. And most importantly, the big question mark heading into this one is how Infinite's going to look in this matchup, how he's going to be able to bring in some intensity after, floating around different rosters. And the answer is, looks phenomenal. He's able to bring in that energy. He's able to bring that high level. And again, more excitement for this Voca team with the fact that he's still bringing in the firepower.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised. I honestly didn't expect it. I saw Infinite, especially in his last stint, look a little bit worse for wear, and I wasn't sure whether he was going to come back at all, if he was maybe just going to pug it out and have fun with Counter-Strike instead. But yeah, now he's back with Voca, and I have to say, I love it. You see the numbers, 21 frags for him. No PrizePicks frag estimate since he was a last-minute sub coming through here, but if he did have one, he'd be very close, I'd imagine, maybe even a few away, because I wouldn't imagine the expectations were not this high for him coming in last minute.
Yeah, no question about it. Pulling through some big time performances here. Infinite, delivering in stride right now for his squad, and an exciting kind of piece to bring into the mix. We know Slump played phenomenally yesterday, but the fact that they, swap things up and they still look this comfortable throughout their opening map pick is huge excitement up against a Marsborn team that is obviously hungry to get back into the grand finals again and show what they can bring to the table.
Yeah, and let's check out the Marsborn numbers now and talk about those. I mean, not really much here. Again, from Wolfie, Viz notably absent. He has been a revelation for this Marsborn squad as of late, but in this one, only 5 frags is certainly not going to cut it. And in general, look, I mean, you saw a nice entry into B from Chop on that T side, but outside of that, there wasn't really much, and that's why Marsborn are staring down at a 0-1 deficit right now. Heading on to their map pick of Nuke, which is, a small point of comfort, right? Because they've won 7 of their last 8 there, which is good, but at the same, 6 of their last 7, which is good, but at the same time, they did have that loss to Mythic that came through, and that's the one that surprised me a lot, because it looked like they were the favorites in that series, as was the case here, and I feel like something that may be plaguing Marsborn is overconfidence going into certain matchups. They go in, they don't have their protocols tight enough, and they get punished for it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely with you right there. I'm a little bit, nervous that if we don't see some of the key individuals step up with the firepower in this next map, that things could continue to be iced out by Voca. That's what we saw. I mean, the kills show the numbers. There was multiple 1v2 clutches in this map for Marsborn that they were able to capitalize. One from Chop and then one from Grizz, and it still only amounted to 7 rounds in total.
All right, guys, we're going to send it to a break, but when we come back, we'll have Nuke for you.
It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the f***ing cup. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh my god, he got so much money! That was hilarious! Everything to be gained. The blaster swing! Come on! The first is in! Come on, Horse! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been planning this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me. Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool, the players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house. And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games. And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something to be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these. So I'd love to see you here. Come to Vegas, come support North American Counter-Strike. Love to see you here. I said it 3 times.
Come twice.
What? Oh God, yeah, please come to the event. We desperately need you to be here. Otherwise, NACS will die. You know what? There we go. There you go. You just do that whole thing at the end. That'll be perfect.
It's time for Steal Mike's Skins.
Give it here, tier 3 caster. Give it, this is mine. They threw. I lost my $2. I deserve this. Give it, mine. This is mine. I want it. Gimme.
Welcome to another episode of Steal Mike's Skins, brought to you by Flom. Flom, the man who makes it all happen. Let's take a look at his beautiful bearded visage. Show the people Flom here, Rob. Show the people Flom. Oh, that's one hunk of a man. That's just a big old piece of meat to tear into. I'm here with a special guest. We got Fruit Cup coming on in for a little episode of Steal Mike's Skins. Fruit Cup, how you doing today?
Doing great. Love to be here. Glad to be here. Thank you very much for having me.
I'm glad to have you here, and I'm hoping you might not be that good at trivia, because otherwise you're going to steal some of my skins. The way this game works, for anyone who's not familiar, we have 4 trivia questions. Fruit Cup is going to attempt to answer those questions. For every question that he gets right, he gets a ball. That ball will be dropped into our magic Plinko board and give him the chance to win and steal my skins. So without further ado, bring on the trivia. Let's get into it. Let's get into the questions here. Question number 1. Each round is 1 minute and 55 seconds. If you played 10 full rounds, how many total seconds were there in the game? Total seconds in the game here. A little math for you.
I'm going to have to go with A.
A. 1,150 seconds, locking it in. Show them the answer. What do we got here? It's A. Good math. Didn't even have to talk out loud. Straight in the head. I'm impressed. We're starting strong here.
Oh,
first
yeah.
ball in. After that first question, math question done. How are you feeling? How's the confidence rating?
Right now, I'm looking pretty good right now. Looking pretty good.
All right, we're flying high. Let's see how you're feeling after the next question. On to the next question. Bring it up. What do we got here? Swedish player known as Olof Meister won A or Q major in 2015. What team was he on?
D.
D, Fnatic, locking it in. No, it wasn't Face Clan. It was, in fact, Fnatic. Yeah!
Let's go. Let's go.
2 for 2. I'm going to say that was a
so far.
But 2
that
for
was
2
pretty
is
easy
impressive.
one. All right, yeah.
Let's see what the next one is. Let's see. Next category. Jumping on over. Oh, we're musical here. Who released the 2006 single?
Come on, that's A. You don't even got to do that. It's A. Don't even
have to ask the question.
Don't
A,
even have to answer.
Shakira. Locking it in.
Oh, come
locking
on.
it in.
Oh,
of
yeah.
course. Who else's hips don't lie? No one else on this list, that's for sure. 3 for 3. Okay, Fruit Cup. Last question here. Last question. Let's see if you could be the first flawless Steal Mike Skins. What is the name of this Super Mario character? Is it A, Smash Rock, B, Thwomp, C, Plonker, or D, Stompus? Are you a Super Mario fan? That's the question here.
I'm not too big into Super Mario.
Okay.
So I'm just going to have to go with... we'll go with A again. We'll go with A.
We're going A. A, Smash Rock. Is it A, Smash Rock? No, it's Thwomp, because he thwomps. That's what he does. It's what he's about. Okay, so not flawless, but 3 of 4 is pretty dang good. You get 3 balls here. You choose the letter. We drop it down that respective slot. It's going to bounce along the Plinkos. If it lands in a 2, you get 2 skins. If it lands in a 1, you get 1 skin. If it lands in the middle, you get 3 skins. If it lands in an X, tough luck, bud. Where are we going? What's the first letter?
All right,
here?
well, we're going to go with F for Fruit Cup.
F for Fruit Cup. Okay. There we go. On brand. Brand identity is important. It's taking a jump. It's going towards the middle.
Oh.
It's down towards the bottom. Oh, boy. Looking like a 2.
Oh,
it's a 2.
Okay. Let's go.
All right.
Let's go.
2 skins off
good.
rip. Looking very good. Where do we want to go again?
We'll go E for the next one.
E for exceptional. Let's see if you got an exceptional choice on in here. Bouncing around, hop, skip, and a jump all the way over to the side, back towards the middle. Where are we going? Full straight to the X. No dice on that one. One more ball though. One more choice. Where are we going with it?
We'll go with C this time. We'll go with C.
C. All right, mix it up. Keep them guessing. Here we go. Dropping on down. Taking a jump, a skip, a zoop, and a bop. Oh,
hey!
4 skins coming on in. Congratulations, Fruit Cup. You have stolen 4. Count that.
Let's
4
go.
of my skins. How are you feeling about your glorious victory today?
I mean, all in all, 3 for 4 out of trivia. Not too bad. 1 4 skins. Hey, it's looking like a pretty good day right now. That's all I can say.
A good day indeed, and a good episode of Steel Mike Skins. We'll see you on the next one.
All right, we're back for the PrizePicks Any Revival Series number 11 semi-final between Marsborn and Voca. And Voca took that first map very decisively, Cole. Infinite powered them forward. We thought that he'd be a question mark. He was actually the star and led the squad to victory.
Yeah, I mean, he was the very, very clear answer here for the team on Dust 2 in so many different occasions. That T side was monstrous, just constant multi-kills, big explosive plays on the B side lurking, and when you're able to sub in a piece like that and immediately be able to succeed here, shows the sort of function that this system has here, that you can plug and play these players, put them in comfortable positions, and they can still thrive with this team here. Now they have to do it on what I would say is a much more difficult map here. You're looking at Nuke as maybe some more difficulties in how you have to rotate. There's more cohesion that is going to be required for the CT side to try and step up onto. And so this is where Marsborn really have to capitalize on this, adjustment phase that Voca are going for.
Almost certainly. We'll see if they can do that. Voca did come off a win against Phoenix on Nuke, and Phoenix actually proved to be pretty resilient, honestly, but ended up being dealt with by this Voca squad yesterday. And now we'll see if they can do it again. This time the opponent, I would say, a lot tougher and a much better team on this map. We'll see how it goes down as we're jumping right into the pistol.
They go here. Missing out on some opportunities to find the openings, but look at the rest of the team here. Shane collecting kills from the heavens. And Chop now left last man standing. Double swing coming through there. A flawless pistol going through here for the side of Voca, dominating in the opening action.
Wow, it's an absolute stomp there to open things up, and doesn't help build any confidence for Marsborn here on this map of Nuke. No bomb plant. We've seen a lot of teams force up without it, and they will be no exception. In fact, we've seen some very aggressive force, not only from the T sides, but the CT sides throughout this. Voca, twice on the first map. I think Skinrave did it twice in a row on CT side in their first map as well. What's happening there? Watch where you're swinging your knives, folks. They're very sharp. It's round number 2. Already starts off with a bit of team damage on the side of Voca. Dia's probably not too happy about that. What can these Tech 9s and the Mac 10 do for Marsborn? They are set up for a potential explosion into this A site, but they need the other side of it to activate towards Mini, and it does! They find one, find a second! Is there going to be an answer at all here from Voca? I'm not sure. Snav gets pushed back from a dink, and what a peek from 60! Crazy play from Marsborn, a bold call that leads to a great result so far.
All in play here. On towards that A site, and they get rewarded here. 60 still holding them away from this retake. Another kill. Even more impact here, and Wolfie tanks some of the shots there. These Tech 9s looking fierce, and Marsborn going aggressive on the purchase. A wildly successful rush going in there towards the A-bomb site. I mean, not even all of the that much utility here for this exec, right? When you talk about those upper pops, you expect there to be so much util. So many flashes and mollies throwing through there, but they didn't have that luxury. Instead, they get battled back with just the Tech 9s and the head armor that breaks them down. Voca gonna be left a little bit shocked there. Force by though gonna be answered back here. And we'll see if this can start the Marsborn rhythm that they were looking to capitalize in that comeback effort on Dust 2. Cross utility and 3 smokes towards the outer yard, but they will be able to walk out towards his A side. Bold move from Chop. Making his move through hut. Should not expect the player to be inside of lobby there, and absolutely doesn't. Push through the ramp side, catches him off guard, so an opening duel goes in the favor of the CT side.
These forest by wars are always exciting on Nuke. There's so much space that you can occupy in both directions. Carson, who's going to expect this? All the way back in CT spawn, certainly they're not looking for it at all. Lines it up and hits the shots. 2 of them required, but Viz is now gone. They're thinking, what's going on? Why would Carson even be there? One player slipped through the ramp, but Grizz is going to look to end Carson's
pick up the bomb
here. And yeah, they got to be careful to get that bomb.
Oh, no way.
What?
Look at what Carson's doing. 2 mollies. How is he alive?
He's still alive!
Okay.
Oh.
Surely there was nothing but flames underneath his feet here, and Dia lets one slide up the heavens with the other not so successful. Running a little bit low on time. Infinite drops the bomb once more. You need to wait patiently to join forces here, but now Infinite looking to get the pistol out just enough out of Wolfie to bail them out of the tragic situation they were facing. And a 5v3 turns positive with low time left.
Honestly, no clue how that all goes down. Like, just a flurry of frags instantly from Marsborn. When everything looked like it was going poorly for them, 2 Molotovs required onto Carson. He was burning so much money out of the pocketbooks of Marsborn. In the end, they do fall short, but, you know, only 1 player left alive means they are going to force up back-to-back again. Did lead to success on the previous map. We'll see if it happens again. Boost up here for Infinite, the spot, but he will get put down. Headshot found for 60. 5v4 for Marsborn. As Shane continues to hold the line at hut. If he takes any further steps forward, Wolfie will likely punish, but he wants to peek out with Snav. I like the idea. Wolfie tries to isolate the angle and does, but Snav is too good with the MP9, and there's the trade back that Voca were looking for.
Good position here for the T side. Chop giving them options right now with his positioning. What a clear from Carson, but Chop will just push back against that with ease. Clothesline headshot. And Hell once again taken advantage of by the Marsborn camp, giving themselves a big opportunity to strike in towards this A-bomb site that is left with Shane all on an island. All by his lonesome right now. Times up his aggression with 60 nicely and burst him out of the round. And the A-bomb site going to be conceded though as a reaction because 2 players still on lower. But can Shane do anything more before they get into position?
I'm just going to flood out here from heaven. Molotov lands at the feet of Shane. So I guess he won't be able to deny the bomb plant, but at least gets the information to relay to his teammates, and, well, he's gone. Chop cuts him down. Now Snav and Dia, this feels extremely unlikely. Just based on the positioning that Marsborn have gotten here. 1 player tucked into hut, 1 into heaven. They're going to have to dig them out and find frags with very limited firepower, and they decide, you know what? This didn't work out. Let's find some guns. AK recovered. Snav has the MP9. Oh, spot for Dia. There's no kit, though. So, I mean, even though they get that and another kill, it's just making it expensive for Marsborn, who will take a third. But again, 2 straight rounds with only 1 survivor.
Terrorists win.
2 guns saved this time. We've seen Voca stay aggressive with the purchases. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that trend continue. You know, 4 kills. We know that loss bonus is stacking up an extra $200 for everyone as well. We know Voca Like to put the pressure on. See what they bring. Not the most aggressive stance here on the purchase, though. We'll just trust in the hero rifles. A little bit of pistol and armor behind it, but they are taking the disciplined approach here. Want to get that utility out. A wide swing from Dia towards the outer yard. Blows up in his face here. But Carson on the move somehow managed to make that a headshot.
But Snap gets a follow-up. Nade gonna get tossed. More damage incoming for Marsborn. Not that much, though. Wolfie did back away from the angle enough to only take about 22 HP of damage. And now, Voca. They still haven't recovered any rifles off those bodies. Infinite pushing up, gains the advantage on 2! What a play! Picks up an AK. That's one way to get a rifle, and maybe even the round. He's got the bomb at his feet, throws a Molotov onto it. Chop has to try and win this fight. He knows it. A 1v4 required. Flashes out. Oh no, but the player's above him. Even if he gets Infinite here, he's dead. There's no chance. There you go. Oh, maybe not. Okay, I thought Chop was dead. Carson won't do it, but Snav will. Well done from Voca, and Infinite in particular, taking the aggressive posture and winning the round.
Carson trying to get the jump on him right there, but Infinite, again, pushes past so much of the difficulty in this round. 2 brilliant kills out of the 5-7, picking up right where he left off from that last map. And finally, it's not even the full force buy that they go for here, but it's what breaks them through here in a big way.
That's a really good point, you know, because they could have opted for the full force buy, and I thought they were going to, but just go for the pistol upgrades and a half buy instead, and it gets it across the finish line. Just goes to show you, sometimes you don't have to take a massive risk. You can just use what you had from the previous round, and things will go through, especially in CS2. I mean, we've seen so many of those lighter buys work out. Infinite gonna prime the utility here. Oh, he's dead. He did get that utility thrown, but Grizz with a nice shot threaded through the gap. Dia does find that trade onto Wolfie, but Ramp has been overtaken by Marsborn.
Ask Viz to do a little bit more here, and he spotted Carson with the track. The visual here. They need to do a lot to try and flush Viz out of this round right now, because the split in towards B that much more effective. If that's what they so choose right now, it doesn't seem to be the case. Different direction here, different end goal here. Now it's Shane put to the task, delivers 2 quick kills, finally finished off by Chop. And Viz's teammate eliminated as well. Puts Chop into the clutch. 1v3 ahead of him. Looking to push past. With 40 seconds left, there's time to think this one through. Walking around towards the outer yard. Interesting approach here for him.
Well,
I can't get past Dio. Put up the wall, and Voca win 2 in a row.
Interesting or not, he's dead. And Voca do indeed get a nice little mini recovery here on their CT side. It's Shane that does a lot of work in that fight, right? Gets 2, almost a third. And I like the adjustment from Carson in that vent fight throughout the entirety of it. You know, he doesn't overcommit, knows that pistol can pop him right in the head if he's not careful, so he ends up going back and forth between vent and the stairs and eventually winning the fight against Fizz after a little bit of an extended engagement. So, looking at the money situation for Marsborn, they cannot justify a buy-up, and will be Glocks with a lone Deagle in 60's hands, which is their typical eco setup. See? Rattles off a couple of shots, he is spotted and dealt with. Oh. Chop doing some nice work with the P250. Collects one, but can't go for the gun. Wolfie waiting for the peek. He had the angle and the opportunity, but it slips through his fingers. As the bomb gets planted on B, that's actually pretty good.
What?
I don't know how that happened. They managed to slip through and get a bomb plant.
Alright. All that bad. Sneaky stuff right there. Out of the Marsborn camp to take a little bit of an extra cash prize. Stay elusive. Need every advantage they can get here. That's certainly going to help out. It's Marsborn. Still have to fight uphill here. It's a firepower that continues to rain out. Minimizing the casualties, being able to win their first round off the back of missing out on the pistol conversion. Since then, on a half buy, bolsters up that defensive economy. Dia tossing in an HE to maybe shroud the noise that he makes, pushing in on this deep lobby angle. Good positioning here on the T side, or CT side rather, but the kill not connected on. Oh, but Dia drops this one. Finds a multi. He takes 3. Dia deleting all of the offense here. And it's completely shut out. They got past it once, but 3 more can't try and slide their way in, and it's just Viz. Last man standing. And he's spotted now.
Viz. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Carson executes him with a well-placed shot to the head. Voca up to 5 now, and this is just fantastic. Shotgun opping by Dia. I mean, the repositioning is really good considering he's out in the open and continually just adjusting himself for shot after shot. Doesn't even die in the round. Everyone survives. Bolsters the economy immensely. Look at the money they have. Carson on 10K and no one below the 7K mark. This is exactly why I say a lot of the times on your T side, you have to rack up the rounds as quickly as possible on maps and overpass and nuke. Because if you don't, that CT economy stabilizes and you're in a lot of trouble.
Challenging. Trying to connect some spam on to that smoke. One player does slide on down that's 60. He was successful in crossing. The rest going to walk behind him here, but the rotate does come through it as well. In the form of Snav. He's jump spotting it. Don't know if he registered the fact that 60's already around the corner there. And yeah, he's kind of giving over the bomb site because of that factor. It's become a little bit more challenging here. Now the bomb's going to go down. And Snav's down to 4 HP. Not the easiest of situations to pull back from. Shane looking to join up. Has a lot to do. Transfers his spray up high. Getting run down so many different angles to cover. And eventually bested. Well, goes in as well. Trying to push their way through. No access gain. And it could be the Tech 9s that save Marsborn again if it's not for Dia and the dual Berettas. What? Another massive headshot coming through from him. It's just Wolfie on the edge of the smoke. Still playing around it. Goes for a no-scope here. Flashes out. He's off the bomb, though. He finds a no-scope. Is there time for the defuse? Yes! Dia does it again.
He had 7 HP the whole time. And he's just going... I mean, most players be like, I have 7 HP. I'm just going to try and stick to defusal after that flashbang. But no. He fakes it. Goes off. And while Wolfie's blinded, doesn't even scope it. He's like, I don't even have to. No scope's good enough. Dia, a stunner of a round. Up to 12-3 to give his teammate 3-round lead. Marsborn call a timeout after that because you kind of have to. Dia, unbelievable stuff.
It's these sort of rounds that are hitting you and you finally feel like you're going to break through.
Oh.
Absolutely brutal. Dia rips another one away here, and this is the sort of concerns that we highlight heading into this one. We know what this team can bring when it's reaching for the phone. He almost made it right before the cutoff. Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, always the concern. I think Dia is such a flashy player right now, and when he's hot, and it's really hard to cool him off. And those are the sort of moments that are going to be ringing throughout the rest of this series.
Yeah, and you see face and hands there for Grizz. Not happy with the way things are going. Yesterday, they were denied the opportunity to compete at the regional finals in ECL. And today, may not even get that rematch for a chance at revenge against Skinrave with the way things are trending right now. Again, you know, it's nuke, it's CT-sided. If Marsborn can get one, let's say 2 more rounds here on their T side, it'll be fine, you know, and we can perhaps see a comeback and push to a 3rd map, at least fine for them. But Voca have looked very potent, a lot better than they did yesterday across the board, because Slump was carrying the weight on his shoulders for the majority of the team. Infinite has slotted right in. He's looked like a star on multiple occasions. And Dia, you know, the piece that, in my mind, actually started to shift Voca in the right direction is also hitting ridiculous shots and getting that clutch that we just saw.
And finding himself in difficult positions over and over again and always being able to work through the adversity. Look at that 3K on the A bomb set attack there. Just a couple rounds prior that really got him heated up, and that clutch right there. 7 HP. A little bit of time to stew in it there for Marsborn as we get back into the action. Viz has gone hunting on the top of T roof. Meanwhile, there is going to be an execution, and Dia's crosshair could be where it needs to be right now for the attack that's heading their way. You can see his positioning in the ramp room at the moment. Waiting for content to be drawn in, and chops just barely around that corner.
One minute remains. Marsborn trying to steady themselves here. Dia spots the player, misses the shot. Now they can try to capitalize on that. Molotov tossed, and there's Ramp. Game through. I'd be surprised if Dia continues to fight, but he actually is. What is happening here? Going for wall bangs. Wolfie, in the meantime, finds Carson. I believe that was towards inner, and now Sixy gets another one. 5v3 for Marsborn, excuse me.
Grizz should be able to catch the flank. Oh, Dia's crosshair just swiped right by him. Knife out. Almost got his kill stolen by Sixy, but the knife does come through. Shane is stuck in the back of the site. Does go down. Swinging. Couple of nice kills there for him, but it is going to be Marsborn off the back of a timeout called. It allows for them to walk right into their crosshairs. Kind of a default that's spread throughout the map and lead to some big-time success here for the Marsborn camp. Actually slowing around down, having players in different positions ready to deal with the aggression.
Eleventh round of play. Dia waits, hoping to have more impact on this round, but Grizz has already found Snap through the smoke, a headshot delivered, and a man advantage at their doorstep. Infinite, with a smoke thrown down there towards Squeaky, will drop down and see what he can find, potentially, if someone decides to push through it, but a flashbang and incendiary tossed by Voca. They're hoping that they've caught Marsborn before they get down into secret, but Viz is already there, and Ramp is kind of exposed. Dia's watching, but they know where he likes to play, and they've already isolated him with the utility. You expect him to peek it with a Molotov drone, and there it is. Marsborn once more overwhelmed the setup that Voca had, and they didn't make any changes to it.
Good protocols there. Rolling out from the T side to avoid any sort of effort there to go back and return. This is post plant starting. There is a lot of money heading into the last round of the half here. Not infinite money, but a little bit of bread. Four-man save isn't the worst approach here. Trying to get some exits would be nice as well. See Shane stick around. He's got plenty of cash flow. Will be bested. Now it's Diaz. Oh, he does need to stay alive, and he topples over. But the rest of the rifle is going to be able to be maintained here. And again, their investment should still be pretty good here for the last round of the half. Nice exits from Carson, adding a little bit of extra damage on his way out. Just barely avoids the bomb blast. And Infinite recovers in AWP. Oh, what?
What?
What a ridiculous finish, man.
Right on the tail end. I think they still have enough money to get the op anyway,
Yeah,
so
I think
it's more
so.
like, oh, maybe we'll secure ourselves a little bit more with the better util. But, like, they're not even missing that much utility, to be honest. It's two pieces. Everything else is there. Snav and Infinite don't have kits, but three other players do. It's fine. It is perfectly fine. Carson, watching there as that door has already been blown off its hinges, and towards Squeaky. Dia, smoke break. Will we see Viz? No, Viz is behind cover, so not within the realm of possibility there, and he tosses the incendiary just to make sure no one gets a little too comfortable next to that red box. In the meantime, Marsborn have maneuvered their way into lobby, and they're just holding their nerve, waiting for Voca to get impatient and go for pushes. And there is a bit of a change up here. Infinite over in ramp room, and Dia is watching outside instead with the op.
Posted up and just slightly been out of position for a couple of rotates towards ramp when he's needed to be. Been caught surprised and slowed down in the impact here. 60 gonna have a chance at a head-to-head here, but Carson floating and staying elusive. We'll pin him to the wall. Trying to avoid the spam there. He's gonna make noise rotating down the vents. Grizz is gonna chase this, feeling this opportunity, and he gets blasted from up above. Nice little bait and switch from Carson Snav. Utility recovered the bomb on the other edge of that smoke. It's not going to do them any favors here. It's chopped backed against the wall in a 1v5. Able to find a couple of kills, but wall pinged out of the round by Snav for a 7th here on a lead to hop into the second half.
I mean, really, that's a good round for Voca to get, so they get that lead going to second half. But I mentioned it before, 5 rounds was all Marsborn needed to be competitive going into that second half of action, and they get it. So it's still anyone's map so far, even with this slim Voca lead. And it all depends on what's going to happen on T side. And if you look at the numbers here, typically Marsborn actually have a better T round win percentage than the side of Voca. 51.9 for Marsborn versus 42.2% in terms of T round win percentage. However, if you look at the CT round win percentage, it's a lot higher on the side of Voca. So, I mean, look, this could go either way, I guess is my point. Snap, charging in, trades are good, and the pistol round is trending Voca.
Uppercuts need to be handed out here. 60 chances, a quick peek there where the rest of his team can get involved. Now starting to show up here. 2 players right underneath him. 60 tries to stay elusive, but will hit the ground hard. Swolfie's left last man standing. 2 impressive pickups. Still a 1v2 ahead of him, but a kit recovered. More of a chance here because of it. As the bomb being tapped, Wolfie now spotted off of it. Dia taking the duel. And Voca gonna convert the pistol there off the advantages that they pick up. Both pistols here, one out of the Voca camp here, looking strong.
Yeah, they got that first round one, which was immediately turned around on them with a force buy from Marsborn. And now a conversion here would lead them, or I should say a 2-round conversion, would lead them to 11 rounds. Or 10 rounds, excuse me. Looking at the numbers purely here, Marsborn don't have a single player above a KDR of 1. They have Wolfie at it. Everyone else kind of struggling to get the damage done versus Voca of D at 16 and 5, and then Shane at 13 and 9. So there's a bit of a disparity in terms of the mechanical skill here on Nuke. Maybe you expect that, being that Voca were on their CT side previously. But that may be the difference maker as we head to the tail end of this map.
Your time to showcase in the second half that that's not the case here. You see the continued struggles out of at least Viz on an individual front. You see him bounce back from. Force by to try and get things rolling again, but great flash and peeking ahead of the smokes. There's no scout towards the outer yard, so safe passage in an opening duel for Dia at the moment. Rotation is jumped in from Grizz though. Only just forcing him ever so slightly back here. They start to take space in towards single door, and Grizz doesn't get a chance to get much of anything going here. Inkstood by the MAC-10, smokes and mollies in towards the lower side. That's probably going to be our example of a save here. Viz going to catch a freebie. Outside of that, going to be holding on to their weaponry.
Yep, snap the plant onto the B site, and indeed, the save has been called for. Viz upgrades to a Galil, but Chop and Wolfie will just have to be content with the MP9 and the Scout. They'll carry that through to the next round, so at least they're not fighting with sticks and stones, excuse me. But, Voca well on their way to that 10th round, as I mentioned.
Right out of this force spy is going to be quite nice to get themselves 3 guns held on to, including a Galil recovered, but going to have to make some massive strides here. There's one thing for sure. As you said, double digits looking to be conceded over to this Voca camp, and already standing the map up. Feeling comfortable. Voca calling a timeout. Last round went swimmingly for them. Still have some things to discuss here before they get back into the swing of things.
Yeah, probably just saying, okay, we know they have 3 guns. They've got the Galil. Carson doing a lot of talking here, and Snav listening. So maybe Carson's going for a call. Did do some IGLing on Nouns, if you guys recall. And, while I can't say I was necessarily blown away by his time as an IGL, I think he's certainly got a few plays up his sleeve, especially when he calls around himself.
Yeah, I think that's the big detail, right? Because his plays do require, you know, everyone to have the buy-in sometimes, because he can go for all-in maneuvers that can be punished in big ways.
Okay, Grizz.
Truck in the zoo. This is a good spot for it. Seen it work every once in a while. Bit of an elusive angle. Chop inside of the hut, just the same here. There is so much utility, but no early plays from Carson just yet. That's not what we're seeing out of this game plan. Instead, what we might get is a walk into a decent setup on the ramp side. 3 players triangulating their setup here, so if that's the end goal for Voca, they may be walking into a little bit of a concern, but out Squeaky just feels like the perfect target. You're going to be able to avoid Chop inside of the hut. HE does a little bit of damage here. But it's going to lead the charge. He does get leveled out. The rotations coming through here quickly are starting to do more damage. Push it past the smoke. Viz with a big time multi. Carson looking to punish the rest, and he just might. Carson throws them all down. And a quick recovery. They close it off. And Voca take a 10th.
Wow, that looked a little easier than it should have for Carson. Viz made a phenomenal play, and Carson dealing with 2 players, I think one of them with the USP and the other with the MP9, shuts them down and even gets the 3rd afterwards. Wow, what a round from Carson. Dia has also collected his PrizePicks check mark for more than 31.5 kills. Back to the guns, but Voca are trying to make a statement here in what could be a 2-0 for them in response of Marsborn's 2-0 the other day. 3 more rounds required, and they are headed to the grand finals to face off with Skinrave.
Opportunities here, Voca. Strong on the T side. Carson with the elevation in that last round, avoiding the scare of what that half-buy looks like. And Carson, again, back to his elusive nature, has got himself already down in towards the lower side. This positioning so strong. Now you can cut off the rotates. And your next point of call here, as Carson does just that, is to try and get towards ramp. And right now the execute, trying to fake things out, trying to get Wolfie in an awkward position. Misses his first jump down, but is able to make the escape here. Chased, hot on their heels. Multiple defenders on this B site, covering all the bases. Grizz backing up his teammate and keeping Wolfie in safe hands.
Wow. Wolfie still holding, and then flicks around to get Carson. Snav's only going to get 1, and eventually he's done. Chop ends that round, but it's Grizz doing the heavy lifting for them. A 3K and a 6th found for Marsborn. Buy-up should be possible for Voca, but at the same time, you know, you were hoping that Marsborn would get an activation and get back into this one. They absolutely do. And another check mark comes through. This time it's for Shane for more than 29 kills. That's the PrizePicks check mark for him.
Press here. Shane's consistency still prevalent here as they might look to kick it up a notch. Turn up the heat to 10 on this A bomb site, waiting for the molly to fade away before they call the execution. Wolfie and Viz already shutting things down here. The utility finally does line up, but maybe it's a little too late. The Tech 9 breaking things down, but Dia left on his own. With just a Tech 9 of his own here now. Trying to make something happen. Molly going to be tossed in, and Wolfie going to snipe him down from the top ropes. Marsborn far from out of things here with a couple of rounds in a row.
Alrighty. Look, that's just the half buy with the hero rifle from Carson. Carson immediately erased by Wolfie's AWP, makes life extremely difficult for Voca, and while Dia does make a very valiant effort at it, it's only one frag for him before he's completely shut down. That said, here are the guns. 4 rifles and the Tech 9 for Carson. Still a potent buy-up, and the utility strong as well. It's back and forth towards the A site. Sometimes Snab. Oh, is this going to be spotted? Smoke break. Indeed it is. Snab exposed, and Viz will ventilate him with the A1S. 5v4 just like that from Marsborn. Carson, of course, in personal, but the flashbang is brilliant. Wolfie helps 60 get a 2K. A third not happening, and 2K right on back from Shane. 3v2 advantage still remains for Marsborn, and now it'll be a 3v1. That'll settle things down entirely, putting Infinite in a 1v3 clutch as Grizz, well, he won't even allow us to talk about it any further because the frag comes through. Marsborn now only 2 rounds back.
Work of this defensive comeback here with 3 great rounds in a row. Building up that economy here. Being able to shut down the early rounds, finding themselves in multiple, 5v3, 5v4 situations here. So the opening play is now swinging heavily in the favor of Marsborn. That's going to make all the difference here because that has been a rarity to see throughout this series. Continue it here, running through the molly. Smoke is quick here, and Grizz going to fade away. Makes a decision, but they're hot on his heels. Is he going to be able to escape in time is the question. Getting chased down by the Texas, the 1-for-1, but the help is on the scene. Viz opens up double door and keeps the man advantage here in play.
Viz the headshot through the door, Infinite gone. Still plant at least being put together here by Voca, and yeah, that's close, but still alive, and there we go. Viz finally connects on Shane. Carson, 1v4. What can you do, Carson? Nothing. Just some damage. Marsborn find themselves a knife and a run boost just for good measure. A little bit of showing off here. As they're 1 back.
It's continued to get everyone back involved here in this matchup. His who has been really having a quiet series for himself. Able to bring home this 3K. And get things rolling once again for his squad. Being the difference maker, coming in rotation quick enough for there to back up Grizz and keep him rolling out successfully. Another gun round going to be put into question. Does Voca have enough in the tank to close this one out? Will the comeback continue here? 60 want to continue that conversation with some deep positioning towards that outer yard. Can't be an angle that goes on clear, but no, look at that. Diligence being done by Voca, setting up the flashes. Missed stop shot as well from Wolfie. A little bit of the fear factor, and an Infinite might see his feet. Hey, he's starting to tap the toes on out.
Yeah. Oh, Carson walks into Viz, and Viz just not ready at all. Those peaks can be hard to deal with if you're not prepared. Viz finds that out the hard way. 5v3 for Voca, who are finally awakening here on a gun round on their T side to potentially collect an 11th. I mean, Infinite's just going to wait here the whole time. He's like, guys, don't worry about it. I'm going to lock Wolfie in. You focus on the B site. That's exactly what's going to happen. Oh, but Chop actually comes around to support Wolfie. Getting the headshot on Infinite. I believe that was on a flank. It doesn't really matter, though, because they're locked out now, just because of all that focus that was required onto Infinite. Bomb going to get planted, and best course of action here is just to save.
Hold on to the weaponry here. There is so much money for this T side. The op definitely wants to be kept, and Chop can definitely stick around here and towards a common safe position and try and take some heads. But for Voca, they do have a little bit more of a fight here in them to try and push them to the finish line. 11 going to be taken here. Chop going to take an extra name. Snev. They would put on his running shoes here. Get nice and far away from that bomb here.
Oh yeah, they are fine. So it will be Voca hanging on to the lead, extending it to 2, and it was indeed that flank from Chop to take care of Infinite, but he was just a diversion. Did everything he could to keep his opera alive, but that was the only thing they achieved in that round. Voca 2 rounds away from another grand final here at the NA Revival Series. Toss. 60. Completely blinded at this stage. You know, Voca are really peppering the utility forward. As it stands, they won't move really that much to go for any type of hit just yet. They're just seeing what type of response they're going to get out of Marsborn off that initial volley of utility. Incendiary toss by 60 on top of Hut. That'll force Infinite off of there and do a little bit of damage. And then Chop pops out of Hut, but he's immediately traded. That's a fantastic trade from Dia.
In a position that they just didn't anticipate right there. The tit for tat continues. Back and forth continues to roll out here for these two teams. Keep on the fight here. 60 spotting out one, I believe, crawling in towards the outer yard. I'm not sure. They're still stuck on Team Roof here with about a minute mark, and 60 tries to
he was mad.
thread in more aggression. I mean, yeah, the frustration there, but a big overextension going to allow for the equalization. They had lobby control. Trying to fight for this outer yard. Going to be the difference maker, and 3v3 here. Look at the positioning still out of Carson. Again, in the elusive position. He catches him by surprise, as he so often does. The bomb's still stuck outside the lobby, and that's what the op's for right now. Wolfie in prime position to punish, and he drops the bomb. Trying to save this round here. His teammate Invis stuck on the site, isolated. You can't molly that.
Yeah,
you gotta pick up the bomb. Now he realizes in time. Wolfie with a Tech 9 out, chasing these kills. Sidearms out for both, and Wolfie takes the last kill with 5 HP. Marsborn push it past.
What? You gotta be joking me. I thought as soon as that Molotov was put away and you realized the situation that it would be Wolfie that would be tasting defeat, but it's the opposite. That Tech 9 picks up both. And we might be headed for another 24-round map. It would be our 3rd of the day. Looking at the buy-up here, or lack thereof for Voca. It's only the AK for Snav, everyone else onto pistols. What do they do to try and make this round work for them? Util, they got a smoke and a nade left. They've already tossed one smoke to try and gain an advantage towards red box, but it looks like it'll just be a fake towards outside, and then they're just going to push into ramp. Cole. Maybe A. I think ramp.
Carson down in towards the secret side again. Great positioning for him, and as you said, the ramp attack coming through next. Grizz does dice up a headshot there. The op coming through in transition as well. Not enough utility to try and force him off, but Carson, he cuts off the rotate as he was hoping to do. With that positioning, is able to catch a player diving down the vents. Now long rotations, great post-plant positioning. 3 rifles recovered now for the T side. And so this is on here for Voca to try and claim their 12th in series point.
Oh, it's great for Carson to slip into the back lines. You know, it was just a fake towards outside for the main hit, but Carson, of course, is going to use that opportunity to gain that space. And now you have a 3v3. Not going to be the easiest of retakes, but Voca have left the bomb site. They're on the outside of it without any utility, but they do have rifles for everyone now. There goes the smoke out. going to block off visibility for Snap. He goes for the spam, connects on it for 2!
God.
The last shot somehow connects on a 60. He wasn't even planning that. Infinite, the last one onto Chop, and it is a 12-10 lead for Voca. Infinite goes down with the ship because he has no way to survive, but he doesn't care. The job has been done.
It's been the story here of Carson's T side so far. Elusive positioning, being able to cut off the rotates, allowing for his teammates to coast in towards that lower bomb site before the rotates can arrive. And Snav thriving in that environment here. Carson, with that efficient round, going to put himself with more than 29.5 kills. The prize picks check mark. Great series for Voca. And now one more round to put this thing to rest. Return to the grand finals with competition ahead. Being Skinrave, they want to get there.
They do. They do want to get there. We'll see if they can. Marsborn. They've got the guns out, ready to fight Util a little bit light. After the opening moments of this round, smoke break in. 60 looks for it, but it's actually not deep enough, so he doesn't get much visibility. Carson slipping through. Okay. Where did 60 go? Went back into mini, and now he sees the players moving towards garage, so he knows that outside is completely compromised. And this is really bad for Marsborn. You don't want to give the T's this much space to work with outside, because then you have no idea where they're going to end up. They could go heaven, they could go B, they could even rotate back into lobby. You have no clue. So now you have to take aggression into lobby because you have no choice. You need some kind of information, and that's what Chop and 60 are doing. That being said, Shane hovering around lurking could be a problem, and it is.
Yeah, I mean, that's the exact reaction that you want to see, and Shane delivers 2 kills to add insult to injury. Carson's still lurking on the upper side, but this is a lower play, and they're going to find a ghost town on the B site. Shane doing enough to sell the fake. Carson is in heaven right now, and the bomb going to be planted. You might have a tough time getting involved, but burning out Grizz is exactly what you need here. Snav going to look to take down Wolfie here in a 1v3. He's still kicking, trying to throw up some dust right now and keep his team alive in the clutch. A chance here with 2 low HP bars, but Util out. Not going to do him any favors, and caught completely surprised. It's Voca to take the sweep and eliminate Marsborn as they enter in as our second grand finalist, ready to take on Skinrave.
A bit of a stunner, honestly, and in that round, I'm not fond of the way the defensive setup was put through. 60 should not have given up that space. After the smoke break fails, he falls back into mini, and they gain full control of outside, and that just sets you up for disaster, and you saw it come through in real time. They just couldn't react because they didn't know where to look. Too much available, and the B site is overwhelmed, while, you know, all those frags are happening towards A, so they don't even know where to look or where it's going to end up. Yeah, anyway, I think I've got my point across there. A tough finish for Marsborn as they lose 0-2, and as you mentioned, Voca are in the grand finals. Crazy stuff. And Infinite, while he didn't have as much impact on this second map, that first map, he was the key to victory for them.
Yeah, I mean, able to do just enough there to pull off a sweep versus a tough team. And that first map definitely made some statements that this guy's ready to play here when it comes to playing up against tough competition here. Able to thrive here. You know, but overall, you're looking at a full team effort. There was no missing pieces. It's Dia with massive clutches. It's Carson doing a phenomenal job of cutting off rotations and doing what he does best. And that's lurking about, catching his opponents off guard on that T side. Shane is consistent as ever, as we know him to be. And Snav in those late rounds, if you remember, the 3K, the double up through the smoke to deny the defuse. Just a full team effort alongside the new guy in Infinite.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I mean, I like the way Snav calls, you know, takes care of the IGL duties. He'll let other players speak up if they want to. You saw him just sitting there as Carson's yapping away, kind of trying to call his strat, and it worked out in that round. Carson ends up being the key to victory, and we said it already. Carson is a player that can call around himself really effectively, and that's exactly what comes through there. So beautiful stuff from Voca across the board, and now we switch gears to look at Marsborn and talk about what the problems were. And I feel like one of the missing pieces was certainly Viz, although he had a better nuke than he did Mirage, with only 5 frags coming through on that first map. Excuse me, I said Mirage, I meant Dust 2. Only 5 frags coming through there. But, you know, Chop played pretty well. I think Sixy had his moments, and Wolfie was way better on this second map, I feel. It just, they didn't have enough in the tank to deal with the way Voca were playing on that map of Nuke.
I think it was a lot of losses in key moments as well for map 2 on the side of Marsborn there, where there were so many different rounds that if they just capitalized, I think of the Tech 9s that they played up against the half buys that came through in the first half that got them rolling, and just so many different difference makers there coming through out of the Voca side that allowed them to push this one across the line.
All right, well, we're wrapped up here in the semifinals. Only one thing that's left here for NA Revival Series PrizePicks number 11. It is the grand finals. Before we get there, though, we have to thank the great people who make this possible. And of course, the NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity to host the NA Revival Series. Also, make sure to check out the Flom store at flomstore.com, that's FL0mstore.com, to get geared up for Flom Mythical Land Las Vegas. Any and all purchases help support this and future lands. Guys, we're going to head to an extended break, about 40 minutes, but that's because you now have your chance to get your prize picks in at prizepicks.com. Head there now, get your picks in for the grand finals, and sit back and enjoy the show. We'll be back in about 40 minutes. Keep it locked here on the PrizePicks NA Revival Series.
It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the fucking cup. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh! Oh my god, he got so much! He got 2 flash! That was hilarious! Everything to be gained. The blaster swing! Come on! The first is in! Come on, horse! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been planning this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me. Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool. The players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house. And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games. And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something would be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these. So I'd love to see you here. Come to Vegas, come support North American Counter-Strike. Love to see you here. I said it 3 times.
Lisa, come twice.
What? Oh God, yeah, please come to the event. We desperately need you to be here. Otherwise, NACS will die. You know what? There we go. There you go. You just do that whole thing at the end. That'll be perfect.
It's time for Steal Mike's Skins.
Give it here, Tier 3 caster. Give it, this is mine. They threw. I lost my $2. I deserve this. Give it. Mine. This is mine. I want it. Gimme.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Steal Mike's Skins, powered by Flom. Rob, show the people who's powering this. Show the people our beautiful sponsor. Oh, look at him. Look at that. Look at that beard. Look at that magnificence. Thank you, Flom, for making this all possible, because it's time for our special guest to get a chance to steal my skins. Our special guest is Michael Swisher Schmid, coming on in from M80. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mike.
Swish?
Doing fantastic. How about yourself?
Excellent. That's what I like to hear. I'm doing great too. Hopefully, I'll be doing even better if you don't get to steal my skins. But we'll see.
We'll see about that.
We'll see what happens here. These skins, they're fluctuating right now. They're volatile assets. So
trying to get that $5 M9 Sapphire.
Big money, big spender, big baller. All right, so the way this works, Swisher, is you're going to get a chance to answer 4 trivia questions. Each successful answer gives you a ball to drop in this beautiful Plinko board. Each incorrect answer just goes out to the ether. So the question will be how many of my skins you get to steal. Let's bring on the questions. First trivia question coming on in here. Each of your 5 teammates buys an M4A4 and armor for 1,000. That's the full hat. What is the total cost of the team's full buy? Quick math here.
So 3.9 times 5. Well, 4K times 5 is what? That's 20,000. So subtract 5. I'm gonna go with C. Final answer.
That was great math. C, 19,500. Is C the correct answer? It is indeed. Well done.
Fucking
Quick
go.
math's coming in here. 1 for 1 on the questions. I did think that math question was going to trip you up. I'm not going to lie. I did not have faith, but well done there. All right, on to the next question. I should have had faith. Now we're locked in. Which team won the very first CSGO major tournament, DreamHack Winter 2013?
I'm just gonna shoot D. Not really sure.
Fnatic?
Yeah, it's either B or D. Actually, can I take it back?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. We haven't.
Okay, I'm going B. Final answer.
You're going B?
Final answer.
Well, I regret to inform you.
Nope.
You shouldn't have changed it. You
Fuck.
shouldn't have changed it. You were in fact correct. I think that's where
It was B or
Devillock
D.
dropped his pants, showed his underwear on stage after winning the major.
Damn.
You had the right instincts off the rip. Right
It was B or
instincts off
D.
the rip.
I knew it wasn't Cole.
Gotta trust your instincts, man. Gotta trust those instincts. All right, moving on. 1 for 2 on the question so far. What social media platform launched in 2004, overtook MySpace by the late 2000s, and became the world's most popular network? 2004. How old were you in 2004?
I was 5 or 6.
Okay. All
Depending
right.
on when it was. So I'm pretty sure here it is going to be C, Facebook.
C, Facebook, locking it in. Let's go. Show the answer. What do we got here? It is, in fact, C, Facebook. There we go. There's a movie about that. The Social Network.
Really?
Pretty good movie, actually. Not going to lie.
Okay.
Would recommend. All right, so 2 for 3 here. 2 balls to drop in our Plinko machine. 1 more question coming your way to see if you can get a 3rd ball here. 2 balls, the natural amount, but we're going to take it to an unnatural degree, potentially. What is the name of this Super Mario character? Is it A, Magic Koopa, B, Clem, C, Carmack, or D, Kamek?
There were Koopas. I'm going to go with A, Magic Koopa.
Going A, Magic Koopa. I regret to inform you, that one's not correct. It's Kamek, who honestly I was not that familiar with. He's, I think, Paper Mario guy.
Okay.
Not a game from my
not
youth.
too familiar with that.
All right, so we got 2 balls to drop, but the question's going to be how good are your balls dropping in? It's not about quantity, it's about quality here. The way it works on this board is you give me a letter, we drop in its respective slot. You're trying to get into those numbered spaces. 2 skins for the 2, 1 skin for the 1, 3 skins if you hit the middle. X's, it's nothing. So Swisher, where are we going here? A through G, what are you picking?
I'm picking C.
We're going C.
Going
Just
C.
left of center. Lock it on in. Dropping on down here. What do we got going on? We're moving. We're grooving.
Go left.
It's
left.
jumping. Oh, out of the board. Wait, we get a redo if it goes out of the board. Hold on.
Okay,
Pull it out of the middle there. Rob, there's one stuck in the middle.
No, leave it there.
All right, we're doing a do-over. It's hopping. It's jumping. This highly technical machine. It's out again.
Out of the board.
Again. What's going on? What? What is this tomfoolery? All right, third time's the charm, right? Surely it's going to stay in. Oh, and it goes for the X. Well, you got 3 shots on 1 ball. It still wanted no skins. 1 more shot. What letter are we going for here?
Okay, let's go with G.
We're going G. We're going G. We're going full right. We're going full adjustment.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
And it's stuck at the top. It's stuck at the top. Okay, there we go. Now we're away. Okay, sticking to the right. Sticking to the right. Now it's moving middle. Oh, boy. Oh, there's
we got 2
skins. 2 skins coming on through for Mr. Swisher. How you feeling?
Fantastic. Couldn't be happier to take your stuff.
Look, you know, at least somebody gets to enjoy them. At least somebody gets to
It's only fair if it's another mic, right?
Mike, from one mic to another, I hope you enjoy those skins. I hope they bring you joy and happiness. That's all for this edition of Steel Mike Skins. Thank you, Swisher, for coming on in. We'll see you on the next one.
No more kissing, no more being an outcast. Oh, I don't care no more, I swear. Happy, I'll only do what aligns with me. I'm living my own dynasty. Oh, I don't care no more, I swear. Silly you, what did you think? He stayed for life 'cause he bought you a drink. Shows get disease, hey pretty please. It's true you know how to bring the heat. Oh, miss one, but there's never no bids. But try to stop talking about kids. You go from number one to nothing at all in just a blink. Oh, what do you think? Oh, I wish I was my best friend instead. In a heather dead, he got away. He got away. She put a spell on you. He got away. He got away. What's it going to? Silly you, what did you think? He stayed for life 'cause you're good at lip syncing and power walking. Hey, pretty please. It's true you're good at birds and bees. Yes, miss one, but there's never no best. So stupid girl, stop talking about kids. Won't go from number one to nothing at all in just a blink. He's out of the ring. Oh, I wish I was my best friend instead. In her head they're dead. He got away. He got away. She put a spell on you. He got away. He got away. Oh, what's it going to do? Finish letters all the above. Green juice cleanses remind me of
It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the fucking cup. I'm huffing copium, baby. Oh! Oh my God! He got two! Oh my God! He got two flash! That was hilarious. Everything to be gained. The blaster swing. Come on. The first is in. Come on, horse! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been planning this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me. Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool. The players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house. And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games. And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something to be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these.
All right, welcome back to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 11. We are geared up for the grand finals. It'll be Voca up against Skinrave here. And if you look at the history of these 2 teams, both of them have a first place finish in the NA Revival Series. For Skinrave is actually series number 4. The only thing is it was only junior there. Everyone else was different. In fact, it was CJ, Rush, Nix, and Peeping as part of that roster, which is kind of a mind bender to think that all those players are in different spots right now. And then their actual, I'd say most notable performances since that point was a second place finish in series number 6, and then one in series number 7 as well, where Junior and Cryptic were both part of those rosters, and Laxi joined them for series number 7. So those are the ones I'd probably look towards more. And then for the side of Voca, their core has been involved, and that core being Snav, Shane, and Dia, in one first place finish. That was back in series number 5, and 2 second place finishes, series number 2 and series number 8. So, a lot of history for these players coming into this NA Revival Series, and now they're trying to tack on a second first place finish.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a big deal for both these squads. As you said, for the Skinrave roster, they're going to be eager with this core to get the job done. We saw the progression throughout the season here of bringing in Laxi. We're seeing them play in tip-top form right now. In recent history, they're hitting their strides. We just watched a great map out of Cryptic. And then on the other end of the server here, Voca getting Infinite involved and being able to thrive in this environment with such quick transition in with this team, being able to make it work this early and doing so versus a tough Marsborn roster like they did with the 2-0. It's a lot of excitement for these 2 teams being in the grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's check out the PrizePicks analyst segment. And first, we're going to start with Skinrave. I think, I'm always going to start this way, Junior. He's a solid player. I feel like he's always a good selection as one that will exceed his frag total at 32.5 here. Laxi, after that, I think he's also been pretty solid for them. He comes out with those frags in bunches, but for me, the wild card pick, so to speak, is Walco. I think he's had a pretty solid revival series this time around, especially today.
Yeah. I mean, he played phenomenally. I feel like, again, a guy that even if he has slow starts is always able to get himself involved in impact moments, which is a key detail. For his individual play, also set up quite nicely to succeed if he's getting on those T sides, getting aggressive. But most importantly, I think if you're trying to fly on the hot hand here, it's Cryptic. Clearly, from that performance that he was able to bring, not only calling a great job in that down 3-9 comeback effort in map 1, but individually fragging on overpass, constantly pressing forward. This guy did not know what the S key was, and that led to a lot of success for him individually. So definitely excited to see if he can keep up that level of form into the grands.
Yeah, and I feel like we're going to see overpass again unless Voca decide to ban it, which is possible. But anyway, we're not on the veto yet. Let's switch gears and talk about Voca now. Dia, number one for me. He came out big for them on multiple occasions throughout all of this at 30.5 in terms of his estimated frag total, but infinite. He now has estimated frag total for this one. Yeah, I mean, 30.5 doesn't necessarily feel like that much given the fact that he exceeded that already in his first performance.
Yeah, and by leaps and bounds, able to try and do that. I'm glad we have him here because again, it gives us the point around what he was doing in that last best of 3, and that was a lot of effective lurks on the T side. He was playing active here and there, but he has Carson do a lot of the heavy lifting. He was able to play back and post up, and up against an aggressive team like Marsborn was finding so much punishment. If we just talked about how Cryptic was playing pretty aggressively, he'll look to try and replicate some of that success here in this matchup and do exactly what he was delivering in that last series.
Yeah, I think what's hard is honestly selecting players you think are going to pop off because they're all really solid individually.
Yeah.
Carson wasn't on NRG because I don't think they utilized him correctly, but now is here on Voca because they're allowing him so much more space and so much more ability to be aggressive. Shane as well has had his moments overall. I mean, it's a star-studded roster. The ceiling for Voca is very high. Like when they hit that, they become almost unbeatable for most teams, but I would argue it's the same story for Skinrave. If both these teams play at their best, it will be a very tightly contested BO3. Now, I say that, I think it depends on the maps that come through as well. So let's talk about this veto. We'll bring it up on your screen to see what we are going to be getting. No, we're not. I lied. They're still vetoing. We don't have it yet, so we have to wait a little bit longer, be patient. But I guess now, let's speculate, Cole, because we don't have the veto just yet. Will Voca move away from their perma of Inferno and gamble that Skinrave won't pick it? I don't think so.
I wouldn't think so, right? I mean, that I think Skinrave have enough reps to where if that's an option for them, they're going to take that option. I think, classically, Cryptic has been, in the past very effective at still being able to call on that map as well. It's one of the strongholds that he kind of built his brand on. So if I was him, I would definitely avoid that option if possible. But I see where you're coming from in terms of them not picking it all that often.
Yeah.
But whenever it's a perma ban, it means usually it's going to get scrappy. You're going to be missing utility. That's stuff that you can't afford to do really on an Inferno. And as much as I expect for players like Voca to know all the details, right? These guys are constantly plugging. They're constantly playing the game. They're not taking games off. So they play Inferno, but those details in Team CS do get broken down quite a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, there's no world where Skinrave are going to float train either, right? Like, that's not happening. So I think we're going to get the permas in for each team. So let's speculate on selections now. On Voca's side, I mean, you can't get trained, so that's already kind of a tough one. But they have, they showed in the previous one that they're willing to pick Dust too. I don't know if that'll happen either because Skinrave are really strong there. So where do you go?
Yeah, it's a tough question. As you said, Train would have been the easy answer if it wasn't the perma on Skinrave. So it's kind of a big question mark. I think that kind of inherently gives Skinrave a little bit of a buff here in terms of the veto, being able to take down one of their opponent's better map. But overall, I think there's a lot of different options. Folk have been able to spread out their success on the map pool, and I think especially on Ancient could be a good option for them to try and succeed here. That I know, if you look at the old core of teams in the past like Snav and Shane, they've really liked their Ancient. They like getting stuck in on the aggressive stances. So I wouldn't be all that surprised if we see something of that nature come through.
I can see Ancient coming through. I'm gonna go with Mirage. Honestly, I feel like they're gonna go with the safer play. I feel it, and also Skinrave had some vulnerabilities there, so probably that. And we did see Skinrave go down 9-3 against Marsborn on that map, and then come back to recover and win it. So yeah, oh, we're gonna get it. So yeah, I was correct. Mirage gonna be the pick here from Voca. Overpass was what I was gonna say. I didn't get around to it, but Skinrave are picking into it consistently. Feels like it's just becoming their go-to map, which I don't necessarily mind. It's a map with so much tactical depth to it that an IGL like Cryptic can have a field day on that map. And I'm so glad that they've introduced it. And finally, Dust 2 actually left over as the decider kind of surprises me because that's a good map for both teams. You just see like the leftover be Ancient was what I thought would happen, but Voca ban it right out of the in their second ban phase, right? So you're not going to get that. So I don't know. This feels like a veto that does lean the way of Skinrave, though.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with those last two
Yeah.
maps. That's for sure. I am surprised to see Voca prioritizing that second phase ban. Gives the option for a nuke ban out of Skinrave, and then them to play into another strength in Dust 2 as well as that decider, right? So you're looking at strength and strength here in the later stages. Mirage, I do think is going to be difficult versus this Voca team. In particular, when we just watched Dia play as good as he did, right? He was stepping up to the plate.
Yeah.
He was looking really dominant with that op there. It felt like in those clutch moments, it was in impossible rounds he was delivering in stride, and that's going to be a point of contention here for sure for Skinrave to open up their series on. But as you said, this is a new direction for Skinrave that I really like to see when they're able to operate on overpass as well as they have. Is this their third pick in a row for this map in series in the past? So this is very clearly their stronghold. This is their comfort territory that they're looking to establish long term. And it makes sense with how good Cryptic and Junior play on the A side defense and how good the T sides have been for this team as well.
Yeah, and I mean, like their go-to was Dust 2 previously when they played Voca, and they lost that 7-13, right? So they're switching up. For me, Dust 2 doesn't make sense. If you have an IGL with tactical depth, that's not a map you should be playing a lot. If other people are picking into it against you, fine, but going to Overpass makes so much sense to me. So yeah, as I mentioned, they lost that Dust 2 7-13. So maybe if we get to Dust 2, there could be a possibility of Voca coming through and taking it. But they have to get past Skinrave on both Mirage and Overpass first. And while there were weaknesses for Skinrave on their CT side of Mirage, T side was very potent. And that's what led to their victory there.
Yeah. I'm definitely excited to see this veto. Just looking at the teams in peak form as well. Like I think Voca playing some incredibly good Counter-Strike throughout the bracket entirely. So excited to see them carry that conversation versus what is going to be the toughest competition so far in Skinrave, who have been able to offer up a little bit of dominance on their side of things as well. So both these teams walking into this final series without a map loss. It makes a lot of statements for teams that need to be able to bounce back and deliver here in this moment. I mean, I think we might finally see a third map here on the stream.
All right. So, I mean, predictions, I guess, but you already said 3 maps, but who's it going to, Cole?
I mean, I like the Dust 2. It's really hard to call on that decider, right? Because as you said, you got that previous head-to-head. We just watched Voca dominate on that map and look really impressive. So I'm having a tough time figuring out. But I think if Voca keep up the same principles here that they were able to bring into the mix in that last series, I think that decider is going to them, and I think they take this series 2-1.
Yeah, it's very much a tough call right now because I think Skinrave are playing really well. Voca have had more inconsistencies in my mind than Skinrave have lately. So I think that's the only reason that I would lean towards Skinrave. And I want to say a 2-0. I want to say a 2-0. I'm going to be spicy here. Yeah. 2-0 for Skinrave. I do not think Voca take Mirage. And that's, just because of how good Cryptic's calling was on T side, it is a different beast up against this Voca squad who can shut things down on you very quickly. But at the same time, you just played it before. You kind of realize, okay, we had weaknesses here. Let's try and make these adjustments. We have some tougher opposition in terms of the firepower they have, but we can probably still come through. My mind is that Skinrave, yeah, let's go for a 2-0 in their favor. Overpass is just so strong for them. I really don't feel like Voca will be able to compete there. So it's all really being decided on Mirage in my mind.
I mean, that's valid, right? I think the consistency is the key detail here, where we do look at Skinrave being able to, play consistently good Counter Strike here. It feels super replicable. On the other end, again, seeing what Voca has been able to do so far throughout the bracket, they are in a confident form. But the inconsistency is, can Infinite keep up this level of performance? Is it going to continue to frag out? And I always think, again, the big advantage that you look at here when I think about how this Skinrave team prepares for matchups is that they do a lot of legwork prior to this game. Now, obviously, you're playing back-to-back best of threes and not a lot of time to get your research done and prepare, so you had to do that last night. But, again, Skinrave were playing a best of three after that, so I don't know how much time they're going to have to prepare, for this team, and that does add a little bit of questions. But if they're able to deal with Carson's antics, right, if they're able to shut down his aggressive stance, which we know can be really high highs and really low lows in terms of him being an opening kill or opening death, it can change the tides. And I think that's going to be a big win condition here for Skinrave, is shutting down Carson's impact.
And I mean, you also have to remember that Carson played with Junior once upon a time, so Junior knows his tendencies. That might help them, give them an advantage, right? Saying, okay, this is what Carson likes to do, and Carson was calling when Junior was on that down squad, so it gives him a little bit of insight as to what might be happening. Although he isn't calling anymore, he's still probably going to play in a similar manner that he did when he was with Nouns. Anyway, all that being said, go ahead. Did you want to make a point, Cole?
Yeah. I was going to follow that up and say we saw some just like hints on camera of Carson in those timeouts being very vocal. And not to say like he's taken over the calling role or anything, but if you can kind of split the difference in between Carson and Snav, and Carson kind of calling his own moves there, and Snav saying, yeah, I want you to be free to make these plays. This is something you brought up here that I don't think Carson was really able to do underneath the Nitro system. And with Snav, I think he has so much trust in his players and his team to make the right calls and to go for the right plays. And so that's where I think Carson can get very involved in calling around himself.
No, I do agree, honestly. And that's why I think anyone can really speak up, and Snav is open to it, which is probably nice to have in terms of an IGL. And I would argue the same for Cryptic. I think Cryptic runs, a nice system, but he also lets his players make decisions and kind of freewheel a little bit as necessary. But overall, they buy into his system and they play the way you kind of expect them to, and they listen to what he has to say because he's got so many good insights and he watches so many demos as to what teams like to play, how they like to play on certain maps, and where you can expect to find fights. And you can tell that they're well drilled in that regard on any map that they really go through. But in particular, I've been impressed on Overpass. That's why I'm so happy again to see that come through. Looks like we're still waiting for a little bit here. Some cams are missing for some of these players, so we'll get those sorted out. And it's Voca. Rob is like yelling it in my ear multiple times, guys. So it's Voca missing their cams. We'll get it sorted. It's all right. Eventually, everything will be good to go. I mean, should I go on a rant? I don't really want to. I already did before. Everyone should have their cams ready. This is happening. There's really no excuse. I'll leave it at that.
It's part of the drill, like this. We had that grace period. I feel like at the beginning of the year, and then now what the business is, right? How to prepare for these matchups. It is one thing I'm really glad to see consistently enforced now. To take a positive spin, I really like the cams being a factor in these games. I know it's maybe tricky for the players, but at the end of the day, if you're worried about the environment here of online Counter-Strike, obviously these teams not included in that mix, but if you're ever worried about that, I feel like this is like the nicest thing to really have established as a player. Just being able to trust in some of the protocols there. So I love that online Counter-Strike is featuring this more and more.
Agreed. All right. Well, while we wait, Cole, I have a question for you. Skin prices are down a little bit, for the knives and the gloves and things like that. Of course, I'm going to talk about skins. You know me.
That's valid.
Look, if there's one that you would like to have, because it seems like, we've got about half the price right now for knives compared to where they were before, the same kind of for gloves, even for some of the popular stuff. What would you be targeting right now? What's your dream kind of combo between a glove and a knife?
I've never cared about gloves. First of all, I've never owned a pair of gloves.
No.
Not once in my life have I ever had gloves equipped. Nor do I ever really look at them.
thought you were gonna say I've never worn gloves in real life either for a moment. Like I
have
like
worn gloves. Yeah,
Okay.
no, they are pretty useful. I used to work
Right.
outside in like the winter, so
There you go.
those are useful then. But in the game, I like the M9s. Those are my favorite. I kind of just want my old knife back, to be honest with you. I used to have an M9 Doppler. Ended up selling it. Now looking back, I made a profit, so I'm happy about that.
Well, that means you can go buy it. Right?
It went down big time, but I'm thinking about doing something a little fun, maybe a little risky, and doing a trade up at some point there. Right now, I'm borrowing Fi's knife for my like play knife, and I kind of want to own one myself. So I'm thinking about trying to trade up one of the Gamma collection skins and buying 5 of those and going for a trade up.
Okay, that's not a bad idea. I did one trade up myself, and I got the hand wrapped skulls, cobalt blue skulls. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, it wasn't bad. I ended up selling them now, and I've got a decent amount of money sitting in float at the moment, so I'm just trying to decide how I'm going to spend it. And to be honest with you, I always wanted the Vice gloves. That's kind of the Vice gloves and the Butterfly Knife Gamma Doppler Phase 4. That's my combo, but I can't afford both of them, unfortunately. So I have to choose one. I'm also leaning towards the Be the Monster AK. That one always seemed interesting to me in terms of the art. But anyway, that's enough about skins. Let's get into the action here. Infinite going to get that first frag for Voca. As it's a 5v4 post plan, and Carson takes Junior's head right off. What a peek. They're all flooded towards mid, though, so CT kind of exposed. They're going to try to stick this fusel. Cryptic might have this. Oh my goodness, Cryptic, did he get it? Yes, he did. Oh, the last one alive in a 1v4, and he gets 2 frags on top of it all. They can't kill him. Cryptic, what have you done? You have stolen away the round and also the hopes and dreams of Voca and the pistol.
Stolen the complete show right there, man. Cryptic already showing and picking up right where he left off from that last series here, stepping up in the pistol, being able to sneak that defuse off. Everyone was shooting left. No one was going right there. And he's right underneath the bullets, finding the defuse, stealing the round away from right underneath Voca's nose in the 4v1. It's still a challenging force buy here, coming back in return here. Voca right back into the intensity, and they all fly through middle. But what a start to this series here. As Skinrave get a gift wrapped up in the pistol.
Immediate impact from Cryptic as well. Oh man, he had the kid and everything. They didn't expect that. Just runs into the smoke throughout the chaos, and that's the disadvantage for Voca, having everyone having collapsed on mid, right? They all had to retake the space into the site and couldn't track down Cryptic. Nice commitment. This time Cryptic won't be able to do much. His shoulder's seen around the corner. In fact, half his body from Infinite. So 5v4 for Voca. And Snav will make it a 5v3.
Still trying to fight back here, but everyone getting shut out of this one. And now Junior going to be left with a whole lot of challenges right now. Bomb being planted, HE on the toss. It's good for some chip damage, but the headshot, the clothesline offered up by Dia, and Voca strike back with the quickness. Forced by in, and they get the ball moving as soon as possible. And then they missed out on a big opportunity on the pistol. But great clears. I mean, diligence done from Infinite, because he was getting baited into, you know, the smoke spam, and it feels like he's so aware of the tendencies of his opposition there that he hard clears Cryptic and offers up the punishment in that position.
That's a really nice response from Voca. A lot of teams might just get tilted a little bit after that opening round, but Voca hold their nerve. And you see Skinrave immediately calling a timeout afterwards. Saying, hold on a second, guys. We just got that beautiful clutch from Cryptic. And in fact, Cryptic saying, guys, that was not great. Even himself probably kind of upset with the way that opening duel went. Marky doing a little bit of the talking. But once the timeout expires, we'll jump right back into it on a Skinrave force buy.
Force buy, we're just going to lift off. And there is not a lot of bite to this buy out of Skinrave at the moment. You can see 4 Deagles in the mix. Without many kills in that last round, not the greatest of opportunities. A missed window smoke creates a chance for Cryptic. Now the molly covers in Carson. trying to sneak his way through this round. It's going to lead into a B execution. He distracts the cat players, but there is still 3 on the block right now. And Laxi offers up the 1 dig to try and buy a little bit of extra time here. Walking through the smoke, they're still thriving in the entry prowess is Shane, but Junior also fighting, get 2 pistols up close and personal. Getting pieced up there 1 by 1. It's a full team effort out of Voca to deal with the force buy.
Wow. Nicely done from Voca. Clearing things out. It was interesting from Skinrave for a moment. Those Deagles rattling off for a couple of frags, but eventually Voca are able to close in on them and ensure that no further damage would be done. Skinrave are on the eco. USPs for everyone. Cryptic has a flash. I believe it's not a decoy. So just that flashbang purchased up. And that's it. Yep.
It's quite the shot. Oh, big tired. All
It's been a long day.
Back into the mix here after a long day yesterday as well, right? These Skinraves have been playing quite a bit of best of 3s. Had 2 yesterday, 2 today. They've been getting busy.
Oh, I know that feeling. Hey, I had 4 yesterday, so I know what
2 ain't nothing on a baller.
Oh my god. All right, back into it. Snav charging in towards that B site. In fact, Voca are not going to waste any time. They're just blitzing B. And the other one here is Junior. He does a little bit of damage, but it's just a tap in the shoulder of Snav. In the meantime, Marky does manage to push Carson and collect a gun. So that's an AK recovered. I imagine he just wants to get to safe grounds and keep that going. No real reason for them to go for a retake here.
Add some exit damage. Just a headshot there. We're getting leveled. And Voca are going to let them hang on to this AK. Cryptic won't be able to find any more ground. But a simple and effective B execute there out of Voca to make this one look easy. Carson's still working his way through middle right now as a consistency. Just looking at what he can do. This map is such a comfortable territory for him. When it comes down to like solo mid lurks here, I think one of the more tricky roles to do on the T side right now with how active the defense is so often. When you put one player towards the top of mid, it is oftentimes a huge challenge for players to find success without the full setup, and that's the luxury that Voca do have here, is a player that can smartly make moves even if you leave him alone, and that sets up your players on the extremity to cause a lot of chaos.
Junior
target again. Junior saw the arm.
He did, and he's going to hit the shot as well. Snav gone. They try to continue pushing forward, but he's got support here. Junior gone. Do they expect Walco? Probably. There's the Molotov. Yeah, Walco's in a lot of trouble. Still managed to thread through one, and Laxi on the other side gets another. So it's only Infinite and Dia that are left here. Walco dies to the flames. So beyond the grave, Shane having impact. Voca do take up the space on B, recover the bomb, I think, yeah, but it's going to be difficult to get back to the site. Nade toss, damage done, and a frag for Infinite, but Infinite's now alone. Off in hand, picked up off the ground, gets the second, 1v1. Cryptic, who already had that smoke diffusal and a clutch victory for himself, is now looking to do it with the rifle. Infinite, tucked behind the angle, 50 seconds left, still doesn't have the bomb. And Cryptic knows it, so he's just holding his nerve, creeping around the bomb site, looking to gain the edge on Infinite! But Infinite spots him lurking around, and he will get the clutch. A quad kill on the round. 4-1 for Voca.
So poised right there. Let's Cryptic make the first move, and absolutely shuts it out right there. The battle of the two titans that were playing so well in that last series. It's Infinite that makes the big breakthrough here. What a clutch on the AWP for him, showing he can use every gun at his disposal and keeping Voca's momentum rolling. Just a little head nod there as he brings home that last kill, knowing he read Cryptic like a book. This time, some damage done out of the scout here, but Cryptic gets stuck in Palace. And Infinite gets him again.
It's looking like another rough CT side for Skinrave here on Mirage. And this round's no exception. Carson getting a couple of spray downs. Obviously, you know, not much invested into by Skinrave. Laxi a freebie, that's the bomb. Probably won't be much, he's just going to get surrounded. There you go. Walco, the last one available. 5-7 armor and a dream. Dio around the corner, and Dio will end that dream without so much as a little whimper there in the round. 5-1 for Voca.
Done. Handling the aggression there, making sure that this one doesn't fall too out of favor. Damage being done up connector there from Carson. And Laxi with the sneaky frag, but business handled here for Voca. And yeah, I mean, you mentioned the tough CT sides. Gonna need to lift off a little bit earlier here. I think you can maybe get away with it with a big comeback effort like we saw, but this is a different team that's playing up. The CT side for Voca is so incredibly strong. So Junior looking to lift off early. Threads in the opening duel. Dia not able to connect. Thought he had the jump on the opposition, but Junior a step quicker.
That nade's gonna do it. Yeah. Oh. Infinite gone. 5v3 for Skinrave. Carson holding the line with the AWP is pretty solid at a secondary op, so should hit that, and he does. Cryptic getting a little over eager in his attempt to have contributions on this round. So advantage still here. Snav snuck into connector. How do they leave this so open? Markey thought he had some cover there. Laxi flies around, but Snav trades him out too. Lots of damage taken by Snav in that engagement, but he's still alive, and the numbers haven't evened out. Walco
move towards B right now. The bomb is down in T spawn, so that's what Shane's doing.
Yeah. Still time, though, on the clock for them to recover this. And if Walco goes in here...
No way.
Yeah, that's not a good move. Junior, last one available now. Do they think he's A, is the question. It doesn't look like it.
Up catwalk. Making a little bit of noise towards the safe side. The flash is going to confirm his position and open access towards the B side of the map. Junior left into a 1v2 clutch with no kit right now and no extra kills. He's hoping that maybe he gets lucky, the bomb will head his way, but that's not the case. Shane planting. Junior just has to shrug his shoulders and move on. Does he? Yeah, he does. Gonna back out there, picking up an extra bit of utility before he fades away, and Skinrave had a 5v3 advantage in that round. And the oversight there that Snav is able to capitalize on is the big difference maker.
Voca have not won a BO3 against this Skinrave core. Period. Skinrave have been the victors in 2 3-map affairs, and one that would have been a 3-mapper, but I think it was a forfeit by getting info map number 3. Is that the one where they were down 11-0? Yeah. Getting over down 11-0 on overpass and then forfeited due to technical issues. I wonder if there were actual issues. Anyway, we won't get into that. You're down 11-0, you're probably not feeling too good. But here, they're not down a Mirage anyway. They're up 6-1.
Sitting pretty. Looking to change some of those results here in this grand final. Junior once again, the lead off. The aggression through apps. HE trying to blow past it, and there you go. Great double swing coming through out of the rifle, distracting Diaz crosshair while Junior steps forward for the opening pick, and now so much control established off of the op. The fight back for this space here allows for some rotations to come through, and Laxi can set his focus up catwalk, but you got to capitalize on these man advantages. They missed out on that last opportunity, but another one presents itself.
Last time these two teams faced off here on Mirage was only 2 days ago, and it was a 13-5 win for Skinrave. That scoreline's impossible, given that Voca have 6 here. This round, though, trending Skinrave. 47 seconds left and no real ground gained here by Voca towards either bomb site. Yes, they have mid control. They need something. We found, and there it is. Nice flashbang thrown by Shane. Carson capitalizes. Laxi lost. But they want to lean A instead. It's not necessarily the right decision unless Shane trying to trade on Cryptic, but cannot get Walco. 3v1. Carson all by his lonesome with 19 seconds left. They know where he is. They're swinging him with the guns. He still manages to spray down Walco through the box and knows where Marky is because of the way that util was tossed, but overlooks the top of Tetris, and Carson will be dropped. Second round finally secured for Skinrave.
To capitalize here. Still a bit of a scary way that round pans out at the end. Great flash play up towards Cat, but Marky holding his post and keeping that A side under lock and key before Carson can pull up on a clutch. Still a little bit in reserve here for this D side, so gun's going to continue to roll out here for both these teams. Pushed it up for Dia, doesn't see anything. Instead, it's going to be big mid aggression here, Carson. This is what the challenges again I talked about. HE just does phenomenal damage on the Laxi, and he's chasing down the follow-up here. Knows Cryptic is around the corner and lets Infinite do the heavy lifting there. Multiple mollies tossed in, and what a start. And the bounce back effort from Voca.
I mean, I appreciate Skinrave trying to mix it up there and going for the aggressive push, but Carson, you know, the most familiar with that type of play, denies one, knows the second is there, and gets the support from his teammates. Walco still hanging around. Ooh, gets the spot, but he's also seen. So, what does he do? Fades into underpass instead. My guess is he's going to go into the apartments and hope that he can cut someone off if they choose to rotate to the B site. But as it stands, Voca have 3 players postured in towards ramp or palace with 1 top mid. This is an A hit.
Do so with some solid execution as Carson continues to lurk about towards the middle. You've got Junior Zop as the line of defense. And right now, strikes for a big pickup. Cuts off the head of Infinite. Slowing down his Marky here, this pressure in towards the A-bomb site. And Junior wants more. The missed op shot, buying extra time for this flank. That can come through quickly here. Walco might have the jump on him. As Dia continues his post on CT right now, has util out. Will he be watched? He is caught by
Wow,
Snav.
Snav.
Great awareness coming through there. So now player's location known. And they can set up at least some sort of fight back into this one. Dia finding the cutoff through CT, staying alive here. Meanwhile, Snav continues to deny any chance for Walco. A turnaround no scope coming through from Dia to deal with the flank. And Voca hold their ground in the 3v5.
Wow. I mean, it all starts with this, just the read on the push from Carson to get the first, calls out that the second is behind the boxes, and that is dealt with. And an attempted recovery on the side of Skinrave. You thought it was going to come through, especially with Walco on the flank, but once Junior gets plucked out, and of course Snap, the awareness to be watching the flank, you know, with that much alertness is crazy. And because of that, they're able to hang on. If he has his back turned the other way, forget about it. The round goes the way of Skinrave. That's not the case. So once more, Skinrave struggling to collect CT rounds. And they'll be stuck on a half buy here. A couple of MP9s and 3 pistols to work with. All of mid has been taken by Voca. Junior watching from Cat. Walco over in the apartments right up against that smoke. That position for Walco could actually do something.
Have to here. Up catwalk successfully, so you have to imagine there's going to be some diligence on the clear here. There you go. Infinite goes and spots it out up close and personal. Doesn't want to commit to the duel there because he's got utility to flush him out into the open. 2 rifles ready to spray him down as there is no escape. But still, a lot of delay offered up by Walco's positioning here. Allows for rotates to join forces here. Marky now on the scene as well, but the low HP bars of these B defenders don't do them justice here, and it's Laxi. Last man standing, not lasting too long here. Voca climb up to 8 here, and another massive deficit that the Skinraves are staring down the barrel of.
Yeah, they just can't figure out the CT side right now. It's rough. You know, they're trying to take aggressive posturing. That doesn't work. They go back to a passive hold, and once more, they're getting picked apart. Utility raining on in. Voca really showing no lack of comfort on the map, as you'd expect. This used to be their bread and butter. Not necessarily anymore, but it's a map that they're no strangers to. And Dia boosted up. Good spot to hold. Guns are back out for Skinrave. Looking for a third, potentially fourth round here, but they're going to have to win out to get that. Cryptic. Can he get it? Yes, he does! Carson dealt with this time. Alrighty. 1 minute left on the clock. Junior waits with the AWP, and Voca, where are they even postured right now? Yeah, they're looking like they're going to go towards A again. Snaf just hoping to collect one frag before the other teammates activate from ramp as they're lining up the utility. Infinite waiting around underpass. Here they go. Gotta try it. Molotov goes for under Balk, and honestly, Skinrave are kind of on the outside looking in. One smoke thrown towards CT, and I mean, Voca will have the advantage going into the site. They've still got two available, but they don't toss that smoke, at least not yet, and Junior will be able to snap. There goes Infinite. 5v2, just like that, and only 16 seconds left.
Counter-terrorists win.
I like what I was seeing there out of Voca with that utility on the CT side. But not able to break through off the back of the clean op shots from Junior. Damage done in the opening duel there. Carson, such a key piece to this team. He goes down early. Just make things a little bit more difficult. Dia forced off by the utility. Making noise. Swalco times up his HE. Great damage there to add a little bit of work here into this round. A risky jump spot there for Walco, but he gets away with it. And this is just a distraction here. You see the op over there towards B, knows he's just trying to make an opening play, but the execution towards A is going to get involved here. Utility already tossed, so see how effective they can make their moves on into this A bomb site.
Ooh, Junior not going to have any impact this time. Carson with the clothesline thanks to Snap. Flashbang disrupting the aim of Junior momentarily. And then the smoke break yields even more. Voca looking for a 9-3 lead. And oh my goodness indeed. Infinite up to 15, having another monster first map. Just ignore the nade. Pretend it was intentional for under balcony.
Well, I mean, not a bad lineup right there.
Honestly, yeah.
If there was anyone there, I'm just glad his teammates weren't underneath under balcony.
Walco is going to get a second, maybe? No, Shane gets tagged down at 37, but this one feels like it's too far.
HE cells right above his head there. Nearly could have finished the job, but it will be Infinite to push past the smoke on 1 health to find the finishing blow there. And it's Carson, it's Infinite again having their impact here on this map of Mirage. Another 3-9 scoreline, and if you're Skinrave, you're saying, hey,
been here before.
We just did this. We know how to win these games. But guess who you're playing up against? It's a much different opponent right now. The CT side of Mirage for Voca is absolutely dominant. Dia with an op. You think of all these factors that you're going to have to consistently best here to do it again.
I mean, yeah, 61% of the CT rounds are victories for Voca. But T-side is better for Skinrave. We've already seen it. You know, the numbers tell that story as well. CT round win percentage for Skinrave on Mirage, 42.3. T-round, 56.1%. Like, that's a stark contrast and not the usual numbers you see on this map. So we'll see if that recovery is in the cards for them once more. I mean, they did it earlier on, yesterday, up against Marsborn in the ECL Finals for Cup 4. Came back from a 2-10 deficit. In fact, even more than that. I think it might have even been 2-11 at one point. Either way, hoping for a pistol round to swing in their direction. Infinite, though, he's got other plans. Gets one. Laxi and Markey strike back. It's even numbers. Bodies are dropping in both directions. Walco planting the bomb and applying the pressure.
Flank here, wrapping up again here. Carson looking to be the difference maker, but the bomb is planted for jungle and connector. So it's going to add some challenge here to this round, and you're going to require Dia to find some sharp shooting. Flank comes through, and one freebie spotted. There is no kit, there's no smoke or anything to try and void off these positions, so they got to go hunting for the duels. Dia finds a quick headshot, but again is rushing to deal with Junior. Here's the footsteps, and I think Junior just made the round-winning play. He's going to find the headshot to win the round outright, but good move out of Skinrave to position themselves for success and capitalize on some of the openings that Laxi brings to the table.
Yeah, well done from Junior, right? I mean, that's a nice maneuver to get towards underpass and force the chase to come through. They didn't know if they had kits necessarily, but obviously once you hear the footsteps coming your way, you know that the best course of action is to make him hunt you down and buy as much time off that bomb as you can. That's what he does. There's the fourth for Skinrave, and I mean, that lead can quickly disappear. Pistol round victory. Voca deciding not to buy up here. I'm hearing typing. This looks like it will be a not live round, and it is Laxi. His body in a crumpled heap in the corner as he was trying to set up the smoke. His game probably crashed.
Get him back in here shortly. Skinrave not one to deal with the text as a part of this comeback as a team that's looking to pick up momentum. The pistols just seem so well thought out here. And they've had a lot of success on the day on these pistol rounds as well. So that's the start of their foundation here. Now getting past these first gun rounds that are going to roll out here soon. The next step. And as we said, for a team that is so strong on this T side for Mirage, it's another uphill battle for them. If they can pull off this kind of comeback effort once again, they're thinking to themselves, what if we just get the CT side on this map, you know? What could that do for us?
Right. I mean, when they played against Voca 2 days ago, they actually did get the CT side, and then they cruised to victory, right? It was, what was it, 8 rounds, 8-4 in favor of Skinrave in that affair. But I guess the infinite buff helping Voca change that story.
It's been a huge bolster so far. I mean, again, after a good opening day for Slump, getting him to this point here, I mean, Infinite takes over, and with the same, if not even more success up against some of these tougher squads. Really, again, you know, I was with you in kind of agreement in terms of what we expected from this player. We've seen a lot out of Infinite, right? And he's had his good moments and sometimes where I feel like his success has been wavering as a player. And I really didn't think he'd be able to come back and show this level of form. He's been just so present in the server here for his team.
Ooh. We've lost Walco as well. What is going on here?
Marky's not in his seat.
He's not even there. Everyone's just gone. Like, Marky's disappeared into thin air, not in his seat, still in the server. Laxi and Walco left the server. Oh, there's Marky. He's back. Maybe? We put on his headphones, I think. Either way. We continue to wait. This might be a little bit of an extended delay. Laxey's power flickered. Oh, that's not good.
Hopefully just a flicker.
I think Skinrave have axed as a coach, correct?
Yes.
So he can jump in if needed.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm just saying.
hopefully.
Obviously, that's not ideal,
I see what you're saying.
I'm just...
Hopefully it's just a flicker. If that's the case, then just get a quick PC reboot. I've had that happen every once in a while where my power just turns off, turns back on. But yeah, X is, I mean, we give a lot of credit to Cryptic right now on this team, but it's definitely, backed up by X as a coach. I really like that pairing long term.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
And again, talk about a team that's in core that I think has remained very level-headed in their approach despite going through some really unfortunate changes. The loss of Classia, X having to stand in for a little while, bringing in Walco and having him operate on this team as well. And the comeback efforts, keeping their head in these games. Yeah, you got to give a lot of credit to Axton in the mix there as well, coaching up this team and keeping them involved in these comeback efforts that have had to come through consistently.
I think himself and Walco have been working together for quite some time as well. So, I mean, it's just a natural fit for him to be helping out this Skinrave squad as the coach. And the results have been there. Look, you see them as a very stable team as well. Like, even if they are in a tough spot and down 3-9 or 2-10 at the end of first halves, they're able to come back. And that just shows you, like, a lot of mental resilience, which is important to have in any sport.
Got to call upon that resiliency once again. A comeback effort here, not a force buy out of Voca. We've seen them remain so aggressive in rounds like this throughout the day, but with a 9-3 lead, they set their approach on getting those rifles out as soon as possible. So this one should be fairly comfortable here for Skinrave. Crypt's going to clear his corners for the opening duel, and that facilitates the rest of the access into this open bomb site. A dry run into no resistance. Likely a 5th round off the back of it.
Nope, Carson managed to collect one. He's traded, though. Probably nothing else here, Dia, trying to creep up. Looking for a wayward Skinrave player. Infinite peeking around. I mean, they've got really nothing to lose. I'd say Infinite with $500 on that 5-7. It's worth saving. Every penny counts. But it will be a 5th for Skinrave. And in the next round, the gun should come out. Infinite trying to collect a frag. Doesn't do it. And Dia just fades off. You know it doesn't matter if he dies. It is kill bonus on the other side, but yeah.
Allow them to rack up the economy there. Only a single player lost in Cryptic. We'll get those guns out as soon as possible here. That's the goal that Voca set for themselves. And in that mission, I'm going to get Dion and Op here. Rifle. Flying up towards middle. Some smoke spam coming through there as they break open the vents and try and get a boost up in towards ladder room. So a lot of priority here put towards middle at the moment for Voca. Player on cat and inside a ladder. Meanwhile, Skinrave showing where their goal is with 3 players outside of the smokes here on A. Junior making some fast moves. He's already clearing out a lot of this ace site. It's a retake setup, and Junior's going to have the jump on him here soon. He's already around connector and getting flanked through. It's a perfect read from Junior. They still don't realize, and the round is over. 5 kills and a flash. Skinrave are able to snuff that one out, and Junior, and a little bit of a smirk there, realizing what he got away with. Can't believe it.
Oh, absolutely. Take that to the bank. Junior should be thrilled with the result. I mean, Skinrave just walking onto that A site and dismantling Voca. I'm surprised Voca don't call an immediate timeout after that. There should be some concerns in their camp, having probably just watched that previous one that went down. Oh boy. Well, pistols only, and along with some armor. 3 sets of it for Infinite, Carson, and Snav. 2 players on A. Skinrave will be heading back towards A once more. Flashes are out, bodies flood in, and frags aplenty. Wildco and Cryptic, the beneficiaries of that. Marky and Cryptic again. And it's only Shane left standing, desperately firing shots off of his deagle, and okay, nice shot onto Junior, but it won't matter. Marky the immediate trade, Skinrave are only 2 back now.
Great extra damage right there offered up out of the utility coming through there. So flashes underhand through the smoke there, having flashes rain over the site as well, making sure that those close range pistols can't get anything going. And Skinrave now it's just 2 rounds off of tying this thing up. But think about how fast, outside of this tech pause, this half could be. It is flown by, and they're doing it again. They're showing how capable they are, keeping their head in the game. Oh boy, Snav risked it. Junior didn't pull the trigger, and they're calling a very similar play. Junior with an off this time around, but it's an opening pick. Snav with his back turned. Cryptic is still in the top of mid. It's a free kill there for Cryptic, and now they enter into the 8-bomb site, still strengthened up by multiple members. Infinite and the Yop of Dia ready to go, and that's going to call them elsewhere here. They have a chance to route this one up catwalk.
Okay.
Oh, Junior. Extra 5 seconds there could have done him good, but instead, Infinite goes and calls a main clear, establishes all the information, and now the rotates are rolling off the back of that info, but it could still be a play-up connector.
Yeah, I mean, look, second time Cryptic's had some impact towards top of mid in 2 series, right? We saw him do that previously against Boss, and now he's giving Voca headaches as well. 42 seconds left. Infinite on a flank. Will this yield anything? It could. This could end the round. They're not watching at all. Infinite, oh, they are! Marky does turn around. Infinite gone. Thought he had the advantage, but completely denied. Molotov thrown into the broken wall. Dia's watching with the op. I mean, Junior's gone, but they're locked out of the bomb site and have to start considering a save.
Starting to feel as if Skinrave's T-size can do no wrong right now. I mean, what a bit of awareness there from Marky. Right? Infinite thought he had the round-winning play. He thought he was going to be able to cap that thing off there. Has his 2 teammates rotate over towards the A side, and instead, everything starts sinking. And the A side is blasted wide open with Infinite getting taken down. Just give themselves a little bit of patience in these big man advantages, and when they're ready to pounce, they make the decisive move.
Truly, Skinrave's T side is fairly terrifying.
Terrorists win.
Here on Mirage. Goodness me. And you see, look, Cryptic's just going towards top mid and takes a fight, wins it cleanly. And it's all gained off of that they gained that space towards mid anyway. Now, 1 round away are Skinrave from tying things up, and let's not forget, Voca, beginning of the half, 9 rounds. Voca here, round number 18, 9 rounds. They have not won a single one here in this second half. Maybe this one will change things. They do have another buy-up coming through. What a nade. That's a ton of damage. Cryptic, Junior, and Laxi now one-shot headshots from the M4. Bolsters the chances for Voca quite significantly.
That could be a huge difference maker there. I mean, even with him just alone with an MP9 as well. Enough to scare them off. This time it's Wildco lurking about towards middle. Gets a little bit of assistance from his teammates there, tossing in that window smoke. Avoiding an HE of his very own there from Carson. Step back into the angle. Is that Carson lands a headshot right there? Able to do some decent chip damage. Wildco now playing a deadly game of dodgeball with the HEs hunting him down. At the moment, Skinrave able to hold on to this mid control, but they need some point of access right now. They don't have that just yet, so Still waiting for these smokes to fade away, and we'll see if they can start to gain that ground.
A could be vulnerable if they can trade Snav. It feels like one is certain. Yeah, there it is. Can he get the trade? No. Just so much damage done that Snav's able to have a field day. A 3K for him. Cryptic does get one back and corrals the bomb. And Marky, okay. Finds Infinite. Cryptic, no. Denied by Shane. That should do it. But will it? Marky, hoping to see a peek come through as he's pre-firing that corner. Bomb. Not going to be recovered. Carson ends it. Finally, Voca secure a round.
Right there from Snav. As you said, it was definitely vulnerable here if he goes down 1 for 1. But it's the HE damage as well that I'm sure helps him out big time in making those kills look as comfortable. You talked about in the beginning of the round there, Infinite doing a large amount of damage with the utility. And it sets up Snav for the massive multi-kill. As the dust settles, he's able to bring to the table. Voca now in the 19th round with 10. Finally on the board here for the second half. As the reality sets in that Skinrave were hot on their heels, looking to surpass them.
Skinrave adjusting their approach. 3 players into these apartments, and Walco eats the nade, but continues his push forward. Crouched and moving forward slowly. Infinite loses the fight with Cryptic, and now we have a 5v4. Cryptic in the middle of the round goes for some BM, unleashing some frustration. And now we'll work his team through this advantage, yeah.
What a spot right there. I mean, again, Infinite on the second flank here where I just feel for him at this point. Like, what do you even do? When the flanks like that are supposed to be round defining are just not. And now it does leave Dia on an island here. Snap's trying to jump to rotate as well through CT, but able to make it. Footsteps being heard, don't get me wrong. And now that's when Laxi decides to strike there. Cuts off the next point of call. Looking for some wall bangs, chances it, drops the bomb on the floor here. Molly on top of the bomb as well. Looking to draw out even more time as both players towards CT. Want to use that clock as much as possible. But constant flashes, barrage there as Laxi tosses the whole belt down range, and Junior backs it up with the cannon there. Skinrave are able to bounce back off the back of this pick.
I mean, they still had 2 nades left as well. There was no way Voca were winning that round. There was just too much firepower and utility available at the disposal of Skinrave. And they get their 9th. Voca still enough cash in reserve to get 3 A1Ss, the AWP, and the MP9, but no utility for Dia. Not sure how much that's going to matter because what they want to see from him is kills. Incendiary toss for top boxes at mid. Marky waiting for pushes down ramp. This isn't a bad idea. He's lurking around. That's what he does best. Skinrave. 2 players top mid. I think the other 2 are going to try coming through from underpass. Yeah, was there a spot there from Snav? He's talking up a little bit. Talking up a storm, I should say. So I think he might have seen the toes.
Made it out that reaction there. Really good flash for him to allow for that peak, but still 5v5. Got a little bit of information, but look at this positioning of Carson. On a knife's edge towards middle, trying to cover both underpass and top of mid. And at 50 seconds mark, he's not spawning out anything. Really left wondering where your opposition is. Walco's starting to speed it up through the underpass. Well, he goes deep, as well as a smoke. That allows for Snap to strike, but he gets caught.
Oh, man.
Ends up scroll wheeling, I believe, there, and falls flat on his face. And again, the patience continues to draw out these opening duels here. Carson now next at bat, trying to thread in some aggression. Deals with the upper first things first. But the A side starts to tumble. Infinite needs to land the spray. This time does. Takes him a little while to get there, and it will be traded by Marky. Up connector, though, Carson can disrupt. Able to thread the needle. And he finds himself a two-piece here. Walco
10 seconds.
not going to be able to activate this round done as long as Diaz stays alive, and Carson looks to deliver the finishing kill there with his USP out. He's just going to draw into that time. Swings for the fences, and Carson, the difference maker here in the round, the 21st, and brings it home to 11 here for Voca.
Carson's the Mirage boogeyman, without a doubt. A player you just don't want to see heat up like this when everything is going your way in the round. It was supposed to be a 10th for Skinrave, but Carson, a quad kill up to 21 frags. Only one that's close to him is Infinite at 19. Everyone else is very far away. Wow. Carson really powering his team up here. That being said, Skinrave, they're going to have another buy-up. And I feel like every single round victory is going to be difficult for Voca. And yes, Junior gets the opener just to solidify that point.
Before the smoke blooms.
Oh.
There's the shoulder right there. Shane gonna trade away that AWP for an AK. Much more appropriate weapon for the anchoring job. Another man advantage here. Last time disrupted by Carson. Can't afford to give those ones up if you're Skinrave when you know you have a clawback effort and you gotta stay flawless.
Cryptic tossing the Molotov into connector, making sure it's clear. There is a player lurking right beyond the smoke, and Carson, he's back to it. Walco gone. Oh, that's not a great incendiary by Carson, but it might not matter. Snav spraying down Cryptic. 4v3 gain for Voca as they try to hang on to their lead here and prevent Skinrave from a second consecutive comeback here on Mirage. 25 seconds remain. The approach towards B could be the correct one, but I feel like the read is here. Yep, look who it is. Carson, a second. Laxi does manage to make his way in, and Carson misses that next shot, but Laxi's got so much work to do. Junior pulls out the op, but Carson, a 3K, another quad? No, but it'll be Shane that puts Laxi down as he turns that corner. 12-9 for Voca. They have 3 opportunities to close out their map pick.
Carson simply said enough is enough here.
Yeah.
Ready to close this one down. It's back-to-back man deficits that he has to claw through. And with the rifle, with the op, doesn't matter what he's wielding. He's able to save his team the concern here and at least secure map point on this opener of Mirage. Skinrave need to get 3 in a row. This first one going to be the hardest. Because they've got limited economy. Use their timeout to try and breathe a little bit of life into this round. They're going to have to deal with it. As you said, boogeyman of Mirage right now in Carson. He's just scaring them at every avenue.
This could be it for Skinrave. Scraping together a force buy. 2 techs, the Deagle, a Galil, and 1 lone AK. Carson, he wants impact again. They're just setting him up, saying, Carson, do what you want. Oh, but Laxi's going to charge into Diaz face. Carson does do what he wants. He gets that one on Cryptic. Snap, an infinite strike. This one might be over. Yeah, looks like it. Marky, last one available. There it is. Voca prevents Skinrave's comeback from coming to fruition and win 13-9.
That's a big challenge right there of having to deal with the comeback effort, right? You can get so quickly back into the mix. You can get so quickly back into the swing of things, but all that is required is one of those explosive plays from your opposition. And Carson kind of rode that high all the way to the finish line right there with the massive impact that he was bringing through round in and round out.
Carson's ridiculous on Mirage. We said it coming into it, and he proved it to us once more. It's just crazy. Like, when you put him towards mid, that's the best position to have him in, because then he can freewheel. He's usually playing cat, I would say, so he can kind of help anchor down the B site, but also, if he wants to, take those aggressive positionings. We saw him do that. Ended up in connector in that round where he gets the 4K and shuts everything down. Really fantastic showing, and we're going to get the numbers up here. He's only 4 frags away from hitting his PrizePicks frag estimate. Like, that is an insane contribution. Infinite as well towards the beginning of this, especially in the first half, getting the majority of his frags. The whole team played well, and surprisingly, Shane only with 7, but I guess it doesn't matter because, you know, when you have Carson and Infinite combining for 46.
Yeah. I mean, it's not the biggest of fear factors. Again, you know, Shane taking more of those passive roles sometimes. I would say you're looking at Dia to take the next step up here in the next map if they want to try and continue this. And if they want to try and pull off a sweep, you're going to need to see Dia lift off a little bit more there on overpass, get more ground underneath him, more comfortable with the op there, because he's going to have that CT side start. But yeah, I mean, Carson and Infinite right now, being able to step up and provide for the squad, it's a fantastic showcase, and it's a continuation of some of the performances that they've been bringing so far in the semis.
And then we look at the other side, Skinrave. I mean, you know, there were contributions coming through from everyone on that comeback, except, I mean, Walco a little bit quiet here on this map, but Junior had his moments, Cryptic as well. We thought Laxi would be able to have some big impact. I don't know. It's just they fell short towards the tail end. I think you said it best, you know, being down 3-9. Yes, the recoveries can come through. They did it twice already by big deficits over the last 2 BO3s they've played, but eventually it's going to catch up to you, and it only takes 1 round swinging the other way for it to all fall apart. And that's exactly what happens. Not to mention 1 player in Carson that just takes the entire series on his shoulders.
Yeah, that's why, you know, we highlight that Voca right now is kind of a different team than Skinrave have been able to pull these back against. I think they have the many different pieces of firepower that can change the tide of a round at any given moment. And even though they had a couple of good starts in those rounds, you know, there was advantages that you should be able to close out on, and Skinrave should have been able to keep the ball moving on that comeback. Just couldn't in this case.
All right, well, we're going to throw it to a break, but when we come back, we'll have overpass between Voca and Skinrave to see if Voca are going to close it out 2-0, or if Skinrave can pull off some more magic on their map pick.
It's finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the f***ing cup. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh my god, he got that team flash! That was hilarious! Everything to be gained. The blaster swing! Come on! The first is in! Come on, Horns! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been planning this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me. Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool, the players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house. And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games. And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something to be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these.
It's time for Steal Mike's Skins.
Give it here, Tier 3 caster. Give it, this is mine. Day through. I lost my $2. I deserve this. Give it, mine. This is mine. I want it. Give me.
Welcome back to another Steal Mike's Skins, powered by none other than Flom. Show the people Flom. Give the people what they want, and it is Flom. Ah. That's my streamer right there. All right, hopping on into this. We got a very special guest with us. We got Freshy coming on in. Freshy, you ready to try and steal my skins?
I'll do my best.
I believe in you. So the way this game works, for anyone who's not familiar, is you're going to get 4 trivia questions. Each question that you answer correctly will give you a ball to drop into our Magic Plinko board. That will then give you the chance to win skins. So without further ado, let's get into the trivia. How do you feel about your trivia skills here, Freshy?
50-50, we'll find out.
So either success or not. Everything's 50-50 in that sense.
That's
let's pull it up. Let's pull it up. First trivia question coming on in here. We're starting with the math. You said you didn't want math. Too bad. You buy it all. P250, a Molotov, and a decoy. How much did you spend? Is it A, 5,000, B, 500, C, 5,250, or D, 6,500?
That's gonna be 5,500.
Lock it in. B is the answer, and you are, of course, correct. Coming on in here.
No way.
Oh, he did math live successfully. First question correct. Moving on to question number 2 here. Red for the glorious victory.
Nice.
That's what we're going with here. Moving on in. Question number 2 coming on in here. Who shouted, "What are you doing?" after a famous team kill at DreamHack Winter 2014? Is it A, Semler, B, Sadakist, C, Anders, or D, Moses?
Moses.
We're going with D, Moses. Is it D, Moses?
Nope.
It's C, Anders. Oh, but good guess. Good guess. You went with the NA guy here, and I personally appreciate that one. So we'll move on. 1 for 2 here. Halfway point. How confident are you feeling now?
Still 50-50. So far it's been 50-50, so we'll find out.
True enough. Maintaining your own statistics. Moving on to question 3 here. Question 3 coming on in. What 2010 sci-fi thriller directed by Christopher Nolan featured dreams within dreams? Is it A, Memento, B, The Prestige, C, The Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, or D, Inception?
This is hard. I don't really watch these. But, you know, my gut's telling me the longest answer is always the one correct. So C.
Nope.
In this instance, you are wrong, my friend. It was Inception. D. Both of those very good movies. Actually, all of these very good movies. Would recommend. Would recommend these movies. It's a good list. Good list coming on in. All right, so if your 50-50 rule holds true, then you need to get this next one correct. So here's our last question coming on in here, Freshy. What is the name of this Super Mario character? Is it A, Bullet Bill, B, Bang Bang, C, Betty Boom, or D, Kabloo E?
Well, seems like my 50-50 is correct because it's Bullet Bill!
Hey, let's go. This man knows his Mario. 50-50 coming through. 2 of 4 questions correct. And that means, Freshy, you get 2 chances to drop balls into this beautiful Plinko board. Choose a letter A through G. If you get the 2, it's 2 skins. 1 skin. Middle, 3 skins. X is pretty self-explanatory there.
Okay. I'm feeling an E.
Feeling an E? We're starting on E. Taking a bump. Stand far over towards the left. Hop. Skip.
Oh my God.
At the end, 2 skins locked in. 2 of my skins going to you, Freshy.
Okay. You know, I want to end it with an F for Freshy, for sure.
F for Freshy. F for Freshy. Dropping on in here. What do we got? Oh, it's straight over towards the middle. Sticking towards the middle. Bouncing left. Going back towards its original spot. But no, this one's into the X. 2 skins coming on in for you, Freshy.
We'll take it.
2 of my skins stolen. How do you feel after that victory?
I feel great. I really thought I was going to get 0, but I'll take 2. 2 right answers, 2 skins. We'll take it.
Let's go. 2 is the magic number of the day. Thank you so much for joining us. And that's another Steel Mike Skins.
All right, welcome back to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 11 Grand Final. We had Voca take map number 1 by a score of 13-9. Skinrave could not complete the comeback this time. And now we go on to Overpass. Skinrave's map pick. It has looked good against Boss, great against Marsborn. But their next challenge will be Voca, who have not played it that often, right? They played Marsborn, in fact, twice on it. It was competitive both times, and it was recent. 11-13 loss the first time, and a 13-9 win the next time. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we just saw at Voca, some good closing protocols to make sure to deny the Skinrave comeback, but this is kind of where I expect, things to start to go right for Skinrave. We just watched them play great from Overpass. This has been their new direction as a team entirely, and expectations are that should continue. I will mention the big win condition out of Skinrave is that they need to figure out a way to shut out Carson from delivering in the impact. They couldn't do that on map 1, so eager to see if they can step up here on Overpass and do just that here for map 2.
I feel like Carson will be less of a threat on Overpass. I know I say that, and there's so many places to push, so maybe that's not the case, but I feel like his best maps are Mirage and Ancient. After that, maybe it's Dia that'd be the one to keep an eye on here for Voca with the AWP. And as I am mentioning that, Carson will almost get something done, but Marky spots him up before he managed to slip into the back line. So it will be a 5v4 for Skinrave.
Sure. Quick answer there, Marky. Going to deal with the pressure. I am with you, though. This is definitely much more of a, influence from Dia. You watch your A-opper finding a lot of impact here. Skinrave should have a comfortable access into this A bomb site right now. Infinite's jumped the rotate big time towards the B side and be outside looking in on these smokes. Actually, there's no bank smoke, but there is bank kills. Laxi opens it up and finds the follow-up frag. Numbers getting punched in quite comfortably here, and going to try and pull through a retake. Snav with a kit. Still always a chance in that case, but it's dropped back to the floor, and absolutely no ground conceded here from Skinrave. They're holding their post, keeping things shut out. Cryptic with another nice 2-piece here, and Shane going to try and hold on to his armor and USB.
Quite the pistol round from Skinrave, and there you have it. Cryptic caps off the round with a 3K. 1-0 for Skinrave, which is a good sign for their T-side. Last time they got pistol up against Marsborn, I think it was. Yeah, they won majority of the rounds. It was 8-4 in their favor, and they went on. They got a 4-round win streak at the beginning of that map. Let's see if history repeats itself, or if Voca will have the immediate reply. The force buy is on.
I look to keep up the intensity here on the CT side of Overpass. Weren't willing to go for the force buy there on Mirage, but they did have the 93 lead. This time starting things off early with the investment, and I think this is kind of an adjustment out of Voca to what I kind of expect is a little bit more meta. The force buys are so effective nowadays that you see almost not every team, but a lot of them. And even still, you look at the old core of like Snav, Shane, Dia. These guys used to never force buy. They used to always get those gun rounds out as soon as possible, and now I just don't really know if you can afford it as much, because your first gun round's not going to be with an AWP a lot of times, and you also just have so many opportunities to win rounds like this.
Exactly. Like the percentage chance of victory has increased substantially in CS2. These types of rounds. Just
the run boost for Shane.
The game. Yeah. Amazing line to Shane though, and there he falls. Cryptic, opening frag. Infinite tosses the util in. That'll delay Skinrave a little bit. Marky going for some spam, and Junior is as well. They will collect another one. 2-man advantage earned.
Must have saw the something move there on the top of that monster pipe because they absolutely flushed Infinite out of position. And they smoke spammed a follow-up kill for the 5v3, and the aggression doesn't stop there. The patience doesn't stop either for Skinrave. They will just hold their ground and let the MP9s walk into their crosshair instead of vice versa. Carson should be dead to rights as well. Walco steps forward for a freebie and 4 kills. Wait on in to a very comfortable anti-force buy. No frags offered up whatsoever. And Walco gonna let him know.
That railing really hurt Walco at some point.
He was shooting the railing, wasn't he?
I don't know, yeah.
Does it count as body spam if you miss? I think it's more about the intention.
Yeah, I guess so. It's the intent that counts there. Or really. Third round of play. And this one should be straightforward here. Skinrave. Have guns. And Marky's watching the boost. Infinite does a backflip. His body crumples to the ground. Carson's could be next to do the same. Just keeps peppering shots around the corner, hoping that a pre-fire is a headshot. But the Molotovs rain in. He falls. Shane does as well. Skinrave just leave a pile of bodies behind them as they move in.
Snav on the exit plan. See if anything's given to them here. Cryptic walking into this angle with some diligence. The difficulty in how they line up right there. And she gets nothing. Gets bested by Snap, but HE will chase down Dia. Making sure that they don't walk away with even just the 5-7 right there. Was that thrown from... Oh, wow. That was thrown from A.
Really?
Yeah, Welko was over there towards party, I believe. Oh, no. No, he was just quick.
Okay,
Put on the
yeah,
wrong
I
shoot
was
there.
like-
It's thrown in from connector instead.
I was like, whoa, how? But no. Yeah, it is connector that it ends up from. Or originates from, I should say. 4-0 potentially the scoreline here for Skinrave unless Voca find a response, and they're going to go to some aggression from Snav and Dia into connector, doubling down. It's the right position because 3 players from Skinrave are heading here, but Snav will get nothing. Dia a little bit nervous now. Flashbang toss, dodges that, dips back in, and wishes he would have dipped back out because Walco will find himself a second. 5v3 for Skinrave. They are absolutely manhandling Voca right now.
They're coming back with some vengeance here. The good T sides continue to roll out. Another kill offered up. There's just a flawless first gun round offered up there. Before you even know it, they deal with a double up in connector with good diligence, great utility, but of course Walco also being able to unleash here in this map too. Looking for him to have a little bit more impact here in the matchup, and he delivers. In the early stages, 5-0. And that was a full gun round flying by right there. And there's only 2 kills so far for the CT side at all.
It's ridiculous how much Skinrave are dominating here. I mean, we expected it based upon what we saw previously that this would be a very good showing for Skinrave regardless of the Mirage, and well, it's proven to be that. Laxy's moving up long. Voca have Snav waiting at connector again. Util up for Walco. Throws the incendiary. Snav has to move down to 40 HP. Walco knows that he tried to fade away. Throws the nade. Snav is so close to death. And eventually will be finished off with a nice trade from Dia. Gets himself a rifle off the ground as well. But off of that, Skinrave will likely look to take the space into A.
Dia's going to take short control. That's great. Issue is you have a huge gap in long defense right now, helped out by Infinite. Need to provide a little bit of impact there. Adds to the X factor of this round. Rotations all coming through. And that smoke might help out Infinite in trying to play off in towards front bathrooms. The AK in hand. Perfect tool for the job and cuts off another head. Clean. Cryptic. Overwhelmed. And Marquis realizing that this one might be too far gone. No bomb in hand. 30 seconds left. 1v3. Nobody flanking right now that he's still watching. So I have to turn around with a knife out. And this could be how Voca introduce themselves here on Overpass.
On an eco. Well, a half buy, but still. Marquis moves into the site. There's one. 5 seconds left. A second. Yes. 3 seconds left. Dia's not going to move. All right. Well, he eventually comes out and Marquis gets the headshot. So 1v3 clutch, yes, but not in time to win the round.
Nicely done there. At least, you know, adding a lot of damage there to a round that, again, could bolster that economy so much for Voca. Could have walked away with 3 rifles if it wasn't for Marquis' antics there, holding things together. So not the worst way to lose a round, saving a rifle and taking everyone down in the opposition. Bad news is, we do get the Dia op in the mix for the first time on this map. Here's where he looks to make some statements. Show what he's capable of providing. Missed op shot here initially, reveals his position. He re-ups on the post here, not fading away.
Smoke lands there in short bathrooms. Force Cryptic to wait a little bit. Walco takes a dink through the wall, I believe. He's only down to 77, and that was from an M4. Snav and Cryptic right next to each other. They don't know it. Or maybe there's an inkling. At least from Cryptic. Snav's going to be looking the other way the entire time because he knows Dia's watching his back. 39 seconds now. Where does this end up? All the way back at Playground. Cryptic actually wins that fight with Dia with him holding the angle. Snav gets the trade but can't find another one. Only damage against Walco. A lot of it, but Walco still stands. He drags himself towards the A site. His teammates trying to lift him up and bring him forward to victory. Infinite only gets one. Walco gone, but Laxi will get the trade. Bomb planted here. Carson runs through some utils just to get up close and personal there towards the site. But eventually, he will be the last one standing. 1v2 required.
Junior's just looking to buy time here because Marquis still alive on the flank. While being tapped, Junior spots him off of it. Extra seconds going to be so valuable, and Carson can't find where Junior's positioning here. AK recovered. He's looking to save, but guess who's there to catch him? It's Marquis to deal the finishing blow. 9-0 for Marquis at the moment. And Skinrave will take another T-side round here.
I just really appreciate how calm, cool, and collected Skinrave have been. Even when they were down 3-9, they didn't look like they were out of it. They lost the map, still unfazed. Know they're going towards Overpass and potentially Dust 2 at the end. 2 maps that they're fairly comfortable with. Now we see if Voca will have another answer or not. And I mean, it is another half buy. So maybe they can string it together once more. Skinrave have a very nice B execute that's difficult to deal with when all the pieces are available, and they are. Cryptic swings around, finds the first. Infinite desperately spamming with the Deagle. Carson as well, but everything is going in their faces. I'm surprised that Infinite is even able to get Cryptic there. A second one would be crazy, but no, that's not going to happen. Marquis, along with Junior, can trade the frags back and forth. Good resistance at the very least from Voca, but they're still down a man, and Carson is on notice. And dead.
Smoke spam, just gotta simplify the matters here. Marquis is now 12-0. I mean, just dominating here in these rounds and never falling. Is able to clean things up and finish what he started. His team comes through as well and helps him out. Nice smoke spam. And a better finish there, making sure no one else goes down to the sneaky moves of Dia. Skinrave already building up a fantastic T-side with runway for much more. Money is being established here. Foundation being set. Missed monster smoke. Big problem. Marky looking like he wants to take advantage of that. And Carson realizes how big of a miss that was. Ooh, Cryptic backs up into the nade. Takes half his health for it, so luckily not going to lose too much off the back of that missed monster smoke other than having to drain out some earlier utility than they would like.
Snap spraying down Laxi. That was from aggression towards Fountain. So a 5v4 for Voca. Damage taken for Skinrave, and there goes Walco, excuse me. Dia holding the angle with the AWP. Very aggressively postured in connector, and as soon as he gets it, falls back to the site. Knows that there's no reason for him to hang around with 0 reinforcements or trading ability. And this could lead to a second for him. Oh, nice quick shot from Junior, and then Cryptic sprays down Snav. Snav getting frustrated on multiple occasions here on Overpass, and you can't blame him because Skinrave seem unbeatable on certain occasions. Junior and Marky are low, only 29 HP combined, and Cryptic at half health means that there's still the possibility of Voca striking true, but they don't really have any util aside from that flash they just threw. It's enough though. Shane comes through, gets 1 and a second. Oh my goodness! You've got to be kidding me! A triple with the nade from Marky. 7-1 for Skinrave. I have never seen that before.
Oh my god!
What?
He put a little backspin on that thing. Marky is 15-0. He is unkillable. And the perfect toss of the most unbelievable HE. Look at this thing. Look at every body fly. He doesn't even realize it. But Skinrave ripping away a 7th and Marky laughing all the way to the bank. And he gets his PrizePicks check mark. More than 29.5 kills. What a way to do it. A triple kill with 1 single HE.
I still can't believe it. What? Just trying to break the smoke. That's all he wanted to do. And what does he get instead? Everything. Still laughing about it. 15-0, like you said. He was about to suffer his first death, but, you know, he's got some sort of superpower here on Overpass that won't allow him to die. The gods watching over him, the CS gods, are Marky's friend.
Got him wrapped around his finger after a round like that. That is just so unreal. I've never seen 3 kills off of 1 HE. That is ridiculous. And now it's right back to the bottom of the barrel here in terms of an investment. You know how these ones go here. Pressing on in towards the B-bomb site. Walco able to find the first. The flashes the utility set up so nicely, but stalling them out ever so slightly here is Shane. Walco gonna need to do even more. And Shane continues to dodge and weave around these bullets. Carson then able to strike off the back of it. And the rest of the team starts to get involved here. As Snav's left last man standing in another uphill battle in the clutch. Cryptic gonna go down and a chance ahead of him for Snav. Not gonna happen.
Boy. I mean, how do you recover after that nade? Like, that just feels like this is destined to go Skinrave's way. You know, they're fighting tooth and nail here with the pistols, and while it is a valiant effort, once more, Marky will survive. No frags this time. Still 15-0. 10th round of play.
Yeah, again, it's at the point where you feel like you can do just no wrong.
No,
with your
exactly.
Marquee. Every play you're making is the perfect one, and you don't even realize. Yeah, just not able to connect with the op here. He gets a very similar opportunity, trying to cut off the cross. Marquee, careful. We want you healthy. 15-0. I'm really cheering for a deathless game, and right now punishing the aggression, as Voca are not so much cheering for that. Carson goes hunting, but is eliminated. Snap doing the same here. The re-aggression, risky as all get out, and yeah, I think Laxi just catches him by surprise. Boost doesn't reveal any information. They hear the fall off the boost. That's 2 players noted towards the B bomb site in a 3v5.
This one already feeling rough for Voca. 35 seconds left on the clock. Infinite. Waiting on the site. Okay, does get one. Shane slipping into the smoke. They might overlook this. This could get rough for Skinrave. But of course it doesn't. Marky, the untouchable man! Oh, finally he falls, and Shane collects a couple. Bomb has been planted, though. Junior swings around. Dia will shut him down. Laxi, last one available. 1v2 for Laxi. Flashbang out. Laxi, gone. Shane will finish him off, and finally a round goes the way of Voca.
Shane finally able to do it. On pace for a deathless game, but that will be shut down in round number 10, and it requires all the heroics coming through here. Shane doing so much work, staying alive. Infinite on 1 HP, being able to thread in that bit of damage, and it almost felt like, as we said, Marky can do no wrong. When he turns around and smoke spams, thought he was almost going to find that for sure. And keep winning ways for Skinrave, but instead a big clutch, and that has to be the start of something big here for Voca. I think they need to win out this half. They want a conversation to start heading into the second. Forward facing, positioning out of Snav. Spotted out. Can't stick around for forever without a lot of connector control. Now Dia in a similar position as Snav falls back. It just is eventually going to force you to fall off these positions. Somehow still trusting that the hunt is not on. Dia able to hold his post, and he does get a kill off the back of it. That is crazy patience with so much being unknown in the map.
Oh, Snav actually catches off Junior. There it is, 5v3. Voca attempting the recovery. 17-1 for Marky. Make it 18. Infinite. Overlook the sandbags. Chance to strike. Oh, but he can't! Marky's got some kind of plot armor right now. Continually surviving. Eventually he falls, but Dia's on the other side of the map. He has to rotate through. Also the bomb, though. That bomb needs to be corralled and planted at B, and Dia's realizing, okay, no bomb planted. Maybe they had to bring it over. I might have a chance to slip through here and prevent it from being planted at all. Oh, what a timely smoke, though. Nade goes out. Flash as well. He's trying to get the jump on them, but he can't. Cryptic puts him to rest. 9-2 for Skinrave.
A Marky does it, man. What is going on? He was easy flank kill, 100% dead, and turns on a dime there to find an extra frag. That just completely uproots the round. The back of that, though, Cryptic delivering the finishing kill, and that making good on Marky's promise is going to get the PrizePicks check mark for more than 28.5 kills. And again, come on, Marky, go kill. And calling these good executes right now. He's still delivering in the firepower in this map. I mean, he's not far behind him. The KD not as strong, but 14-7 is still very good at.
Yeah, we overlook Cryptic because of how well Marky is playing, but yes, he's having insane impact too. What a map for Marky. Walco and Junior maneuvering their way into construction. Space being cleared up towards B, and yeah, Cryptic has completely wiped Snav out. Dia traded out as well. They need to grab the bomb. This is a bit of a problem, and I think that's already been realized by Marky, perhaps. Nope, bomb's still on the ground, so you don't want that to be the issue. Infinite's on a flank. There we go. Laxi removed, and Infinite gets an upgrade down to a 3v3. Bomb still not corralled. They have not been able to realize this. 35 seconds.
Yeah, this is where it's set in a lot of hesitation. And yeah, you're going to send Junior back to recover this bomb. He's going to have to take some valuable extra time, and in doing so, Infinite's starting to press forward. Yeah, he's got to get the running shoes on and shut off even further. Infinite's wrapping this one up on a flank. Meanwhile, Carson cuts off Marky from access out of Monster. This flank should be good, if not the rest of the damage being done by Shane and Junior. A little late to the scene, so a difficult end to a fantastic half overall for Skinrave. But 9-3 is, again, plenty of T-set rounds to finish this job.
I mean, you can't complain. Obviously, getting that many rounds on T side. Marky having a life game. It's not over yet, but going over to CT where they've been pretty potent. I have a hard time seeing a world where Skinrave don't close this one out, as another PrizePicks check mark is in! Carson for more than 29.5 kills. Had a fantastic Mirage. Did slow down here on overpass, as did everyone. I mean, Voca kind of got stomped on in that first half. Salvaged the third only because I think Skinrave just lost track of things, both the clock and the bomb. Infinite is sideways on the cam, but frontways on the server, at least. Well, he's lying on the ground dead, actually. He's gone. Marky with 2, Junior with 1, and it is just, again, trending the way of Skinrave on this pistol round. Carson and Dia gonna go on a mission to find Marky. Marky just continues to feel frustration after frustration. No, you can't. A 3K for him. He is 22-3.
Just having a ball here on this map of overpass, as is the rest. Watching him just roll out this damage round after round. Another massive multi-kill. 10 going to be landed. Forced by going to come through here for Voca. In this case, forced by out of desperation to try and get back into the conversation here. Incredible stuff here. Look at this. Oh, okay. Well, it's good that they practice in this sort of round. But that molly did not land where it was supposed to. And will it create any sort of confusion here? Cryptic still holding his post, and Marky on a bit of an awkward timing there. Still going to clothesline the headshots once again. Ready and quick on the draw. Whips out the dual Beretta, sets up Junior for success, and Infinite going to be last man standing in a 1v4, finished off by Cryptic and his MP9. And it's as easy as it gets up against the anti-force buy.
Yeah, this could be an easy finish for Skinrave unless Voca have some kind of response here. Obviously, I was gonna say a force buy may not be a good idea, but they are forcing, which means forcing to the finish line from Voca. They don't want to play for overtime, having to win 9 rounds in a row. So this is it, right here.
Get it all here on force buys until they win. It's not going to get any easier here. The stacking towards A right now continues to be prevalent. Damage done as well. Forcing Junior back here. Cryptic sticks around. Has to evade the smoke spam. Well, Infinite's efforts continue here. Flashes through the smoke. Great secondary flash there. Junior blinded up and finished off. As Cryptic on 18 HP. He's going to get pushed through the smoke there. Dia there to collect. Laxey just about finishes the duel versus Carson and helps out in the defense here. 1v2 ahead of Dia, but this one much more doable.
Dia's thinking about B and saying, well, we know Laxey's low, and if he stays on A, that's the easiest chance at a bomb plant. Laxey, with the FAMAS, makes it very difficult to survive on only 3 HP. He needs some kind of jump on Dia, and that Molotov throw could give him the opportunity to pounce. It does! There it is! Laxey secures the 12th.
Huge sigh of relief right there for Laxey. Thought maybe he was going to be a little too late. It almost seemed like Dia was having his gun out with the chance, but to be denied. FAMAS picked up there for a little extra influence in this next round, which could be the last here of map 2. Domination asserted from Skinrave, and we can see the direction that they're heading here very clear. Overpass is a stronghold for this team. 3 picks in a row, 3 big wins is what they're gunning for here with one more round.
Well, that bomb plant helps Voca a lot. We'll yield them rifles. 3 of them Galils, 2 of them AKs. They have a decent amount of util to work with. Probably pretty frustrated with this map and ready for the next of Dust 2. Missed shot from Junior. He falls off the boost. Infinite. Just takes an 8 to the face.
Many times here we've seen Marky make that exact move right there and those opening duels, and you can see the protocol set in stone for Skinrave to punish that sort of attempt. I know how teams like to open up these rounds and trying to allow Infinite to gain some access. But that'll be slammed on his fingers. I like the angle from Cryptic. Usually an Opper likes to post up on these sort of positions, but see if a rifle will do. Right now it's Snav that gets the jump on him. Damage going to be done here, sure, but advantage for Voca and the pressure high on Junior, who has to fall off the site. This isn't a commitment, though. Bomb is around Monster, okay. He does, thankfully, reroute and not fall.
Oof. Nice nade from Junior. Site's going to be perhaps taken here. The bomb has not arrived on the A site yet, so it gives a little bit of space for Skinrave to try and deny this before it's planted. But Carson, well, eventually will plant that bomb. Is there a flank that's possible? Looks like the answer is yes. That would be Laxey, but he needs to activate soon. Biding his time, knowing that there's 3 players coming from the other side to try and disrupt Voca. This could be it. Laxey's flank critical to victory. Infinite going to be distracted more than likely. Junior collects a shot. This helps the flank out even more. Back to back we go in terms of frags, and eventually it will be Laxey who falls to Carson. Voca stay alive.
Couldn't find his crosshair, or at least choose a target right there. Ends up costing him heavily. And a huge opening pick there to enter in through the front of bathrooms. Cryptic has been able to thrive in that last, best of 3. It was his home turf. Skinrave still have a little bit left to muster up here, but a big response from Voca to try and build up a little bit of pride at the moment. We need a whole lot more where that came from if they want to talk about the comeback. I think another boost here for Junior. Hasn't quite been able to connect on this angle just yet, but not giving up on it.
That smoke creates too many problems, though. Like, you can't see around the edge of it. Junior's like, all right, tried twice, didn't work. Let's forget about it again. Voca working on a boost of their own. Overpass is a map of boosting. Lots of opportunities for it.
Olaf pass.
Yep, I was just going to say it. The most memorable boost.
Yeah. All these boosts are a bunch of rookies compared to what we used to have. And what about another boost? Dia. Looking like he wants to thread the needle on Junior's op, but not going to be positioned there. Right now, Junior looks like he's claiming a lot of space here late into the round. gathering up even more information. Cryptic doing just the same. But it's going to come down to the B defenders. Are they able to delay here? That's a great block smoke right now. With 30 seconds left into the round and the sort of fact-finding that was just done out of Junior and Cryptic clearing out long, it's going to allow for Cryptic to help out in this rotate. Joining through just in time.
Gets one, only one. Here comes Infinite and Shane. Laxi, 1-2, maybe a triple. No, shut down just in time, but Walco is still there behind him, and he will have two of his most impactful frags on the map. Skinrave with a dominant 13-4 victory to send us to a third map.
146 ADR right there for Marky, 120 for Cryptic. I mean, just unbelievable work out of the duo. That was way too much for Voca to handle there on that second map of Overpass. And we see why this team consistently is picking into it. We see why they continue to trust in this availability here, even though in the past they've really taken a liking to Dust 2 here. This is the new direction for this team, and there is a reason behind it, and we just saw that in the server for that T side, and the second half for that matter.
I mean, it doesn't hurt when Marky has the play of his career with one nade getting 3 frags. We've never seen it before. It's an insane occurrence. Not to mention he was flawless at that point, was the Iron Man. Did eventually die, but I mean, his numbers, you're going to see them come up on screen in just a little bit. They were absolutely insane. And as I say, well, it's not his yet. Starting with the Voca side, Carson had a monster map on map number 1. That's why his numbers are so inflated. Overpass, not at all the case. No one really had a good time on Overpass here for Voca, and that's why you're seeing Carson as the only one who collects his prize pick frag estimate. But you know, we look at the other side, and I mean, Marky 41 and 22, but most of those deaths were on map number 1. He exploded upwards and crushed the frag estimate as well. Is there a player that also did? Yes, Cryptic onto 35. Everyone else below it, but it doesn't matter. I mean, that second map was a statement from Skinrave.
Yeah, they're going to have a whole lot of momentum to ride on here heading into this decider, that they're looking to keep up the form. And again, it's so exciting to see the performance out of Marky here. Such an explosive player. And then, of course, Cryptic continuing his firepower. He's had a great day so far, and he's keeping it up, you know, trying to put up an MVP performance here in this PrizePicks Revival series. And I feel like he could be on pace here if he has another good map here on the decider.
All right, well, that wraps up our second map. We are going to 3 in the grand final to determine who is going to be the winner here in NA Revival Series number 11, sponsored by PrizePicks. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll find out.
Finally happening. I'm hosting my own event in Las Vegas in the HyperX Arena.
Come on! I'm ready to huff the f***ing cup. I'm huffing copium, baby! Oh! Oh my god, he got so much money! That was hilarious! Everything to be gained. The blaster swing! Come on! The first is in! Come on, Horns! Come on! Wait. Oh, what the fuck? What?
I know sometimes it might not look like it, but I am so excited for this event. We've been planning this for a long time. It's been a lot of things having to come together all at once. And honestly, I could easily say this is a dream coming true for me. Appreciate Monster for supporting me, allowing this to happen. It's going to be happening from January 9th, 10th to the 11th. So we're going to have the top 8 North American Counter-Strike teams here competing for $30,000 and for VRS in a GSL bracket. So just being honest, I'm trying to rip off Beyond the Summit. It was super cool, the players were always relaxed, but there were no fans there to be in that similar relaxed environment. So now I'm basically taking the HyperX Arena and making it the house. And with the HyperX Arena being the house, we'll have plenty of fan experiences for you to keep yourself busy. You and your friends will be able to just hang out on different setups during the downtime in between the games. And then me being here with 2 other casters and basically just doing my normal thing, co-streaming, while having 2 people carrying me, which is a lot of weight to deal with. And none of this would be possible without Monster Energy sponsoring this event, working with me for so long, and supporting North American Counter-Strike. If this event seems like your speed, like something to be really interested, make sure you guys stop through. I'd love to have you guys here, man. It's gonna be a great time. I really would love to just see North American Counter-Strike show up for this. We don't have a lot of events here, but I think this is a great stepping stone, and hopefully, with your guys' support, we'll be able to do more of these.
It's time for Steal Mike's Skins.
Give it here, Tier 3 caster. Give it. This is mine. Day through. I lost my $2. I deserve this. Give it. Mine. This is mine. I want it. Gimme.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Steal Mike's Skins, powered by Flom. Rob, show the people who's powering this. Show the people our beautiful sponsor. Oh, look at him. Look at that. Look at that beard. Look at that magnificence. Thank you, Flom, for making this all possible, because it's time for our special guest to get a chance to steal my skins. Our special guest is Michael Swisher Schmid, coming on in from M80. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mike.
Swish?
Doing fantastic. How about yourself?
Excellent. That's what I like to hear. I'm doing great too. Hopefully, I'll be doing even better if you don't get to steal my skins, but we'll see.
We'll see about that.
We'll see what happens here. These skins, they're fluctuating right now. They're volatile assets, so.
Trying to get that $5 M9 Sapphire.
Big money, big spender, big baller. All right, so the way this works, Swisher, is you're going to get a chance to answer 4 trivia questions. Each successful answer gives you a ball to drop in this beautiful Plinko board. Each incorrect answer just goes out to the ether. So, the question will be how many of my skins you get to steal. Let's bring on the questions. Bring on the questions. First trivia question coming on in here. Each of your 5 teammates buys an M4A4 and armor for 1,000. That's the full pack. What is the total cost of the team's full buy? Quick math here.
So 3.9 times 5. Well, 4K times 5 is what? That's 20,000. So subtract 5. I'm gonna go with C. Final answer.
That was great math. C, 19,500. Is C the correct answer? It is indeed. Well done.
Fucking
Quick
go.
maths coming in here. 1 for 1 on the questions. I did think that math question was going to trip you up. I'm not going to lie. I did not have faith, but well done there. All right, on to the next question. I should have had faith. Now we're locked in. Which team won the very first CSGO major tournament, DreamHack Winter 2013?
I'm just gonna shoot D. Not really sure.
Fnatic?
Yeah, it's either B or D. Actually, can I take it back?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. We haven't.
Okay, I'm going B. Final answer.
You going B?
Final answer.
Well, I regret to inform you.
Nope.
You shouldn't have changed it. You
Fuck.
shouldn't have changed it. You were in fact correct. I think that's where
It was B or
Devillock
D.
dropped his pants, showed his underwear on stage after winning the major.
Damn.
You had the right instincts off the rip. Right
It was B or
instincts
D.
off the rip.
I knew it wasn't Cole.
Gotta trust your instincts, man. Gotta trust those instincts. All right, moving on. 1 for 2 on the question so far. What social media platform launched in 2004, overtook MySpace by the late 2000s, and became the world's most popular network? 2004. How old were you in 2004?
I was 5 or 6.
Okay. All
Depending
right.
on when it was. So I'm pretty sure here it is going to be C, Facebook.
C, Facebook, locking it in. Let's go. Show the answer. What do we got here? It is, in fact, C, Facebook. There we go. There's a movie about that. The Social Network.
Really?
Pretty good movie, actually. Not going to lie.
Okay.
Would recommend. All right, so 2 for 3 here. 2 balls to drop in our Plinko machine. 1 more question coming your way to see if you can get a 3rd ball here. 2 balls, the natural amount, but we're going to take it to an unnatural degree, potentially. What is the name of this Super Mario character? Is it A, Magic Koopa, B, Clem, C, Carmack, or D, Kamek?
There were Koopas. I'm going to go with A, Magic Koopa.
Going A, Magic Koopa. I regret to inform you, that one's not correct. It's Kamek, who honestly I was not that familiar with. He's, I think, Paper Mario guy.
Okay.
Not a game from my
not
youth.
too familiar with that.
All right, so we got 2 balls to drop, but the question's going to be how good are your balls dropping in? It's not about quantity, it's about quality here. The way it works on this board is you give me a letter, we drop it in its respective slot. You're trying to get into those numbered spaces. 2 skins for the 2, 1 skin for the 1, 3 skins if you hit the middle. X's, it's nothing. So Swisher, where are we going here? A through G. What are you picking?
I'm picking C.
We're going C. We're going C.
Going
Just
C.
left of center. Lock it on in. Dropping on down here. What do we got going on? We're moving. We're grooving.
Go left, 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 left,
It's
left.
jumping. Oh.
Oh,
Out of the board. Wait, we get a redo if it goes out of the board. Hold on.
Okay,
Pull it
okay.
out of the middle there. Rob, there's one stuck in the middle.
No, leave it there. Leave it there.
All right, we're doing a do-over. We're doing a do-over. It's hopping. It's jumping. This highly technical machine. It's out again.
Out of the board.
Again. What's going on? What is this tomfoolery? All right. Third time's the charm, right? Surely
Gold,
it's
gold,
going
gold,
to stay
gold,
in.
gold.
Oh, and it goes for the X. Well, you got 3 shots on 1 ball. It still wanted no skins. 1 more shot. What letter are we going for here?
Okay, let's go with
Switcher?
G.
We're going G. We're going G. We're going full right. We're going full adjustment.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
And it's stuck at the top. It's stuck at the top. Okay, there we go. Now we're away. Okay, sticking to the right. Sticking to the right. Now
Gold.
it's moving middle. Oh, boy. Oh, there's
We got 2.
2 skins. 2 skins coming on through for Mr. Swisher. How you feeling?
Fantastic. Couldn't be happier to take your stuff.
Look, you know, at least somebody gets to enjoy them. At least somebody gets to
It's only
enjoy
fair if it's another mic, right?
Mike, from one mic to another, I hope you enjoy those skins. I hope they
Thank
bring you joy and happiness. That's all for this edition of Steel Mike Skins. Thank you, Swisher, for coming on in. We'll see you on the next one.
All right, we're back here with the final map of the PrizePicks Any Revival Series number 11. We've had some ridiculous plays come through from both sides. None more crazy than Marky's 3K from a single nade. But we are going into Dust 2 now. And I mean, look, it's kind of, I want to say, a lean towards Skinrave just because of how dominant that overpass was, but we can't forget that Voca still have a lot of firepower in reserve, and they did defeat Skinrave here only a couple of days ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is still a big opportunity for Voca to strike back on this decider. Talked about the recent head-to-head that they were able to close out here. But Skinrave walking into this decider with all of the momentum. I do think at some point Voca realizing that overpass was a little too far gone in that first half. You know, maybe specifically an explosive moment there where Marky wins the 1v3. But, you know, outside of that, I think Dust 2 going to be an opportunity to try and wipe the slate clean here and come into this with a new set of energy. And Voca looked really good on Dust 2. It still felt like they were getting infinite slotted in out of the gates, feeling very comfortable. And that is a really good sign here for the side of Voca to try and get things closed out here on this decider.
And I mean, technically, Voca are flawless on the map. You know, 2 wins against SBE, 1 against Skinrave, as we already talked about, and Marsborn in this PrizePicks Any Revival Series. A win 13-7. Let's talk about the numbers in that one, right? For Voca, Infinite went 21-13, a 1.79 rating. You see him on your screen right now. You know, and after that, it was Shane at 16. Pretty much everyone contributed. Snav in the back lines in terms of the fragging at only 10, but it doesn't matter. He called up a great map of play. So, yeah, I mean, we set the stage. I think it's going to be an exciting finish to this one.
Yeah, I think this is the exact right decider to try and close this series off onto, and finally a third map affair. So we enter into the grand finals. Cryptic trying to catch the decoy. And then the smoke tossed in. Interesting touch there. Dia finds a headshot towards Catwalk, but still trying to lock things down as Junior on towards Cat. There's another player right around the corner, and Laxi will stretch out for the kill. Now trying to cut off the cross. Laxi with another headshot at range with the dualies. Puts it up a man here for the side of Skinrave as they want to try and close out this retake here. Snav dealt with on the site. Laxi's dualies find a 4-piece. And it's going to be Skinrave lifting off with a pistol.
Looked like the body got caught as it was dying, like on the legs of Snav while he was walking forward. That was interesting. Not sure I've seen that before. But 1-0 in favor of Skinrave. And as you mentioned, Laxi popping off for a 4K from the dualies. It's a type of impact the dualies can have on a pistol round. He was the only one rocking them. But Junior, at least doing the damage there to help support Laxi's attempts at the frags, and then afterwards he does it mostly himself, although you got to give Marky credit for the flashbang as well. It's just a team working well together as a unit, and then one player, one piece activating to finish off the work that his team sets up for him.
Good execution here, and good utility out of this CT side to avoid any casualties towards the long. Mission accomplished to allow Laxi to post up. The rest of the squad repositioning here. Laxi did buy an op for Junior, so that's present in round 2, but not anymore. Sideline. Didn't realize the slip through middle was already coming out. So big opening advantage here. Cryptic jumping down and towards CT, trying to beat them to the punch, but it's not meant to be. It's up catwalk instead. Cryptic cuts off the head here. Laxi needs to find another massive multi, but this time his bullets run dry. And running out of health here on the site. Voca looking for the quick back and forth. Infinite has to jump up for that kill, and we'll find it. Now Marky, we'll see if he can deliver another clutch. He's still on kill just yet, but another 1v3.
He's never made this time, so I don't know. He does fall there to Infinite, and Voca strike back immediately on the force buy to tie things up. The back and forth has already begun.
And the clutch a little bit too far out of the picture, and some great access gained off the back of the opening duel here. Infinite able to impact the server on this T side that I said he was playing so well on. It sneaks out towards middle and punishes the op of Junior first things first. Nice shutdown out of a piece they were hoping could establish early. But instead it's going to be slowed down here. And now this force buy back in return not starting as they would have hoped. Laxi trying to push through the long side. Flash goes in and they passed each other inside the smoke. Wildco finds one and then backed up by Cryptic, who has his teammates back, is going to be able to put up the advantage here. Cryptic wants even more, but small overextension means he's going to fall.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough. I mean, look, already a crazy start to this round with Carson not realizing that Wildco had gotten past him. Junior headshot onto Shane. Doesn't allow him to take any further steps forward, and now he gets the follow-up! Junior on for the triple. Dia with the AWP, watching and trying to stop Junior from peeking around again. Eventually has to watch his flank.
Throw it out.
Yeah, he is. I mean, you can't blame him for doing this. AK picked up. Feels like it might be enough to pull it off, but it won't be. Marky has the last word, and Skinrave strike right on back.
Statement right there, man. Massive couple of headshots, and Junior, who just missed out a big opportunity with the op on round 2, is going to take 2 headshots clean with a scout in the next round. Quick redemption for him. And the back and forth going to kick off early for our deciding map. Forced by Wars continue, or do they? I mean, honestly, not much of a conversation for Voca to continue this unless they want to work with Tech9s. I guess Infinite has so much money. But outside of him, maybe going for some sort of hero rifle or something along those lines. Conversation going to be tough to try and keep up the pressure.
Technical time out. Laxi having some connection issues. So we're trying to sort that out now. Cool.
Brief pause in the action. I am looking at the guns here at the moment. It does seem like the force buys will continue back and forth because an AK and an op rod out for Infinite. Gonna make things interesting here. I think it's almost certainly surprising the fact that there's op being able to be afforded here. Shouldn't come as an expectation, I wouldn't imagine, out of the Skinrave side, so maybe that can be used against them. The rest of the team purchasing on through. We'll see how Dust 2 continues. I mean, again, impressed with the early resiliency out of this team. Keeping their heads screwed on straight here for Skinrave, the back and forth. But for Junior, could be a huge opportunity. We know how good his Dust 2 is. And to see him miss out in round 2 with the op, but then bring that intensity with the scout in the next breath. Both these teams going through highs and lows right now.
Still waiting to hear what's going on, if we're going to fix this issue. I imagine it will be resolved soon, but I don't see Laxi on the server, which is concerning, right? Because there were some power issues earlier. Let's hope that didn't strike again, and it's just him trying to restart his game to get the loss fixed.
Everything.
Yeah.
I think. Oh, I wouldn't imagine it's power because they were able to catch it before the round started. But yeah,
Right.
Tough stuff here. Trying to continue to get things rolling out. Snav, is he on TikTok right there?
Probably.
I saw a scroll down. Maybe
Where-
Reels?
I don't see Junior's dog today.
Might be. He's not laying down in the background?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I saw him moving around at one point. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
Rob
he-
did a zoom and I missed that, but
Yeah, we did. He's made his daily appearance.
that is good. He's doing a little sleep now, taking a rest
Yeah.
from his guard duties. But
It's
should he hear-
bedtime. Oh, yeah. That'd be
All
cool.
right.
We can take a look at the previous head-to-heads and the previous victors here of the PrizePicks Revival Series. And as we highlighted, we've seen a lot of replicated wins here for NRG and M80. They're the big ones that are pretty frequent
Yeah.
here. But we're going to see not necessarily a new winner in terms of
Well-
like cores, but kind of a new winner in terms of a team here potentially. If the side of Skinrave are able to take it, that would kind of be, I would say, a new victor. And previously Junior able to pick that up with Nouns in the past, but could be a big statement here if they're able to pick this one up.
Yeah, it would definitely be a new core if Skinrave take it, because it was only Junior that was part of that Nouns roster, like we talked about
Yeah.
earlier. So yeah, that would be cool. But if it is on the other side for Voca, their core has actually won, both that fifth. Just the fifth one. You had Snav, Shane, and Dia as part of that roster, so it would be similar faces there. But again, a new logo would be on the screen. Kind of a shame we didn't have NRG and more of them, because they were such a dominant force. They didn't play in every single one of these ones. I think the 7th or 8th they were involved and they lost to M80, if I'm not mistaken. I could be. But yeah, we could have seen more NRG up here, honestly. And they're heading to the major. So are M80. We've got our NA representatives, and I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do. It's been an exciting year of Counter-Strike, and to end on that major is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of these teams, as we've highlighted, I mean, we got to see the very early iterations of Wildcard. Obviously the future is very much so up in the air for that team now, but we got to see that team, establish in a Revival series and maybe crumble in the same breath. But they started off strong, and I will always highlight this kind of circuit as their way of building up as a team, because they were constantly prevalent. They were constantly impressing. Back in the day when both Fuzi and Sus were having to play on high ping in those matches back in the day, and being able to slowly but surely stabilize long term. Always impressive.
Yeah.
But sad to see the storyline around that.
It is bittersweet, right? It is
Oh.
bittersweet to have that happen to Wildcard, and I'm sad about it, but I also kind of want to see them move on, the players themselves, from what
Yeah.
was a very difficult thing to watch from the outside. Anyway, we do have the PrizePicks analyst segment that we can bring up here for this final map of play. And I'd say no real surprises on the names that we're seeing on the, in the numbers that we're seeing. Junior, I think absolutely going to be a player to watch, especially on Dust 2. He loves to op here. And on the other side, the same for Dia. Like that head to head, I'm really looking forward to seeing. Obviously, we have to wait a little bit longer while this technical issue is resolved, but yeah, it's an opera's paradise.
Yeah, that's what I think Dust 2 should be coming down to. We haven't really seen the big story of either one of these oppers being the key facilitators for these teams right now. It's been led by the Riflers, but no better time than this decided for both these players to show up and show out now. And as you said, Opper's Paradise of Dust 2, both these oppers can play at their peak when it comes down to this decider. And we'll see if they can take this third map into the palm of their hands. We saw it in the last round for Junior. We can see it in this round with the actual op in play, not just the scope. But the op still able to afford here for Dia. Again, could be a surprising factor for this CT side.
There we go. Back into the action. Laxi's connection has been resolved. Welco. He's got the smoke primed and ready. We'll toss that forward. Lots of time left on the clock for Voca to work around this map. Obviously looking to get the continued response against Skinrave's round victories. Force by wars are in full effect, and I mean, another player to watch here for sure is Carson. We talked about his success on Ancient and watched him. Dust 2's kind of similar.
God.
Dia hits a ripper of a shot, threads the needle on Marky as he's jumping. Walco 2 in return. Infinite trades him out, but they overlook Junior. They've overlooked the cubby, and now jumping around was Dia. Run through by Junior's Mac 10, and Junior's looking for the follow-up as well. It's not looking pretty on the side of Voca, as it'll only be Infinite left. He picked up the op off the ground, needs the 1v2 clutch. Bomb on his back, 26 seconds left, but flanked out by Laxi. 3-1 for Skinrave.
A lot of credit right there for Walco making that round possible. The multi-kill in the middle completely upsets the round, and look at the damage that he does to Infinite before he gets traded. That is everything, because they lost Marky so early, and you don't expect Junior to be tucked in and hiding on that B bomb site when you deal with one of the B players and you still have Walco towards middle dead as well. You think the B side is clear. I understand the reaction from Voca, but Junior was waiting, hidden all the way through that round, and he just gets a jump on them. Never gonna expect him to be there as well. They scoop up the op. And now it is Skinrave that put an end to the Force by Wars and get to start their campaign back in to trying to dominate this half. And Marky's looking to do just that. Not happy with getting plucked out of the sky in the last round. He is aggressing through all of tons.
He's on the right, he's here. There's one. Only one. A little bit messy on the spray from the MP9. It can get away from you now. Not what it used to be. 4v3 though, and I mean, for all intents and purposes, this round is still probably over with how low Shane and Carson are, and this being an eco. Dia's gonna throw the pistol over to Carson. Yeah, he gives him the deagle.
Keep that MP9 in Dia's hand, see if he can find any extra kills. The deagle will get leveled out by the op here. Great counter flash as well, looking for more. What a shot from Junior, making it look easy. And Laxi to mop up the last. Some nice confidence building kills for Junior. The Skinrave only lose a single MP9 in the round. Keep everyone else healthy. Spray definitely gets away from you fast with the MP9 now, more than it used to. Right, that back in before the nerf, I do think is an easy double for Marky, but it is a little more tricky now. And Gonna be on the MP9 once again. Oh, Junior. Stepping forward. Might peek through to top of middle right now. As the flashes continue right up towards long. Shadow seen, but not kill connected. Misses out on the shot. So long control established, and Junior with his op is going to be forced in towards lower.
Look at the space they've taken on Skinrave towards the upper tunnels. So much information. They'll know what Voca's up to as a result. I'm not sure why there's a lean into mid right now. You'd think it would be going A. Assuming it will soon. Anyway, Laxi's taking care of business onto Infinite through the smoke, hitting the spam. Takes a lot of damage, but still healthy enough. Smoke break. Information to be gained, especially from the cap player. That's right above him. I imagine Cryptic was having a look in that moment. Now Skinrave are sending all the bodies towards A. Ground is covered in every direction. Carson jumping up to the site, trying to secure the plant. There's util here, a nade, and an incendiary available. They're jumping up, looking for something, but Dion Snav spam the smoke in return and gain themselves a man edge, now a two-man advantage. Junior and Cryptic desperately hoping that something can swing their way, but they realize that hope is gone. They need to save their guns. Second round for Voca.
I'm definitely with you on the shock right there, the lack of rotations with that upper tons control. They really thought that was going to go back towards B for a little while and thought that there was a big fake coming through from Voca. So they try and hold it up against the cross, but I think they just joined up a little too late where Voca were already established on the site and planting the bomb down. 2 kills through the smoke certainly don't hurt. Going in favor of Voca. Blind headshot onto Marky, just a straight connects onto his head. Skinrave with 2 gun saves, still going to be left with plenty of economy to back this one up, but having some difficulty getting those rotations in order. It's a good reaction from Voca to speed things up and capitalize on that small window of opportunity.
Match going to be paused again. Guess we're having more issues in terms of loss here. I'm assuming. See a lot of these players just shaking their legs in their whole desks, eager to get started. A little antsy, as you can imagine. $4,000 for first place. It's no small prize available here in the NA Revival Series. It looks like we're about to get going once more. Round number 7. Both teams have got full buy-ups and an AK saved over by Cryptic, along with the AWP for Junior. Still haven't seen Dia on the op that much, but Junior has had a chance to strike multiple times and made good on it. Here we go again. Long push going through from Voca. Flashbangs out. 3 players storm on forward, and Skinrave don't even have anyone postured here. The A site defense extremely light. It's just Laxi. It's an interesting setup, but Voca are really abusing this.
They absolutely are here. And Carson catches Junior. It's not even a proper smoke for the cross, but they realize a gap in the defense here in the early stages of the round, and they take full advantage of it. Going to delay out this bomb plant as long as possible. Barrage of utility blows up in the air at the moment. As much damage done off the back of it here, but a boost elevated here. A chance for Walker to try and surprise, but instead it's Laxi at the bottom of the totem pole coming tumbling down. Should be another safe formation here for Skinrave, and Voca taking advantage of the long access that's granted to them. Extra kills. Walker was hoping maybe he could go on check. That's not the case.
No, Walco was left for dead. They're like, sorry, Walco. Good luck. Left him alone with a swarm of T's around him. Third round for Voca, and again, Marky, I don't know if he's going to be able to hang on to this off. No, he can't. Cryptic still clinging to that AK, but it is also ripped out of his hands by Shane, so no gun saved over. That's going to hurt the buy-up in this next one, as Voca look to tie things up, and yeah, it's going to be an eco. Not much invested into by Skinrave here.
Well, if they can bring it to the mix here, gonna see Voca go back to the bread and butter. On Tate coming through. HG's this time offer up a little bit of chip damage, but so does Smoke Spam. In fact, it finishes the kill onto Walco. Laxi, once again left in an island towards long, will be dealt with on the edge of the smoke. And they'll just mosey their way on up long here versus USP, Deagle, and a Scout. See the extra damage comes through. There's a headshot from Marky. Trying to draw out as much time as possible as his help does start to arrive, and a big influence from Junior. The flank coming through there, and that's a surprise. Dia catches a big time pickup there and deals damage with the HE, but Junior finds a headshot there instead and might just give himself a path to this round. Headshot required, and it won't come through. Infinite avoids it. They're all tied up at 4s.
Wow. Voca doing some good work there to rebuff Skinrave, and the connection issues continue for them. I think Marky's been lost here. May already be reconnected, just that the HUD didn't update yet. We'll see.
Background there for Infinite. That's so pretty. Got like a sunset action going on right now.
Oh. It went from just walls and curtains that wasn't really interesting to a very beautiful background.
Yeah.
Picturesque.
If Infinite ever gets frustrated, you can always just look outside. They said that's what you need to have on your secondary monitor, but Infinite's got the he's got the window right there to look at.
Yeah.
For a little bit of Zen.
Goodness. That's gorgeous. All right, looks like we are going to get back into the swing of things here. As expected, neither team really able to gain an edge on the other. But Dia does have the AWP here, so does Junior.
Again.
Yep, they're just going to keep going. I mean, I can't blame them because they haven't seen much now, but here's the adjustment. Skinrave sending 3 players in this direction. There's the first for them from Walco. While being blinded, Cryptic actually threw a flash in response to try and push Voca back, and they get the answer. There's the pushback they needed at the beginning of the round to allow a little more breathing room, and now Junior's going to get a few cracks at it, you'd imagine, because mid-presence will likely be coming through, and, well, a flashbang tossed. I think he got blinded by his own flash. Now the smoke will block off visibility.
HE4, we might see them take a face off here again.
That's so good.
Junior lands the shot and only has to walk away with a little lower HP, but at least able to establish even more as he takes down another pickup here. 5v3. The couple players down a little bit low. Still makes things interesting. D on the op trying to get back into the mix, and the timing on this duel. Oh, not quite capitalized on there. Walco had a chance to catch him, but jumps the fight a little bit. They get both these teams on edge here, but Walco able to sharpen up on the rifle. Deal with Infinite. Dia creates a stride on into this round there. Nice pickup. Punishing Walco. Dia trying to find even more damage on top of the default box and finds a second. Snav just left it to a clutch. There's a teammate gets taken down from the sky. He's down incredibly low, and another jumping kill here coming through maybe for Cryptic. He's trying it. Doesn't quite connect onto it just yet, though. Instead, going to back up and take the confirmed frag. Cryptic brings a multi, and Skinrave going to bounce back.
I don't think Snav realized where that was coming from. Like, he didn't really spot the head around the corner. Maybe he thought the readjustment was there. Either way, we saw a couple of nice ones from Dia that almost bring this one back. But at the end of it, there's the jumper. And Snav afterwards did fall once he tried to plant that bomb. Anyway, 5-4 for Skinrave. One thing I appreciated, as I mentioned at the beginning of the round, the adjustment. They immediately apply pressure towards long, realizing that that's been a weakness in their defense time and time again. And this time, Voca will not go for that immediate aggression, right?
Yeah,
Smoke
makes
is
sense.
good.
Something that a lot of teams talk about right there is being able to, at some point in the half, establish control of long, and then you can kind of relax a little bit on how you play. You can leave Laxi alone long term. It's not the easiest of positions, but it is very hard for the T side to take long control late into the round with all of the different positions that you can play from as a long anchor. And so, as you said, you know, Skinrave finally able to adjust in that point, establish that foothold, and now they want to press the advantage here. Laxi with a flash setup off of Walco presses through and deals with Shane early. 5v4 off the back of that play. Impressive stuff playing on the fly right now, but Walco has to be prepared, calls out that there's a player poking through Cat.
Flashbang blinds Junior and Cryptic. They throw an incendiary to make sure that no one gets any ideas on Voca. 30 seconds left. Yeah. Oh, that didn't seem like the plan. I don't know what happened there. Maybe a misclick. Release the button too soon. There goes the incendiary towards Cat. Yeah, this round might be over just because of that little mix-up. They don't really have the useful to advance now. Dia does get a nice headshot threaded through the wall. In fact, I thought Cryptic had both of those. Bomb will be planted. There's time. Still a 3v2, and look how close Laxi is. They have to shut him down immediately. Do Infinite doing the work, but Junior and Marky will not be denied. They get both Dia and Infinite, and it will be a 6-4 scoreline.
It's a great sequence coming through on the retake right there. Everyone gets involved in this round for Skinrave. And helped out by the missed utility. I imagine Dia, it looked like he was going to try and drop the smoke. And he dropped it the wrong way by actually throwing it. And unfortunately, you can't pick those ones up. But that's my only idea right there. Yeah, just a bit of an awkward sequence. And
it just, even if he was dropping, I don't get, like, his teammate was just staring at him, ducked down on the ground. So it's just the weirdest situation.
Definitely looked silly. They cheat. Looking fierce, though. And Marky sets himself up for success with a lot of damage, but he's going to have to do a majority of the defense. The help was coming through, but it's all on his shoulders. Pre-firing through the smoke as they push past it, and there's the access gained out of the Tech 9s, taking charge into the bomb site. Another headshot landed here, looking for kills confirmed on this CT side, and we know how difficult B site can be to retake. The last little bit of utility tossed out by Voca. They don't have any more left. It's going to be on the shoulders of this 4v3 retake here. Try and save this round.
Where this nade goes from Walco could determine the fate of this round. M4 recovered by Dia. There's the smoke. Walco still has the nade. Toss it. Cryptic walks in, finds Dia. It's only Shane left, and in fact, the nade doesn't even come into the picture. It's just a nice push by Skinrave. Timely done. Excuse me, a very timely push, and it will be a 7-4 scoreline for Skinrave.
Just impressive stuff that Cryptic's able to find a kill there on low HP. Just running through the window, pre-firing right underneath it. Has his crosshair on the money for Dia. And still able to break through onto the site for Voca. Holding off in the post, a different story. One last gun round to determine this half, whether or not Voca pull it back a little bit more. Or if Skinrave try and pull ahead in the series. I'm going to make the reverse sweep happen for themselves. Smoke spam to try and set up a boost here, but free pick offered up, and Shane takes two as Laxi wanted to break through the smoke as well. It's to no avail. Great awareness there from Shane, not getting caught by the positioning again.
Junior's got all the smoke breaks down for mid, but this time he doesn't spot out a player after throwing it. Voca, after applying a lot of pressure towards Cat, they fade away, but Walco's got the instant intel. Sees the head and lower, catches one. What a flick from Walco, and Marky on the other side knows they're headed in his direction. Nice nade toss. Carson and Infinite down to half health. He can just spam away now as a flashbang rains in. Nothing Infinite can see, and Dia is left stranded and alone with the AWP. Walco will tear that out of his hands with the AK bullets. 8-4 in favor of Skinraves as they switch sides.
Be able to bring one great B-side defense there towards the tail end of the half with the HE and the multi-kill. A 5v3 though to start it all off. That's how this round is opened up, and it wasn't even a challenge, right? Shane didn't even take any health for that, but can't finish it. A hasty decision to try and press it in towards the B site, and as you said, from Walco's information, he starts to confirm the lower crawl and clears off Cat. Meanwhile, Marky's already on that B site doing damage. A bit of confidence coming through here from Walco as a late game player here in this decider. And an 8-4 scoreline as they look for the pistol.
Dia keeps going for this peak. He eventually has to fall off. Yeah, otherwise he probably would have been finished off by those Glocks. Knows that two players are advancing from mid. Skinrave, seeing that Dia's no longer there, does not give them any point of comfort, because now they have to wonder where he's gotten off to. Smoke block from Carson. Leaves a decent gap. They're going to go around it. Yeah, I think Skinrave realized what just happened. He might even hurt to get blocked. They're just going to go for the fight anyway. Trades back and forth. 4v4, now a 4v2 in favor of Voca. Junior punches through Snav's skull with a P250 bullet. And this is their only chance. They know it. They have to get past the player at the double doors, and now they're all there. Junior, another one. 2v2, but he is finally felled. It's all up to Walco. Flicking back and forth. Finds the first. Infinite, his last target. 35 seconds left. Doesn't have the bomb in his back. He's just going for the straight duel. 1v1. Does he look the right way? Yes, he does. Infinite's right in front of his face as he goes out. Walco, the 2K, and Skinrave find the clutch to get the 9th.
Nerves of steel right there from Walco again, showing up in the late game. Last two rounds, able to bring home crucial multi-kills right here to close out the 1v2 clutch. And Skinrave rip away a second pistol for themselves. A massive pickup from Walco. A force buy in as a reaction coming through here for the side of Voca. Feeling like things could be slipping out of their grasp by letting that one slip. A tech pause. Slowing down the roll here, but I mean, nonetheless, Skinrave eager to finish strong here.
What is she
What did that
typing?
say? Y'all thought we were flashed.
We were finished. I
Oh,
think.
maybe. Okay.
I don't know if I want to read the rest.
All caps on that one?
We can't see it, so.
All caps? Maybe he had caps lock turned on.
Voca.
You think he's holding shift for that?
I think so. Yeah. It's like the full rage and tilt going on there.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Because I think I saw some lowercase in the mix, and that's why I'm thinking she's holding
Tall tale sign of it.
Yeah.
That's how you know.
Oh, man.
Maybe trying to inspire the troops here. I do know that Cryptic does make sure his team has his this opponent in particular muted. I think it's kind of a fairly common principle to have that kind of in tow. Don't think a lot of. I mean, at least it's a smart move, right?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I used to have it on all the time, just in any type of matches, just so you don't get distracted. Because why let another element that you can control get in your head, right? Obviously, there is another spin to that, and that's when you're at LAN, you can't stop that. They're going to be able to
True.
yell at you. So
That's a good
maybe it's
point.
better to have that experience reading it on your screen so you prepare for what's going to happen when they're right next to you, right?
That's a good point. You know, if he's in
So-
any lands.
Oh yeah, you know, especially at frags. And I'm sure at Flom's mythical LAN in Las Vegas.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's gonna be some shouting.
Yeah, I hope so.
I got Cryptic out of the server. That's new. Get back in here, Cryptic. You got a game to play.
Nah, he's done his work. They're sending in the sub now. Cryptic's going to bed.
Yeah, we did see him. He looked a little bit
Yeah.
sleepy there, so it's about bedtime. Just had a long couple of days. Can't clock out just yet. More work to be done. You're just calling in the big guns here, getting Axe involved. Nice. Nice little setup on the camera right there. Don't know who that is, though. Not this one, but the last one.
For Snap?
Is that Snap?
Yeah. He
Got
moved to
everything
it.
he needs right there.
Yeah.
Got a couple plush toys. Some Vaseline in case your lips get chapped.
I'm not touching that, man. I'm done. I'm out of here. Let's move on. Like, oh,
It's winter time.
yeah. No, totally. Yeah, absolutely. You gotta.
You step
gotta keep
outside
those-
and you got to bring your chapstick, you know?
You gotta keep your lips hydrated. No question. You gotta get that on there. That's the only thing he's using that for. Moving. These headphones aren't bad in terms of the look, anyway, for Dia.
I need some new headphones, man. Mine are
Interesting
killing
stitching. What do you have? Well, I don't know if
me.
can we say it?
They're like $30. They're the
Okay.
cheapest ones you can get. I also have this problem where I always accidentally like rip the plug out on accident. Because sometimes the wire gets trapped underneath my chair. So whenever I'm casting, I like carry the wire so I don't accidentally unplug it. But every time I like move my chair or shift, the wire just pops right out. Yeah, no volume for the next 3 to 5 seconds. That
Yeah.
stinks.
That is not fun. You need something new there. I decided a long time ago that I would not have a combo headset with a microphone in it, just because every single time I would get one, it would break. There'd be a flaw or a fault somewhere in the cable. And that's just the nature of it when you're combining those two things all going through this one thin cable. And, you know, you have also the volume controller, the mute on it. And there's so many points of failure that I just got fed up and said, you know what? I'm splitting them up. It's going to be a microphone dedicated for where I'm talking, and then the headphones for sound only. And that, I mean, I've had these headphones for like 20 years, and they're the same ones. Rob saying it's a skill issue. I don't see how that is possible. It's just anyway. But these headphones are fantastic. That I like I said, like so many years that they've done the job.
One time I casted at a paladin's house when my power went out, and he has the nicest pair of like Bluetooth headphones. Like one time, I mean, he like had to walk in and grab his stuff at one point coming home from class, and I like didn't even realize he had came through and like left because they were so noise canceling. I've just never worn a pair of headphones that nice. I've always gone for like the cheapest pair of headphones, and I think like listening to audio in game and stuff in Counter-Strike for me is pretty good. Like I think I hear a lot of things, but that I was hearing color. Like it was crazy. Even just like listening to music, it was kind of nice. Which I've never been big into like nice headphones or anything like that. I'll always buy the cheapest pair. I'm a chronic loser of like headphones, so that's just not an investment that I put in.
No, you got to do it, man. You got to do it. You got to get the nice ones These ones at the time I think cost me $500 if I'm not mistaken.
Dang.
But dude, I've had them for 20 years.
20 years is good.
like-
I probably spent that much on headphones throughout like the last 10.
Exactly. So like they've lasted all the time.
That's
I have
fair.
I have admittedly replaced some of the parts because they're completely modular. Yeah. Like
You're
you can-
building a headset?
Well, it's not building it, but it's created in a way that repairs are really easy. You don't see that with a lot of technology now. But yeah, like the cable I've replaced a couple of times because it has died, but it's like $10, $15, and like you can see it here, it just unplugs like that. So you can just plug it back in. Now I'm gonna probably have to put it back with one hand here. All right, I'll figure it out after. But suffice to say, there's it's not difficult to replace all the parts of it. Even like the ear cups come off. The speaker itself for the headphone, I think one time broke, but it was covered under warranty, so it was a free replacement.
Nice. That's a good deal there. Well, I'll have to look into making some upgrades there. But yeah, I mean, so far, just kind of dealing with the hurt headphones right now. Especially with my glasses. I feel like that's the big thing that usually does the trick. That's what hurts the most is when I have to wear my glasses and I got a big Dave casting.
What, Rob?
That's some great flexibility. That is some great flexibility.
It is very great flexibility. I do agree. I don't think I can do that. And in fact, I'm fairly confident that I cannot do that at all. So impressive. But
you can get to that point. You just got to keep practicing. You just work on it up until Mythical Land, and then we can see.
Here's the thing. That's true, but I don't want to. I don't want to go through that. It's just painful. I find
you don't want to learn a new thing.
I do. I do want to. Cole, come on. Of course I want to learn a new thing, but that is not on my list. Like I want to learn how to solder and do like repairs to electronics and things like that. I don't want to learn how to do the splits. Like that's not on my bucket list, I want to learn Japanese. That's what I'm doing too. Like there's so many other things I could pick out that I want to learn, and that's not one of them at all.
I want to see you learn the splits. That's what I want.
Cole, okay, you know what? We'll see. And next time we see each other, maybe I'll try to do the splits, and that'll be my goal for you.
It's coming up in a couple of months. That's when we see each other. So.
Absolutely.
Let's see your progress.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure you're going to see much because I probably won't care to do anything. But sorry, yeah, that's the reality.
I just realized I said I'm a chronic loser.
You did. I didn't want to call it out. I figured chat would take care of it for me.
Things. Guys, I win all the time. I won season 36 of IM.
I knew it. I knew you were going to go there. Season 36 of IM, Cole Exner McHenry is the winner of that.
Check my Wikipedia page.
Go look.
Number 1, first place. First place.
The best. I've won stuff too, but it was before Wikipedia existed, so I can just make stuff up actually.
That sounds real. Yeah, I'm sure you did. Sweaty Flom, or is it raining? Is it raining? That's quite the burger
Rob's
right there.
Losing it. Rob's losing on this tech timeout. We know it's starting to happen once we get those pictures coming through. But yeah, no, I mean like I want to practice Counter-Strike more, to be honest with you. I haven't had a chance to play much, and I feel like I have trouble adjusting to some of the CS2 mechanics that are going on. Why is everyone covered in water, like in a hotel room? What's happened here? I guess it's raining outside, and oh god, Rob's throwing all
How many questions?
Too many questions. I'll be honest.
I'm starting to feel like just talking about Counter-Strike. It's like I actually think the op has slowly gotten back to really good shape. I actually think like not the beginning stage, but the last couple of years, I just feel like, we haven't really gotten the most out of our oppers. Sometimes oppers were just rifling all the time, and that's a snooze fest. I like a nice dominant op meta. That's always been my favorite.
I do agree. I just find like, and I even see this in players sometimes, and maybe it's just me, I'm old, so, but I feel like I'm behind the play sometimes. Like I'm shooting at what I see, but my bullets are behind for whatever reason. It's so strange. Like, and I know like my reaction time is not the same as it was when I was younger, but I'm still pretty good. So it just puzzles me sometimes. I don't know if it's subtick or whatever it is. But yeah, that's the only frustrating thing that I've experienced. Also the frame rate has been frustrating for me because
I'm getting like actually sub 100 FPS in
Yeah.
games at times, and
It's
I'm actually looking at buying a new computer as well. So
it's when like there's a smoke or when debris or something like that comes through on a shot, then I lose a lot of frames in those instances. And I am running at 4K, so maybe that's my problem. But that's I do have a 3090, so it should be fine. At the same time, I think that I just need a better CPU. Like I'm actually 3 generations behind the current one. So I mean, you said you're feeling it as well. So maybe that's my upgrade that I need to help buff me a little bit in
how
Counter
many
Strike.
generations I am behind. I bought this computer like 6 years ago now, so I feel like it's got its use.
Yeah, you got yours a while ago. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm like 3 or 4 years, I think, but you're way further back.
The only thing I play really is Counter Strike, so for a while there I was running fine. I at the beginning of CS2 I was getting like 200 frames. At this point it's kind of unplayable. I had to update to Windows 11 as well, and it completely decimated my computer for like a couple of weeks. I had to uninstall and reinstall all my drivers. I had this issue where my Ethernet driver was probably broken, and I would start playing a competitive game, whether it was like Counter-Strike or Deadlock, any game that I would play that was like live and I needed to stay in the server. As soon as I queued it up, my Ethernet would just drop and it would turn into Wi-Fi, and I would just be like, why am I getting like loss or whatever, I guess is what it would be. And it was because my Ethernet just sneakily disconnected for some reason.
Dude, that's wild, man. I don't know if I could handle that. It's just
Yeah.
Yeah, the issues of connection and frame rate and everything. We're dealing with it, guys. Maybe you're not, but we're trying to solve that to improve our Counter-Strike gameplay. Speaking of Counter-Strike, we're just waiting for Laxi again. By the way, I think Cryptic just left the server for a moment. The issue wasn't on his side. Laxi's restarting his computer. Hopefully everything will be resolved soon. That's why we're podcasting right now, just chatting about a bunch of things. What game are you playing right now, Cole? Like, what's your go-to aside from Counter-Strike?
Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Deadlock. I'm big into Deadlock right now. I think I've got like above 1,000 hours in that game so far. Maybe a little bit less, but I've been grinding that game nonstop. It's addicting. I have one of these friends I play with that's like kind of a little bit worse than me, but he's one of my IRLs, and we have like a shift every night that we hop on the game. We'll play one game and then call it.
All right, so if you're listening, whoever that friend might be, you probably know who you are. You are a little bit worse than Cole. There's no
Not a little bit, a lot worse.
Here.
Sorry.
Oh, even worse. He's a lot worse.
I'm carrying him every game, but he's a good friend at least, so it's worth it.
Oh man, like you gotta pump him up a little bit. Don't just bring him down. And be like you're trash, man. Like you don't know how to play this game. I'm carrying you every match.
I can't lie to him. I can't, and I also can't inflate his ego. He's gotta get brought down to earth here.
Fair enough.
What about you? You playing any games?
Not Deadlock. I can say that confidently. It did not grab me at all when I played it, and I just moved away from it immediately. Every time I play, I'm like, yeah, I'd rather be playing Counter-Strike. And then
it took me like 5 to 10 games to understand what I was doing, but I think I latched onto one of the characters, and I was like, okay, I understand this guy. I'm able to play him, and then I slowly started to realize what other people do. It's kind of like any MOBA, I feel like, where it's got this pretty steep learning curve, but as soon as you get more comfortable with it, everything kind of makes sense. But you do have to get through that kind of slog.
I don't know if I want to. Every time someone says get through the slog, I don't want to do that.
That's not a video game experience that everyone should go through.
Yeah. I kind of want to play Ark. I saw Flaw playing it before. It looks really cool. Like I saw just the HUD and I was like, whoa, this is pretty nice. The only thing that kind of turned me off to it is that they said in the game description that we've used AI tools. And every time I see that, I'm like, oh, I don't want to know like who didn't have a job here, who lost their job because AI was coming through. But at the same time, it feels like there's genuine soul in the game and like there was a lot of effort put into it. So I can look past that for the most part. I think that overall it's fairly solid, and just from like the initial looks, the first looks that I've had. So we'll see We'll see. I'm gonna try it. I think I might actually buy it. Yeah, I think I might actually buy it. And my wife and I, we play Helldivers all the time. Like we've been playing together.
Okay. Yeah.
So we're gonna probably try jumping into this one and seeing if it works out. I don't know if it's spouse friendly though. I don't want it to be a game where like we're fighting all the time. It's already bad enough sometimes. I'm really competitive. I really am. And my wife gets pissed at me all the time. It's like, why are you getting so competitive? And then I'm like, okay. It's funny because I'm like, okay, fine. I won't be competitive. I'm gonna chill out now and relax and not care. Then she's like getting mad at me, like, why don't you care? Why aren't you trying? I'm like, what do you want from me? You either want me to be not competitive, or you want me to chill out. I don't know.
You all sound like me and my friend playing Deadlock with each other. I started yelling at him to push with me, and then all of a sudden, he's fighting back, and I get that. Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like Ark is one of those games where someone would try and get me into it. I'd spend $40, play it 3 times, and then never touch it again, unfortunately. I don't know. Any sort of like looting shooter, it's not my thing for some reason. I never got into that.
I think if you have someone else to play with that wants to go and play all the time and is like on your buddy to play the game, then I feel like it would make sense. But if you don't have that, then I can totally understand you not wanting to go into it again. Like when Helldivers first came out, I had like a group of 5 or 6 friends, including my wife, that wanted to play it. So we were jumping it all the time to get matches through. Now it's slowed down a lot, especially with that whole Sony debacle and everything that happened. So yeah, I don't want to get into that. But essentially, there's still some really cool updates. It's one of the best live service games I think I've played so far, which is, well, I mean, excluding Counter-Strike, because I guess you can consider that a live service game. But I mean, outside of the FPS space, more in like that third-person shooter type environment, and of course in the looter shooters, I guess.
I'm thinking like Ark is like a similar concept to Tarkov. Am I right?
Yes.
In saying that?
Yes.
See, Tarkov was one of the worst games I've ever played in my life. But that game was so awful. I remember El Jacko convinced me to play this.
Yes.
And like again, spent like $40 on not the premium package, but they have some sort of weird pricing tier. So I bought in between the middle, spent $40 on it, played it, had like a decent bit of fun fighting NPCs for a little while, and then tried to leave or extract or whatever, and then just got like sniped on my way running out, like just trying to escape. I was like, that was the worst experience I've had. I worked so hard to get all this stuff just to get killed by a guy with a sniper rifle halfway across the map. And I don't know. I watch Jackson play that game every once in a while, and I'm like, you are actually sitting in a tree. Like you are playing a hunting game, I feel like, just sitting waiting for prey to walk around on your screen.
He tried to sell me on it too, and I was watching him like, Jackson, this isn't for me, man. Like, I don't think I can do this ever.
I respect the patience. My video games have to be a little bit snappy, I think, if I'm going to play a game.
It feels like Ark is more mainstream, right? In terms of that, at least from what I was looking at. Again, it was very brief that I was watching, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like it would be more welcoming for newcomers and not as intense as Tarkov is. At least I hope so. But I guess we'll find out. And okay, this is.
Hey, that's what I'm saying. People that are camping are definitely the worst. That's the same concept for Tarkov. That's for sure.
I don't know if I'm gonna have fun with that then, if that's the case. All right.
Yeah, they stink. That's got to be like the most like deer hunting simulator game that I've ever seen. Like it's just sniping.
Yeah. How much long? What's going on here? Like we've been here talking.
I've seen players join and disconnect. I've seen people translating English to Spanish. Got some stretches, it seems like, for Junior. What's happening here?
I never answered what game I'm playing though.
Yeah, well, what are you playing? You thought about playing Ark, but
yeah, I thought about playing Ark. I can't say that I've really been diving into any single player experiences that much lately. I started playing Assassin's Creed Shadows, pretty good. I'm having trouble going through it all the way though, because there's like 2 different characters you play, and I really like the stealthier one, but there's like a main kind of just tank character that isn't necessarily as fun to play, because I play Assassin's Creed to be stealthy and do assassinations, so that's the fun part. But still, it's pretty enjoyable. My wife's actually playing Ghost of Yotei, and that is absurdly good. Like, it is so fun to watch her play that. I'm like, I want to play. I played through all of Ghost of Tsushima. I almost completed every single side quest. It was a lot of fun. What is this that we're watching?
Is this like an emote, or is this
dances?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You definitely have some fun. I've also heard that like the community for Ark is a little bit friendlier, I would say. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's just a more casual game there, less intense than Tarkov, but I don't know. I've watched videos of it, and it's like everyone seems to be friendly, or at least a lot of like friendly interactions. I've also seen some of like the boss stuff, and that seems cool. I'm not familiar with the Ghost games that you were mentioning. I don't know what those are about. I've heard of them, but I have no experience.
Ghost of Tsushima?
No.
Do you have a PS5?
No consoles.
Do you have a PC?
I do, yeah.
Okay, it's on PC. You can buy it.
Why'd you ask if it was if I had a PS5?
I just wanted to. I just was curious because
Yeah?
it came out there first. But yeah, it's on PC
Okay.
now. You just buy it and play it. It's fantastic. Like, I don't see. Do you like open world games? Like, do you play that type of stuff? Or
Yeah. I played the new Mafia game not too long ago.
yeah. Then
I like those games. I think they're nice. They're perfect for the player break. So we got those coming around the corner.
what is the game type? Did you play Dark Souls or any of those types of
No, I
games?
never played
Okay.
those ones.
You don't have to. I'm just asking because like that's like the super punishing gameplay that's absolutely
Yeah.
ridiculously insane. I've tried getting into it like an Elden Ring, and it's too much for me. Like that goes beyond. But it's got kind of gameplay inspired by that, in that the fights are difficult and it's skill based. Like if you're parrying and getting a kill with your sword, with your samurai sword, then there's some sort of skill involved in it, and a lot of different upgrades you can find. It's a ton of fun. Like, honestly, the RPG elements are great, and I really, really enjoy the game. Like, I cannot recommend it enough. If you haven't played it, go play Ghost of Tsushima, and then once you get that done, go play Ghost of Yotei, because it's just as good. Different timeline. I think they were initially planning on making it a direct sequel from Ghost of Tsushima, but then they decided to move away from that and do the Ghost of Yotei. Still fantastic. The gameplay upgrades are phenomenal. Yeah.
That'll be my homework. So you have to learn the splits, and I have to play a couple of games.
That's not fair. Like, that's just
I think
not
that's the reality.
balanced. I don't want to, though.
We'll shake on it.
No, I'm not shaking on it. If you have any game recommendations, I will go try that. And don't say.
Have you
Deadlock.
played the Mafia series?
Yeah, I actually did. I don't
Okay.
remember which one.
Have you played the newest
God.
one?
No, I don't think.
It's not that great, unfortunately.
Okay,
I have
this
fun
is not a
because
recommendation then.
I have like a huge nostalgia tied to this game because I grew up playing it, but the newest one is like I only like it because of the nostalgia. There was like so many bugs and glitches and stuff like that. I think that's kind of the general consensus of the newest one. But
okay,
if you have grown up playing it, I think you would like love it either way. But yeah, good game,
Okay.
good series.
maybe I'll give it a try.
Play the older ones though.
I think I was playing one of the older ones, which is really good at the time. I believe I finished it. It was pretty solid. Have you seen all the new Steam hardware that was announced by any chance?
Yeah, I've heard about
Okay.
it. There actually, that was one thing that that they said you just wait not to get a new PC, but get the Steam machine. But it seems more of like a console type of deal, kind of. I heard it was like their take on living room gaming, kind of, with some of the new stuff.
Like, as a cool little PC that you can have in your living room that can be almost the power of a PS5, which isn't too bad when you think about it.
Yeah.
It's really cool. The price is important for this. Like, if it's in the range of $400 from what people are saying, I think that would be great. If it just depends. Like, if they say 1,000, I'm gonna look at them and go, no, this is not worth it. But it all really depends. Oh my god!
Hey!
Oh my god! We're starting. But yes, I'm excited
Wow.
for all the hardware, and the VR stuff looks cool. The Steam controller as well. I want everything, just to wrap that up. I think it's cool to have like a VR machine that's in your living room. That's what I was gonna say. Like the Steam machine
Yeah,
as
yeah.
for VR with the new frame headset. That would be amazing.
I feel like that would just function so easily as well compared to some of the other VR stuff I've had to deal with. But either way, we're finally back into it here. We've made it.
Yes, we
Gone
are.
through the tech pause here. It feels weird to still have a game to cast, but
I know, right? I was ready to
see how
continue with the
things close
podcast,
out.
man. I wanted to keep talking.
yeah, me too. We'll see if we'll obviously keep talking. It's like gonna be a B play. No, they get stalled up by the smoke and not gonna go fully in on this play.
55 seconds left on the clock, and I mean, that kills any momentum that Skinrave had, right? It was their technical issue too, so they're the only ones that they can look towards themselves for that whole delay. But we
This is
will continue.
shaping up to be kind of a scary round for them as well.
Yeah.
I feel like they got blocked out of that B approach. But yeah, the catwalk is the exact right answer. If they were walking down mid to B or anything of that nature, if there was a flank or something like that, a long would have been a little bit more deadly. But the fact that A bomb site is completely open, there's no retake utility, no kids for the CT side. It doesn't really do them much favor.
15 seconds left. No one's home. 5v5 post plant unless Cryptic gets one here, and he does. Bomb goes down, and it's a 5v4. Cryptic continues spamming away. Will eventually be put down by Snav, but he's done enough damage to deter them from going for probably anything here. It is a 4-spy for Voca, so saving whatever they've got is kind of important. And that is what will come to pass.
Only a Mac 10 to recover, and everyone else says MP9s anyways, so a really good, not necessarily recovery, that's not the right word, but the closing of that round, being able to route up catwalk. And for Voca, I think the game plan was clear. Stack that B site, stack up long, and if the case was that they maybe went up cat, you probably try and save as many rifles as possible, but Cryptic makes that hard. He's lurking out towards middle, finding a multi-kill. So 2 MP9s saved, but the lead continues to be built, and Skinrave, as we come back from the tech, are just 3 rounds away from closing out this series.
Alrighty. Skinrave poised for an 11th as well, but at least Voca will have those 3 MP9s carried over from the previous one, and Shane's just going to go for it. He's going down mid, and it works out. Cryptic does a lot of damage, but Shane will find the first. He can't really take the risk of trying to grab the gun off the ground, so he falls back. Snap, a chance to strike up from close range as well. Laxi does the deed of figuring him out and getting that frag, but it is a 4v4 now, and a 4v3. What a toss from Shane.
2 kills in here, trying to haul it for his squad. And at one point, the B site, very vulnerable, now backed up with multiple players ready to go. In fact, a third coming through here. Another brilliant HE, the little utility that they have being put on display to perfection. And a tag out down by the marquee here, taken down low with the USP. They're still able to break through with a kill. But Infinite also fighting forward here with that MP9. Extra help from Shane, and the full house in between the duo is going to get Voca back into the swing of things.
Wow. Voca striking true just with the saved MP9s. And folks, if you're out there and thinking, oh, what's the point in saving? I just want to go take fights. That's the point in saving. It gives you a better chance in a round where you don't really have the opportunity to invest much. And if you win it, you bolster your economy and you reap the benefits. And that's exactly what Voca get there. However, still down by 5. And there's still money available for Skinrave to get some Galeals and AKs. Junior settling for the scalp, but that's certainly potent on a map like this too. Lots of angles he can fight from. Arky taking shots through the box and the wall, and goes down to 55. Nice nade.
Great HE there, tossed it in towards lower. Last time, Laxi caught the worst end of it for death, but this time 2 players go down to half HP. Marky down to half as well with the early damage off of Carson, and Voca trying to set themselves up well to fight back into this thing. 3 rounds can be hard to come by when Voca get heated up. Good clear out of Cryptic to cover off mid. Trying to keep things elusive. And a surprising approach here to this round. As much as they throw that mid utility in, not routing up catwalk, but towards long with just Shane to deal with. We'll see what he can do.
Shane. Oh, nice counter flash there. Shane
Wow.
can't see a single thing. Laxi, the beneficiary of it. Dia the trade. And Snav is close by, but there's has to be an incendiary here. There is. Molotov thrown at Dia's feet, and he will burn alive in it before being able to have more impact. But Snav and Carson strike true. A 3v2 now. 27 seconds left. Laxi and Junior gonna have to strap on their running shoes and get a move on towards this A site. Bullets flying through the smoke. There goes another. It's only Junior left. 1v2 clutch required. He's got a 1v3 earlier on in the day. Now will be called upon with only 9 seconds remaining, and there he falls. Infinite delivers the killing blow, and Voca take one more step forward to getting this scoreline within reach.
Yeah, and the big step here being that they break the economy here with that victory. Huge step up coming through from Snap. Makes this kill look effortless flying by and towards middle and or in towards long, and then middle, of course, covered by Carson. So Voca right back in the conversation here. A scout invested from Junior. Fairly common move here out of the Skinrave camp. Try and get him a scout rolling. See if he can't do any damage with it. The Glock's trying to back him up. So far, nothing presenting itself. So lead the team up catwalk. Could be a bit of a overlooked angle here. Snav walking in lackadaisically. HE does great damage here on more HEs to continue to toss down range, but still not fully aware that they're this deep up catwalk. And Junior's going to coast around the corner here. There's no resistance at all close by. They actually get a 5v5 post plant here soon. This is crazy.
Nope, Junior. Gonna be on the site, and you're right. Another 5v5 post plant? No, Markey falls. But at the very least, bomb planted. Oh my goodness, a mortar strike, and Laxi's body flies off the bomb site and smashes to the ground. Not much of a chance at victory here for Skinrave, let's be honest. Unless Cryptic headshot onto Snav. Voca are kind of taking their time on the approach. Finally, 2 players from long and 2 from Cat. The Colette Scout headshots onto Infinite and Carson. Junior trying to pull this one back, and it looks like the impossible is now possible. Dia, the last one available, he runs away. I cannot believe it, but Skinrave have an 11th.
God, man. Junior doing it again with a scout from the A bomb site. Now a chance to rip away the last. No. Dia gonna take every gun down with him. But that was a single scout invested. That was the only firepower that they bring to the table. And they make the Glock and the single scout work. Magic in a 5v3. Double drop down in towards CT. Taking that initiative. The lineup so perfectly placed for Junior. And Skinrave roar to an 11th round.
Oh no. Okay. No. My emotions are up and down, up and down. We're another technical pause. Goodness me. Now it's not Laxi anymore. Junior's having problems here apparently. That's unfortunate. Alrighty. Where were we? Steam Machine and Steam Frame. So let's continue that conversation. Honestly, for me, if the Steam Machine can do pretty well in terms of frame rates with modern games, like even just getting 60 frames a second at like 1440p, for example, would be enough for me. And I would like to have that type of honestly pretty aesthetic and nice looking box in my living room, right? So it just gets that PC environment, I should say, like in that space. And then, as I mentioned, just having the VR, the Steam Frame paired up with it would be incredible. Like that to me in itself is worth the purchase just to move my VR away from this space. As you can see, there's a lot going on in here. I do have the Valve Index, which is phenomenal. I pretty much, I'm a bit of a...
Is that the Valve VR?
Yeah, that's the Valve VR.
Okay.
Okay. A lot of people are calling this the Gabe Cube too, which
Oh,
yeah, that's a
that's
good
good.
one. Yeah,
That's
yeah,
good.
yeah. But it looks nice, and it's got this little LED strip on the front, and I absolutely could see that working out for me. Also, I really do like the Steam Deck. I have one, and I like the controllers, the touchpads, and everything. It's really really nice to hold. So the fact that they're doing a controller as well with Hall effect joysticks, with magnetic joysticks, which is fantastic because no one is doing that for whatever reason. Sony's not, Microsoft's not. So it's going to apply a ton of pressure on them to release their standard controllers with Hall effect joysticks, which I'm looking forward to. Someone already has the GameCube logo.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God, that is so good. How did that happen so quickly? I love
sweet.
that. Yeah.
I
But-
feel like the Steam Deck was kind of a failed purchase for me, but a successful purchase for my wife because she loves playing The Sims on it. I haven't used it in the longest time.
Really?
I did like it at first. I'd play the occasional game. Like sometimes I'll still play Balatro on it whenever I'm traveling.
Balatro's
But
great on it, yeah.
you know, it's like still getting its use at least in terms of my wife playing Sims on it. So that's always nice.
No,
That's a custom skin you can actually buy.
they actually
You can trade up for that one.
Oh my God. Can you imagine hardware trade like some sort of trade up that gives you hardware that they'll ship to your house? Like that's on another level. Let's not give Valve any ideas because that's another thing we can probably monetize. But no, like the customizability of the front plate. I don't know about the sides. Probably you can do something yourself, but you can do whatever you want with the front plate and remove one and put a new one on. They're going to probably have ones that you can buy, I'd imagine, once it's announced. But overall, for me, like the Steam Deck has been a really great purchase. I was using it to play. Rob's going to keep interrupting me, so I won't be able to finish my thoughts. But they actually already have these ones. And I'm glad he brought it up just to show like different colored plates. And I like the one with the stickers on it. It's pretty fun. I think one of those is from Linus Tech Tips, the Soon TM sticker that they put on there. So that's pretty awesome. But what was I going to say? Yeah. So the Steam Deck for me is been a device that I've used for streaming from Microsoft's Game Pass. So I use the Game Pass, the streaming elements they had for it to play. I think it was Indiana Jones at one point. While I wasn't ever on my PC, which actually worked really well. However, I don't have Game Pass anymore because they raised the prices and I said, no, I'm not doing this. I'm not paying for it. So I went and just bought the games that I wanted to have on my Steam Deck. So I love Persona, all the Persona series games, you know, JRPG, whatever, you can say what you want to say. But Persona 3 is the Persona 3 Reload. I'm playing through that right now. I'm playing through Persona 5 Royal. So those two games, I've actually played through Persona 5 already, the regular version, but I've been like slowly making my way through Royal. It's been a lot of fun, and you can play them 60 FPS, no problem at all on the Steam Deck, and that's why I enjoy that type of stuff. Stuff that's less graphically intensive that you can play, you know, in bed or whatever, whenever you want. So that's the type of stuff that I'll lean into, and I've gotten a lot of hours out of my deck with that.
Oh, yeah, no, oh, we're losing them.
What's happening?
I don't know.
Oh, new server.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
For a second, I feared the worst.
Yeah, we're good. We're just slowly losing players piece by piece. But yeah, I think that the big use for my Steam Deck, I think, was me trying to like force myself to use it, I guess, because I would play a couple of games that I only bought for the Steam Deck, and I was like,
Right.
okay, yeah, I can play this game. Didn't end up like loving that style of game, and like a couple of like roguelikes and stuff like that. But again, Balatro is a great use case for my Steam Deck.
Yeah, I use my Steam Deck for a lot of Balatro. I was into it hardcore
Yeah?
for a good 3 months, I would say, when I would just go and I have free time Balatro. I'm trying to like get all the achievements. I'm trying to get all the decks unlocked. It's one of the most fun experiences I've had playing like a simple game like that in a very, very long time.
Yes.
It's so, and I love poker too. So for me, it's like the mix of poker and
That's perfect.
that gamification of it is really, really fun. All the basic numbers go up, like playing poker, and it's really, really fun.
I feel like first started playing this like a couple of months ago, Balatro, and the reason I started playing, we were on a road trip going to Austin for the major, and
Oh, okay.
Paladin was playing it. He was on the road trip with me, a couple of other people as well. And first of all, Paladin said that he couldn't get past like a certain thing, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna download this game, and like without knowing how to play it, without even knowing like poker hands, because I'd never played poker before before Balatro. Gonna figure this out just so I can like show him how easy it is, and like started playing it constantly during the road trip at like nights before we go to bed, and it was like from that point forward I was definitely hooked. I kind of gotten off of it since then, but
Yeah.
it was like the perfect mobile game, perfect like Steam Deck game for me to play before bed, something like that.
It definitely sucks your time away, and eventually you're just like, okay, I think
you
I've
find
done
yourself
enough.
like not going to sleep for an extra 2 hours past your bedtime. Yeah.
Exactly. That's a little much at that point. But actually, when they released it on iOS, I started playing on my phone. So that was another thing. I'm playing on my phone. I started a new game. I did all the stuff again. I'm like doing these different approaches, building different decks and everything. It's insane.
What's your go-to?
I don't even remember now. Like it's been
Okay.
a while, so
Yeah,
I can't tell you. But I'd have to jump into it again to see what I actually ended up doing. But I think now that you mention it, I was
I was a big
oftentimes-
plasma deck guy.
Yeah, I don't know if it was like there was a name for it. I would just like pick. It depends on the cards I was dealt and the jokers that I would get. I would try to do a bunch of different builds and challenge myself to create new ones, right? That might work to find success. It was really enjoyable.
Yeah, and I mean, you're a big poker guy, so it definitely made sense. That's how I kind of learned how to play poker, because I did start like after I played Balatro, it actually it encouraged me to start playing poker, like do poker nights with my friends and stuff. So that's what like got me into it.
Yeah, I wish I had people to play poker with here. Unfortunately, I do not. So I'm often just playing online, or I went to we have one casino here, only one, and it's government like owned because you can't run a casino unless it's the government that does it. Anyway, I went one time. I just went by myself. I went to play, and it was because I'd been playing online so much, but it's actually really intense playing in person, like nerve wracking. And I was shaking a little bit at the beginning. I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? But once I settled in, I did pretty well. But it's really a fun experience as long as you don't go there like expecting to win. Like in any type of gambling environment, go with money you have available to lose and have fun with it. Because if you don't do that, then things can get bad. But yeah, that's it's such an enjoyable, like such a social experience. I almost feel like poker belongs in an in-person environment because you don't get the same type of reads and all like that. You can't tell if people are bluffing as much when you're just staring at a screen. But when it's in person, oh man, like that's the way it needs to be.
The reason I'm so I guess I'll give you my tells. I know we're gonna be in Vegas, but I feel like I literally have no like ability to bluff. I will go so far with like my good cards that like everyone knows I probably have good cards, and then that's my like right now skill issue that I have with poker. I'm not a good bluffer.
No, it's also how you play, the bets you do. I'm not going to give you my secrets, of course, but
Oh.
I'll tell you right now, when I go to a poker table, stone faced, like you won't be able to get a read off me. I'm fairly confident in that. Like it's you're not gonna see a smile or anything. Sometimes I'll chat with people, and you might when the hands aren't live. When the hands are live, forget about it. Like nothing happening, nothing at all.
Strictly business.
Yeah, which I love. I could sit there actually at a poker table and fold repeatedly and play like 0 hands and still have the time of my life, just because I love to watch the way things play out. I get the reads on people. Even when you just hit it, I mean, I don't want to get too much into it, but when you get to a table at first, I don't play at all. Like I just want to see how other people are playing their hands. Like I'll fold a lot unless I get like a ridiculous hand. I'm like, okay, I have to play this, but I'll just lay it down just so I can observe and analyze what's happening around me. And then afterwards, once you get all that information, you can understand the tendencies of the players around you.
I do have this recurring bit that every time I start a hand, I say, ooh, pocket aces. And then that's like my little joke that I do every time I play poker.
Yeah.
And it kills, it crushes. So and I've never gotten pocket aces yet. So maybe it's causing a little bit of bad luck.
You've never gotten pocket aces? How much have you played poker?
I've played like 4 or 5 games.
Okay, so that makes, I guess that's...
Because I started playing Balatro at the major, so that's like, what, the summertime, and then since then played it a couple of times with some friends.
I don't think we can sit at the same table, Cole. I don't want to take your money. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not trying to be mean, man, but like that,
It's okay. I
yeah,
like watching too. I'll probably just cheer you on, you know.
yeah, maybe. But
And then every time
no,
you play your hand, I'll say, "Ooh, pocket aces," and
dude,
then
I
I'll still
swear
be
to
able to get
God,
my jokes involved.
you can't do that though. I'm pretty sure that
That's
they have
yeah, that's
strict
probably
rules.
cheating.
Like you
Yeah,
can't just go and say
they'll
stuff
kick
like
me
that.
out.
Yeah, they'll be like,
I'll be
step
dragged out of the
away.
casino, kicking and screaming.
Yeah, they're gonna pull Cole away. Ah,
But everyone will be laughing at least, so that's important.
It'll be fun. Let's see. Fantasy in the chat, in our Discord chat. I am enjoying JRT just roasting Exner casually. Well, you know, I gotta roast Exner sometimes. Got to keep him honest. Got to keep that.
That
ego
is
in
that
check,
is one thing
man.
I am a chronic loser at is poker, so
Oh my
that is
God.
fair.
Oh man. Oh no, but it's such a fun game if you approach it as like just entertainment in general. And I mean, I've been to Vegas before. I went to Caesar's Palace one time, and it was just like on a work trip or something. And I was telling no one I was with wanted to play, and I was like, "Do you guys want to hit the tables? Do you want to go?" And we were just at Caesar's Palace eating at like one of Gordon Ramsay's restaurants, I believe it is. And then their poker room was right there, and I'm like, I can't not go. Like it was,
You gotta go.
it was, yeah. Like I want to play. Like this would have been the second time I'm playing in person. And I think what happened was it was 8 p.m. and I had to be up early the next day. Obviously, I was there for a work trip. I'm like, I'm going to spend a good 2 hours here playing. The problem is I didn't bring cash. I didn't bring US dollars with me, which
Oh, yeah.
will not be a mistake I make again, because I was running around the casino trying to find an ATM that worked, first of all, which is weird. You'd think the ATMs would be functional.
Yeah, those
and
should
they
be
want to
abundant
take your
in a
money.
casino.
Yeah, like, but I found one wasn't working at all. I'm like, what is happening here? How is this possible in a casino of all places? But then I actually managed to find one. They charged a crazy fee, though. That's why I'm saying bring your own money if you're coming from out of country or out of, I'm coming from Canada, so I had to pay like $15 or something. It was something insane to me, but I was like, you know what? I'm here. I'm going to do it. I brought like $100 to the table. I had to wait like 5 minutes, but they were super friendly at Caesar's Palace. Like the guy, the pit boss or whoever it was, I don't know what you would call them at the poker table, but they came in and they were super nice. They said, oh, here's a table for you. I'm going to sit you down. And what was interesting about it is they had a little screen with names on it, right? For all the players that were playing at the table. And if you're a regular at the table, your name would show up and you have like a member's card or something. And I showed up as like guest or just player or something. And I'm pretty sure that these guys are looking at it like, oh, hey, this guy's right for the
As
the
a
picking,
rookie,
right?
he's
Yeah,
gonna
he's
be
a
like
rookie.
me.
He's just a tourist coming in. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, no. Hold on a second. So I'm sitting there, and I think it was like the first hand I got ace queen or something, and I paired my queen immediately. So on the flop, and this guy sitting across from me is just betting into it, like nothing too special. I'm like, okay, maybe he's got a draw or something, because there was a straight potentially on the table. And then I think a couple of straights hit on the river on the last card that hit the table, and he went all in, and I sat there for like a good, I want to say 5 to 10 minutes. Just thinking about it. Let's say 5 minutes. It felt like forever. So it felt like 10 minutes. And I'm just thinking, I'm like, man, I just started. I just got to the table and I'm forced to make this decision immediately.
Oh.
But I looked at him and I saw the way he was just kind of not really, didn't look like he had it, in my opinion. That's what it was.
Okay.
So I'm like, fuck. And I just said, screw it. I just said call. And like the dealer's like, what did you say? I said call. And I threw a chip in the middle. And the guy's like, you got me. I was bluffing. I was like, yes. So immediately as I got to the table, I doubled up. I ended up
You
finishing
got a little
up.
respect right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I earned at that time. And there was another instance where another guy was trying to get me. I think he only had like a small pair, and I had pocket eights, I believe it was, or pocket nines. And I had an overpair on the table. I'm like, it doesn't feel, which means that I had the highest pair, but no one would know it because it was pocket pairs in my hand. And I'm like, yeah, I'm going to call it. I waited it was less time there, about 2 minutes, called that one, also had him. And I think at that point, no one wanted to play against me. Like they were really nervous about engaging with my hands. One time I had a big raise pre-flop and everyone's like, nah, I'm out of here. So it was fun. It was fun to earn that respect, right? It was fun to get into it and be like, yeah, I'm not just a tourist that you're going to mess around with. I can actually play the game. So yeah, it was an enjoyable time.
When I was just getting into like playing actual poker and still trying to learn stuff, I would look at these, like, first of all, documentaries. There's that one interesting documentary. It's someone with the last name Gamble, right? I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. That won a poker tournament. Gamble, like it was like the perfect documentary of some guy who was like playing online poker quite a bit, and then got a chance to play in the World Poker Series or whatever, and then ended up winning it. It's this really cool like documentary that's on YouTube that I watched, and then it started feeding me YouTube recommendations of like poker players doing their best moves. But it turns out like a lot of the best moves that you can make in poker is folding. And it feels really unsatisfying to watch like compilations of people read in that like they're gonna fold, and like that's like the highlight reel or whatever. Yes, Chris Moneymaker, that's the one. Thank you. Fantasy gave me the name. And his like best friend was something like Gamble that walk into a casino and are like able to win the World Poker Series. So very cool stuff. But you got to watch it if you're into poker. It's like I found that interesting, and I was just like figuring out about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, and that's actually one of the best tips that you can give someone is like, what should you be doing the most at a poker table if you want to win? And it's folding. It's true. Like you got to fold. And another thing I can tell everyone out there, I'll give you this piece of advice. You have to be ready to fold any hand you have. Even if you have pocket aces, you have to be ready to fold those. Not right away, maybe. Not pre-flop.
Pocket aces?
Not pre-flop. I'm not saying that. Listen to me. There aces get cracked so much. I've played thousands of hands of poker. I'll tell you right now, aces will get cracked a lot of the time. Is it a good hand? Can you push a lot of chips in the middle pre-flop? Yes. But you have to be careful, because if you see a straight come out, or, something else can happen. Maybe there's a king and no ace, and the other guy was going aggressive too and calling into, he could have pocket kings. You got to be ready for anything, and you got to be ready for that laydown. Some of them are going to be tough, but I mean, if you want one piece of advice from me, that is what you need to do. Be ready to lay anything down to save your stack, because otherwise you're going to lose it very quickly. That's it.
Advice. I'll try and take that into account there.
Really, Rob? What does that even mean? What? Okay, so Rob just said some great info from the guy wearing the Pixar shirt. What does my shirt have to do with my ability to play poker? I'd like to know. Rob, go ahead. I want to hear you in my ear. I'll
here's the thing
at the viewers.
If I was hearing you give me poker advice and I didn't know you, if I had casted many a best of threes with you, I would be thinking, I don't know if I could. I don't know. He's got Pixar on his t-shirt. Is he really a poker player? But maybe that's part of your bluff, right?
I mean,
you show up to that at the poker table, and
I feel like I'm going to.
Now you guys think they can smoke you.
You make me want to, because I'm like, oh shit, I want them to think as much as possible that I'm crappy at poker. I'll take all their money. Like, there's no problem. All your chips are mine, man. Look, I mean, I understand that for sure. But at the same time, the more you can deceive your opponent, the better. I think that's only an advantage when it comes to poker. But yeah, this is a great shirt. Inside Out is a great movie. I don't care what anyone says.
Inside Out is a great movie. I do love Inside Out.
Dude, that was like a fantastic, the first one, even the second one I thought was phenomenal. And this is a shirt from the second one, but super emotional, like super relatable too, especially myself, like getting older and then seeing the next one, having kids myself and seeing the way my kids are acting, how it is in the movie as well. And I can relate to all the situations that are being brought up. It's just fantastic. I can't wait for the next one. So anyone that criticized me for the shirt, I don't care. All right, this is awesome. Inside Out's amazing. And
Inside Out is cool very good. I watched that movie both, I think the first time, not with my niece, but the second one we did watch in theaters with my niece, and that was a lot of fun. I do agree. That's a great movie. That's a good Pixar one.
Yeah, for sure.
But I am thinking I can smoke you in poker. Even in my mind, I'm really bad if I didn't know you.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, let's go. No, right now. Like, maybe we can go in an online room or something and play right now for like play chips or something like that. I don't know.
There's Discord poker, I think.
Is there really?
Activity? Yeah.
Okay. Let's go.
I think there is. Start playing.
Let's go, Rob. You gonna get that going? We can start a match.
Yeah, it's poker night. There's one available.
Oh my God. No, but Speaking of movies that are great, Demon Slayer, the Demon Slayer movie that came out. I don't know if anyone out there watches anime. I'm sure there's someone there. It was fantastic, and it's not so much like the story. I don't really care about that. The action in that movie and the animation was absolutely off the charts. And not to mention, I don't know if you've heard of D-Box, like those chairs that move around in the theater and like they give you force feedback, haptic feedback. Do you have it in your theaters there?
No,
Okay.
we don't have those, but I know what you're talking about.
Okay, cool. Yeah, like that they have those. I
Like
went
the
to see it.
4D or whatever.
Yeah, like it's essentially
Yeah.
like the chairs will move around with everything that's happening, and it's just and you get
That's
force
so
feedback
cool.
and vibrations, and like it's insane. I have been to multiple movies with that feature, even Inside Out. Inside Out 2 I saw with it, but nothing compared to the experience that I got in D-Box for Demon Slayer. It was unbelievable. I felt like I was in the movie. Anime's crazy. I mean, if you ever watched any of the shonen stuff, like they just go absolutely nuts with the explosions and the punches and the blowback, but you feel every punch, every explosion, it was unreal. I can't even describe it with words, honestly. You just have to experience it for yourself, and unfortunately, you can't anymore. But it was my favorite thing to do. What is Rob showing on the screen now?
Is this
bubble?
live?
I don't know. I
It's
think
like
it is.
it's like no, it's not like Peggle. This
He doesn't
is
like my story, guys.
I actually don't know if they play anime in the movie theater near me.
Oh no, this one,
Like, I don't
Demon
know if-
Slayer, is like mainstream, man. Like it was absolutely there. I guarantee you. It blew out like every other movie out of the water in terms
Okay.
of box office numbers. Like you're talking about
So
something that,
you're probably saying it was there then, huh?
yeah.
Because I just went to the movies a couple days ago. Saw Begonia, very good.
Begonia, okay.
Yeah, but I watched that movie, and I don't remember seeing it. It's kind of a smaller movie theater as well.
Well,
but-
Demon Slayer's not there anymore. I don't think. Like this
Oh,
was
okay.
a couple of months ago, man. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, then it probably was there. Then,
Yeah.
In that case, I've never gotten into it. I watched a little bit of Attack on Titans, and I actually enjoyed that quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Attack on Titan.
I feel like I missed my window for getting into anime. You know.
You didn't, because I only started getting into it later in my life, like in my mid-20s, I would say, late 20s. You can never miss the boat for anime, and there's a lot of super, like, no, stop. Like, there's some super mature stuff out there. Might people
Yeah.
oh, it's just animation. No, it's not.
I'm a big fan of adult cartoons, and especially
I'm looking
like
at all
dumb
you out there, it's
adult
not.
cartoons. But
Yes.
yeah, I don't know. It just like for me, I have so many TV shows right now in my rotation that
Okay.
I'm like not like if I'm watching TV, it's to watch something that I have planned at this point. And I do add a couple of TV shows every once in a while, but I got into Attack on Titans for like a month and then just didn't have time for it anymore. I feel like.
Yeah.
I
it's,
saw a little bit of Counter-Strike for like
Yeah,
a
I was like,
split
oh my
second.
God, we're in the server. Let's go. Maybe we should just play. I don't know. If they need a
Yeah.
sub, I'll jump in. I'll
Get some
cast
games going?
myself. No, we'll be subs in. For
Well,
the
just
Skinrave.
just let us.
Give us the
I
jerseys,
won.
let's
I
go.
played with Matthew. Actually, I came in 3rd to 4th place with Cryptic in season 38 of Open. So,
Really?
I
Some
played. I
backstory
played.
there.
Yeah, I played with him, and then we played up against I think Rec in that season as well. So,
Okay.
I'm familiar with Cryptic's calling style. If they need a sub, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
But you're
well,
gonna have to solo cast the rest of the game.
I'll be good. No worries. I'll take over if you get your opportunity in the spotlight, Cole. I'm good with that. So
Call me
go.
up. I might actually hit up Cryptic and say, hey,
Cryptic.
if you need one more.
Cole's waiting. Cole's waiting for his call up to the team. So just give him a phone call. You got his number. Get him.
I
Get
think
him in the
isn't
server.
JT listed as a substitute for them right now?
No, isn't that for boss?
Was it for boss? It might be.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
JT Mythic's the sub for boss.
Well, yeah, they have Axe, so I assume they would just use him
Yeah,
for squad if
Axe
they
would-
needed
I
it.
mean, obviously, but we're here too, and Cole's definitely more practiced than I am. I can highly recommend it. No, but back to the discussion of Attack on Titan. That's actually like a really intense anime, and I stopped watching it for that reason. Like, it's so depressing that you watch it, and you're just like, I don't want to be
Yeah.
depressed when I'm watching this. Like,
Yeah.
I'm done. I got to season 2. And my wife and I are like, we were doing that because we watched together. So yeah, that happens. But we got season 2 and we said, no, this isn't working for us. So we're going to move away from it. If you want more recommendations for mature anime, go watch Jujutsu Kaisen. It is a little depressing like Attack on Titan, but also absolutely phenomenal. That is a fantastic anime where if you like, it's a lot of gore, but at the same time, if you don't want to see like a story that's very typical, like the good guys are always winning, and I think that one is very highly recommended because there's a lot of stuff that's going to happen there. I don't want to spoil it too much, but very, very, very good.
I really appreciate this game on the bottom of my screen because it is just entrancing me. I'm so nervous every time it gets close.
It's like when you're on YouTube Shorts, and for anyone watching out there, of course, like, and when someone's having like a clip of something of someone talking about a topic, and they have like a
it's Subway Surfers for this broadcast that we have.
Yeah, exactly, exactly that.
And I'm loving it.
Oh yeah,
I am loving it.
Oh, what's going on in chat?
I do have unfortunate TikTok brain.
I'm just checking out chat right now. Why are they asking who has cable anymore? No one has cable. I remember like every time I call to like, I'm always calling my internet company to try and get a better price on it. They're like, we can bundle it with TV. And I'm like, I don't want to bundle with TV. Just like lower my price, please. Like, I don't want to pay these exorbitant amounts. Cause they always, I don't know if you've had this, but internet places here or ISPs here always try to raise the price. Like, oh, it's going up by $5.
Yes. Yeah. Over a year, they'll like sneak in an extra charge and then they slowly start pushing it up. Yeah.
Every time. And I'm just like, what do you mean you're trying to make my service better? Like, you're not doing anything. What am I getting out of this? You haven't improved my
Sometimes it just gets worse, like over the years.
Yeah. So
like I sometimes think they're like, okay, this guy's been using the internet for months and he hasn't realized that we've slowly taken away his upload speed piece by piece.
Right? It's awful. So I'm always calling. I'm always like trying, and it works, by the way, guys. If you want to try and save some money, I think I've saved like, the other day I called. We have internet and 4 mobile lines on one plan. And what happened was I signed up for the internet. I actually have 2 internet lines because, I mean, it's important to make sure I'm always online because I remember I lost it one time during an event. I was like, nope, this is never happening again. So I got a second one as a backup. But what happens with that second line is when you have mobile phones as well, you can save $10 per mobile phone plan if you call them and try to get a discount. So I called them up and I said, hey, can I get this? Is it possible? And they said, yeah, sure. And they did the calculations like, you're going to save $40 a month. So basically the internet plan comes out to like only half the price essentially with that. So I'm like, cool, this is awesome. I will accept this. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. So yeah, I mean, there's always some savings to be found when it comes to those type of services, and you just got to be active.
I've loved being able to switch to. So I had 2 different internet companies from when I lived in Philly to now when I live in Indianapolis. I had to swap them because one wasn't available that I did like in Philly, and ever since I swapped, both the first one gave me like a free laptop for switching to their service, which is nice. I like to travel with it, and if I ever need to like type up notes before an event, I get to do that at the airport and stuff like that. And then the other one gave me a $300 Amazon gift card. So swapping services, if you're kind of tired of it, sometimes has its benefits. They give you these like little sign-on bonuses that are quite nice. So
and also
it's another benefit.
Car and home insurance, if when they're up for renewal and they try to raise the price, because you'll never get a discount. They'll be like, we're going to give you a better price. No, it's like, we're going to charge you $100 more a year. Great. Thanks, guys. So you call someone else, you get a different one, and just keep switching. I've switched like 10 times. Like, yeah, just keep going. And they keep giving you discounts. You get better prices elsewhere. And if they don't want to
just keep getting those Amazon gift cards.
Well, I mean, honestly, I'm not getting any gift cards at all. Canada's a little different, right? So we don't have those types of incentives. Just better prices, less money per month is very nice.
It's nice.
All right. So I'm getting word, by the way, guys, if you're looking for an update and actually want to watch some Counter-Strike instead of listening to us blab away, apparently everything has been resolved with Junior. I think he's back in the server, and Dia is now having issues. So we've switched over from the Skinrave issues to the issues on the side of Voca. So unfortunate, but hopefully we'll be back into the action soon. And
I think this isn't live, and I'm starting to get suspicious of how clutch this person is.
It is live.
Is it live?
Is it Rob?
Is this Rob playing? Because if that is, you're kind of ice cold here. Sometimes I'm thinking he's for sure toast, and somehow he always pulls through. But this, I don't see how he gets out of this situation.
Okay, let's watch. I'm watching now. I haven't
He's
been
looking
watching
done
at all,
for.
to be honest.
Oh, of course he gets a purple. Of course he gets a purple. That's what I mean. What's going on here? Something's fishy.
No, I think
as
he's
soon as he
cooked.
needs a purple, one shows up.
No, he's cooked now. This is over. I don't think he's going to get out of this.
He's panicking.
He's got the blues, though. Yeah, he's really having his issues now. That's a good clear,
no.
but the blue can't connect. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. Round 8. Not looking good.
What is that purple?
Those little guys are just desperately hoping that things are going to go better, but they're about to get crushed under the weight of all
can't
of
do that. Oh, he's done for. You are done for.
It is over.
As soon as I said it. I don't know. I'm also suspicious that all of a sudden I called it out and then he loses.
You legitimately caster cursed him in a different game. You destroyed him. Good job, Cole. Jesus.
I felt bad because Marky was having the perfect game and I said that he died or he was deathless and then he died that round as well.
It's your second caster curse.
It's still in my mind that was my fault.
2 in one day.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Sorry, Rob. I hate to ruin your high score.
He's so mad now. He just stopped playing. Oh, man. Apparently, that's the level you lose on. That's where they eat your quarter, and you have to be absolutely perfect. And yeah, that makes sense. I guess that was like an emulator of some kind, maybe an arcade game. Yeah, that makes sense. It's always fun playing those arcade versions because you can see where they ratchet up the difficulty and expect you to start paying more and more money to go into it. And I forgot what the name of it. There's like a specific emulator that a lot of people use back in the day. I didn't really use it, but it basically you can get MAME. Yes, Rob just saved me there. MAME is one of the ones that was being used and playing. For example, like we used to have the home versions of Mortal Kombat, like 1, 2, and 3, but the arcade versions were way better graphics and way more interesting and fun to play. So it was always like, oh, let's go to the arcade, play Mortal Kombat. I remember I had a strategy guide with all the fatalities and everything, and I was so excited, and all the movesets, and I was so excited to go to the arcade and play. And I remember
you ever get beat by a button masher?
No,
never get to use your fatality.
I just played against the AI, honestly, because no one was there at the time. It's when arcades were dying, but no, I didn't get that experience losing against a button masher. Well, that's not true. My wife at home playing. No, really, like
She's
played
a button mash. Rachel smokes me at arcade games or like Mortal Kombat. She absolutely destroys me every time. And like I'm also button mashing, so it's not like I have any strategy, but she consistently out buttons mashes me in Mortal Kombat.
It was one of the new Mortal Kombats that came out actually, and she kept button mashing and just destroying me. And I was getting really mad, and she's like, "Why are you getting mad? You're not even blocking anything. You need to block because that's how you're gonna win." I'm like, "Really? I don't care. I don't want to block. I just want to use my moves." And then that actually taught me how to play the game because my wife was just like literally trolling me with her button mashing, saying, "Come on, you gotta actually try." And then eventually, when I was trying, I started to win and I started getting those blocks in. But geez, like. She's teaching me lessons about how to play the game I've been playing for like my whole life, and how could I not be blocking in the first place? Like I was so aggressive. I didn't know. It's like doing W plus M1 in Counter-Strike. It's the equivalent. Like you don't want to do any type of defense or sit back. You're always on the aggressive, on the fight.
Game is awesome. Look at this. What do you have a favorite arcade game?
Oh, I'd say. I mean. For me, it was probably Mortal Kombat. That's where I discovered it, right? Like that was my favorite thing to do. But pinball is a lot of fun. Like
pinball's fun.
Oh man, like I want a pinball machine in my house. Like that's something. I know it's super expensive now, probably like $2,000 or something just to get one. But having like a whole arcade setup even in the house would be phenomenal. Especially just having even one pinball machine just to play whenever you want. You know.
Mm-hmm. I want to get. Have you ever played the NBA Jam? Games.
Oh my God, yes! Like
those
was
are
an
my
arcade
favorites.
game. You're right.
Yeah, those are my favorites, and like all of the. So I feel like arcades have died, but there are some like cool arcade bar combos that are pretty popular, and we go to those quite a bit. And every time NBA Jam, I feel like it's one of the most like functional, like 2K-esque kind of games where it feels like it makes sense, like the defense and all of that, and the controls are just nice on the joystick. So that's always my go-to.
Nice. Yeah, like I remember I played that on I think it was Super Nintendo. I played NBA Jam on. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what I was playing it on at the time. I never bought the game, but I was going to Blockbuster all the time. Yes, that's, I'm that old, I know, but I went to Blockbuster, I rented it all the time. It was always exciting. That experience is like
Well,
missing from the youth
I had
nowadays.
2 years of Blockbuster, and
Okay.
I can totally agree. I did not get enough of Blockbuster. I feel like because
Yeah.
I had older siblings, and that's probably why I got like a small taste of it. But for a good 2 years before streaming came out, when I was like 11 or 12, it was awesome going there, getting like snacks and a movie
Yeah.
to rent. Like that was a good time.
It's like I said, like all of the young kids nowadays will never have that experience, and that makes me kind of sad. I'm super nostalgic about it. I remember when I was a kid, I would get so excited. It's like, oh, it's the weekend. I go to Blockbuster. I'm gonna rent my game for the N64. And I'd always I would probably rent the same game over and over again, or SNES, N64, whatever was the current generation of console at the time. And they also had like the demos out, like where you could play upcoming or new consoles like Sega Saturn, or N64 at the time. And I would always sit there because I didn't have the console or whatever, and I would play the whole time. It was a lot of fun, and I really, yeah, I miss that experience. I think we're probably better off now with how easy it is to access demos and stuff like that and play whatever you want on demand, all the streaming services, I suppose. But it just, going there and having that fun time of choosing the game you want to rent and then renting it and getting it for a few days and knowing you only have that small period of time to enjoy it. There's something special that I will always miss,
There's one game that I remember renting from Blockbuster.
Yeah.
I don't know if you. I mean, it's still like fairly popular, but Bully. If you ever
Bully.
remember that game or ever
Yes,
played it,
yeah, I heard
that
about it. I
was
didn't play it.
that was the one game that I absolutely loved because I rented it from, or my older brother rented it from Blockbuster, and I was able to, play whenever he wasn't using it. So that was kind of my like big experience with Blockbuster outside of like movies and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we always go for movies and getting like snacks and candies and stuff like that, and having to ask my parents, please, I want the gummy bears, please, like I want to get those. So it's like, it was a lot of fun. Oh yeah, and like memories for me, like when Ocarina of Time first came out. Speaking of N64, I remember, I don't know, like I was talking to my wife about this. Nowadays, you have all the trailers and everything, you go online and YouTube or whatever. I don't even remember how I found out about Ocarina of Time when I was a kid. Probably on a commercial on TV or something, or because like there was no YouTube, there was no internet in a lot of ways. Like it was just coming out at that time. And yeah, I wanted it so much. I guess it was just word of mouth and finding out through Nintendo Power, I suppose, might have been the way to disseminate that information. But just remembering that time, that Christmas was so incredible for me because I asked for it, and my mom was incredible. She went to multiple stores. It was impossible, dude. Like this is physical copies. It's not the digital age. Like back then, you had to get a physical copy to get this game, and she went everywhere to find it. And I was so excited. Christmas morning, when I unwrapped it. This is not Counter-Strike knives. When I
gold.
Yeah, when I unwrapped it, I was so hyped. I remember that day I was just playing Ocarina of Time. We had an old Sony CRT TV at the time as well, and it was just the best experience ever. I even had the strategy guide by my side too, in case
That's
I needed
awesome.
it. It was amazing. I really do miss those days. It felt like a simpler time. No phones, right? We would play our games, and that would
No
be
phones,
it. So
just straight gaming.
just straight gaming, man. No distractions aside from the game itself being the distraction.
That's
man.
Yeah, that's definitely sick. I feel like there's so many good times because again, it felt like a reward going out and getting something like that. For me, I think it was always like because I was like pretty much already kind of a not degenerate gamer, but I was gaming. When I was like a young kid, gaming was already my life. So like RuneScape, big game when I was a kid.
Dude, yeah.
And I remember every birthday, every Christmas, load up on as many membership cards as possible. And those things at certain times, because you'd have to go to like Best Buy to grab it. Best Buy was kind of further away. And so I would have to like convince my parents to take me to go and grab a card from Best Buy because I had to buy the physical membership. My parents were like, "Why do you want my credit card to do it like something online?" There's no way I could convince my parents to do that. So always had to go and get the physical card in person for 1 month, 30 days of membership. So that was like my big thing of like being able to do that and then locking in on RuneScape membership world for like the first time.
I was playing RuneScape back in high school, and this was like a long time ago, guys. So we're talking like, oh my God, I don't even want to think how many years it is, so I won't say it. But back then it wasn't a subscription service. It was just like a free to play game that you could jump into at any moment. It was very simplistic in terms of its graphics, but I remember like grinding it out and trying to get mithril armor, and I was almost there. I had this whole character loadout, but it's like, I think it's a different game. Like the one you played from the one I did is just like a different experience.
Yeah.
I tried to go back and
like,
play it years later, and it was so different. It didn't seem like
I never got into like so
Yeah.
my RuneScape was like still 07 RuneScape because I was playing
Okay.
in elementary school. Again, like having older siblings, I'd be playing whatever they were playing. So they got me into like the 07 version of RuneScape. And as you said, like I definitely got out of it as soon as they would make it, like the combat update or whatever that they did. That's when I stopped playing it. Now that they've got 07, I've never gotten back into it.
Okay.
But like as a kid, I used to love that.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun and just a time waster. I remember we'd play like on any PC that we could find at school. Like,
Oh
just-
yes, at school it was crazy because like I'm thinking like, this is like 3rd or 4th grade for me, and I'm playing versus goblins, and I'm like, probably shouldn't be able to do this at school. At least looking back on it, I'm like, it's not the worst thing. Like RuneScape isn't bad, but there's like some scary quests for kids, and like we're all hovering around the computer during like indoor recess playing RuneScape. So
No, yeah, it was crazy. Like I remember we'd go and play Flash games as well on like oh my God, what were those called? Like were they IMAX? I don't remember, but there was like these Macintosh type computers that were different colors on the back, and they all like, oh God, I can't remember the name of them, but it doesn't really matter. Either way, we would go in like the homeroom and there'd be a PC, and I was always on it, just playing Flash games whenever I could, until the homeroom teacher got in. I had to go and sit down at my desk, but it was really awesome having like all those things available. Now Flash games aren't, I mean, they're still, I think, there, but I don't know if it's like the same type of stuff.
I see a lot of speedrunning of Flash games at this point.
Okay,
Like that's a big thing in the community right now. Because I'm a big fan of watching like YouTube speedruns of any game, and so I think a lot of Flash games show up on those. So it's still popping, but I feel like after RuneScape it was Minecraft for my generation, because then it was Minecraft was just coming out, and that was what everyone was into. What is this? Is this NHL?
Hockey. Yeah, it's like NHL. I don't even know, 98.
This looks like
that's too late. That's probably earlier than that.
This kind of looks like the opening screen for NBA Jam, but
yeah, it does. It's
I
got
got
to be
excited.
around that era. I kind of want to play. Oh, this is way older. Oh man. But yeah, I never got into Minecraft. A lot of my friends were playing it. I was just like, I'd rather go play like Warcraft 3. I played like Dota in Warcraft 3 before it was like its own game mode. Before its own game, I should say. And that was a lot of fun. I would do that with my friends or play Counter-Strike. I've been playing Counter-Strike forever. Like going back to the betas. Like I think it was beta 2 that I started playing. It's insane.
Okay.
I need to go look it up to actually see the actual the date that it started.
Is it like?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Steam wasn't out then.
No, Steam was not out.
Yeah.
Steam was not a thing. Like I was there before Steam when you had, I think it was One IDs that you would have to go through, and Sierra owned the whole system, and then Sierra just shut down One basically. So they were like, oh, it's gone. So that's when Steam was created. And I remember my friends and I were just waiting to register accounts on Steam. It was a whole thing for us. Like, oh, Steam's coming out. Let's get our accounts up and running. Let's get like the lowest numbers possible. It was a lot of fun at that time. But yeah, I was there when Counter-Strike was just in its mod phase, and you had to download it, and it was 50 megabytes. 50 megabytes, and on a 56K modem, that takes a long time. Even just for like a small little thing like that.
Yeah.
And I remember just like using these special programs, trying to speed up the download. But essentially, I would go to sleep and then wake up, and then Counter-Strike would be done downloading so I could actually play. And on top of it all, I think I've told the story before, but essentially, I didn't have good internet at that time. Our phone line had a lot of static, and if there's static on the line, you don't get a clean connection. So I would join a server and have 1,000 ping. I'm not even exaggerating. 1,000 ping would be what I was going into with, and it would just be a slideshow. So,
And play on that still?
What's that?
Did you just try and play on that still? Like,
I did.
You were just
I did,
rolling around?
yes. And it didn't really work out very well, I'll be honest. It was awful. But at the same time, once my mom got frustrated because she heard the static, they fixed it. It was unrelated to my internet issues. That was fixed, and then I got 180 ping. And at that time, before cable modems, was really good. And I was actually able to play for the first time, and it was the most fun I've had playing Counter-Strike, even though I got absolutely obliterated on Original Dust, thinking I was going to be the best player ever because I'd practiced offline, but I was not at all. So this was many years ago. Are we live here?
I think so. Yeah, it's 5v4, where Skinrave, I assume, had those issues continue to persist. But as much as we are continuing this podcast here, we got to get the show on the road, and that means that's how Skinrave have to try and close this thing out, maybe, in a 4v5, unless Junior can get back involved here. And we'll see if they can do it quickly. Cryptic has just leveled the playing field. There's still one more on the corner, but a trade available, and avoiding the crosshair or taking it straight to him. Laxi will cut the head clean off, and the B side is open for business.
No way, they're doing this. I mean, they already had 11 rounds. They just need a couple to go their way in this 4v5. Just have to consider it as, hey, we already lost the opening fight every single round, and that'll be the right mentality. Shane and Snav, last two standing. Trying to get into this bomb site. I don't know. It's not going to be easy. They're spotted out. Malco's got one. It's only Snav left, and Marky ventilates him with the AK. Skinrave have 12.
Wow, go after all of that. Just left having a little giggle there as Skinrave take 12, man. And again, now just one round off of closing this thing out. Junior missing. But as you said, the mindset here still in order. And Walco with that kill, gonna get a PrizePicks check mark there for more than 13.5 kills. Look at the position that they're in now to try and close out this game. Yes, they're down a man. But there's 4 MP9s and a 5-7 here, so you couldn't ask for much of a better opportunity here. And now Laxi has leveled the playing field. They are ready to finish, still looking warmed up, and Laxi provides the first.
I mean, they could have just started this 30 minutes ago, and it probably would have been the same result. Just go 5v4. Skinrave. I mean, now it doesn't matter that they have a man missing because there's only 4 players left on each side. And as you mentioned, only the MP9s and the 5-7. Snav and 2 other players leading towards the A site. So if Skinrave are successful in their attempt to take B, then this could be over. That's if that's the engagement. Oh, Laxi lost.
Ooh.
That's an AK recovered here for the side of Voca. Marky gonna spam through the smoke. Cryptic. Oh, slips into the cubby. Did he get seen? I don't know. I don't think so. So he's just gonna hide out here. Oh yeah, he saw him. He saw him. Snav throws the Molotov and then gets the frag. Everyone leaning B though. No one A. What have they seen to make them think that it was gonna go B? I guess they were just gamble stacking. Now they realize that's not the direction the bomb is going in. And Walco will be hanging out top mid. 36 seconds left. Still a chance at victory because the A site's kind of vacant, especially if Walco gets this shot. Does damage, no kill. Spam through the door, not good for Marky. He's going for an aggressive fight, very risky there. Only gets 1, and now Walco's stuck in the 1v3 clutch.
Well, Walco, can he close it off for his team? He's looking for a kill before he locks in the digits. But that won't be provided here. Instead, retake, rolling up the catwalk here, fighting in towards CT, and Shane is already prepared for it. Nicely done. Voca able to punch back on the MP9s. And stay alive in this thing for a little while longer. Hanging in there by a thread. But able to do some good work and bouncing back in that what was a 4v4 equalized round, technically. But with that opening pick from Laxi still being able to deal and punish the follow-up success. Do you get the extra $1,000 here in this case?
I think so. I'm not sure how it works for an official match.
Interested to know that.
Yeah, because obviously in an MM, you're going to get that additional $1,000. Shane going to get the PrizePicks check mark. So that's good for him. 16 frags on. But yeah, maybe we'll have to get clarification from the admins on that. Either way, Cryptic going to be moving in. AKs for everyone except Laxi. And I feel like in these types of situations, going for fights in the periphery when you're down a man immediately isn't necessarily the best shot at victory. You might want to stay together to ensure that trades will be as frequent as possible.
Yeah, I'm with you. You want to find openers in this case as well, as much as possible. Just trying to set themselves up for a little bit of success here. Multiple HEs thrown as a reaction to that cat utility, but none of it connecting for any damage. This CT side looking to reclaim some long control here. We'll see what Cryptic can do to punish it. Instant dismissal. The crosshairs looking sharp here, baiting out another swing, and Cryptic finds a second. Dia put to the task of holding this long-sighted, and Cryptic realizing that if his teammates aren't getting fought through cat, he knows that the Opper is focused on his location, and Dia's gone hunting. Fully focused on finding this long pickup and not allowing for them to plant their feet in the post, but Cryptic's not giving him an inch here. Playing on the edge of this smoke, and Dia's not going to be at all. Cryptic winning the fight and looking to push this one across the finish line. It's just Carson left standing down low and cut off by Cryptic, who delivers the finishing blow here. It takes a while to get there, but Skinrave gonna close out the PrizePicks in a revival series here and roll up with a big victory with this new core, with this new look, looking fantastic.
Yeah, getting the VRS points as well. Absolutely phenomenal. Even with Junior not available for that last little bit, they still win it 4v5 and pull the last 2 rounds across the finish line. Actually, I just saw Junior in the chat say, my internet's back, but he wasn't even needed, right? He was ready to join up. He would have been there. Yeah, he would have been there in the next round, but it already ended by the time his internet returned. So I guess, you know, he did a lot of good work. I mean, Junior was amazing in this series again. No real surprise. Like, as I already mentioned to you guys, like even in the tougher matches, he's still good for a solid performance. And he was again here. The whole squad from Skinrave. I mean, this is a team that's on the rise. I appreciate all of the details they're putting into expanding their map pool. Overpass is looking like just an incredible pick for them. And it plays into Cryptic's depth in his playbook, in my opinion. So overall, a well-deserved win.
I agree, man. I think this is a team that, again, puts in the hard work that we don't see, and it shows in the server when they're able to deliver in moments like this. And even despite some of the difficulties that they face, some of the adversity here, the 4v5, the challenge in that, it doesn't really haunt them here in map 3. And they dominate in the latter 2 maps here. It's a very comfortable reverse sweep where they tried to pull the comeback off on Mirage. Maybe they want to patch that CT side a little bit up, but they still have such a good, diverse map pool right now that they're able to bounce back in this grand final.
Yeah, and we're looking at the numbers here from Voca. I mean, Voca played really well. That first map, really solid stuff on Mirage. I felt like it almost went the way of the comeback for the side of Skinrave, but they shut them down. Once we got to Overpass, though, it was just a Skinrave show. Unbelievable performance from everyone. And then map number 3, yeah, Skinrave again, kind of keeping things well within their control overall. Like, again, so I feel like a broken record, but it's true. You know, Cryptic gonna top the scoreboard again for Skinrave on map number 3, 18 for him. We don't have Junior's numbers, but obviously, you know, he did a lot of good work here too.
Yeah, I mean, as I highlighted here, if Cryptic was able to keep this up and they were able to finish this thing off, you know, kind of looking at him to be the MVP here for Skinrave. And I know Marky delivered big time there on Overpass, had an electric 3K there in the clutch in the 1v3, but, you know, consistency throughout the semis into the grand finals here for Cryptic all the way throughout his series. This is a fantastic look for him, not only bringing his team to victory here, calling great T sides in this matchup. That's an extra influence that he shows up not only in the numbers, but outside of it as well.
And after a really long day, honestly, guys, with a bit of a podcast in the middle there, that does wrap up our PrizePicks NA Revival series here. That's for number 11. And in fact, this was the last PrizePicks NA Revival series, folks, of 2025. So we have one more ad read of 2025 to do, but I do want to go through and look at the history again for the NA Revival series. We had all of these winners. Skinrave are our latest ones. We do have a 12th. It will come through, but that is going to be in 2026. 2026. So we'll see who will be the winner there, who are contestants, who are teams that will be competing there, will be there as well, Cole.
It's cool to see a new team on the block here again, and this is really just this core being able to make a big breakthrough here in the PrizePicks Series 11. And I gotta say, a lot of credit to Skinrave. Also NRG, so many grand finals for them. Sad to not see them here, but obviously they've got their full focus on the end of the year and what they have in store there. So definitely a lot of excitement, and of course, again, it's been a great run so far throughout 2025.
It absolutely has. It's been a very fun 2025 for Counter-Strike, but as mentioned, that's going to wrap things up. Before we do, final ad read of the year here for the PrizePicks Any Revival Series. The Any Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity to host the NA Revival Series. Also, make sure to check out the Flom store at flomstore.com. That's FL0mstore.com to get geared up for Flom Mythical Land Las Vegas. Any and all purchases help support this and future lands. Thank you all for coming out today, and a special thank you to everyone here, specifically Jason Lake and Flom, for making this happen in all of Complexity. Everyone here is important, and without them, we wouldn't be able to bring this show to you. So a huge thank you to all of them as we are going to sign off for 2025. We hope you all have an amazing time throughout the rest of the year and enjoy the upcoming major. We'll see you then.